I was being cooked, not in a fun way, not in a someone is making soup way. I was sitting chest deep in a bronze cauldron the size of a bathtub. The liquid inside was the color of rust and smelled like a butcher shop in July, and it was hot enough that my skin had stopped complaining and moved straight to acceptance. 10 years old, naked, marinating. They called it body tempering. I called it Tuesday. The stuff in the cauldron was worth more than a house. Spirit plants, ground bone, the essence of something called a dragon tiger beast, all stewed together into a soup designed to rip a child's body apart at the seam and staple it back together, stronger. My skin had gone the color of old gold. Fine scales had come up across my forearms like fish had happened to me. Somewhere behind my eyes, there was a pressure building that felt exactly like a sneeze that would kill everyone in the room. So I opened my eyes and drank the entire thing, not with my mouth. My whole body just inhaled it. Every drop of that priceless soup went into me at once, and the cauldron sat there empty and steaming like a bowl licked clean by a very large dog. My bones went clear. I could feel them. Crystal all the way through with something golden moving inside. I got out of the cauldron and punched the air because that is what you do. The sound cracked off the walls. Steward Leeway, who had been standing there watching a child boil with the calm of a man watching bread rise, dropped his tray. Dragon tendons and tiger bones, he said. His voice had gone thin. Young master, this is the legendary realm. At 10 years of age, I made my face do delighted. Inside, I was doing math because here is the part nobody in that room knew. 3 weeks ago, I had been 26 years old and standing in a tomb in a completely different world. Holding a brush, being an archaeology grad student with a bad advisor, Professor Wu's team, level 3 descent. We cracked a chamber nobody was supposed to crack, and there was a furnace in the middle of it, enormous, older than the language on the walls, and it lit up red. Everyone ran. I want you to understand how fast everyone ran. Men who complained about stairs became Olympic sprinters. Professor Wu and I were the slowest two in the tunnel, which was already embarrassing, and then Professor Wu found reserves of speed no 60-year-old should have, put his hand on my shoulder, and used me as a starting block. I remember thinking very clearly, as the light took me, he is going to publish this. Then I woke up as Chen Zihong, 10 years old, eldest legitimate son of Prince Rui, grandson of the Emperor of Great Yu, in a mansion with 200 servants, with a title, with a future, and with a furnace sitting in the middle of my soul. It had come with me. It was in there, quiet, patient, the size of my own chest, and it had one rule that I understood the moment I touched it. Put anything in, get power out. Any resource, any pill, any weapon, any medicine. It went in and came out as pure cultivation energy pumped straight into my body. It cultivated for me while I slept. It read techniques and worked out how they should be done properly. It never got tired and it never asked for anything. I looked at the empty cauldron. I looked at the steward mopping his forehead, 9 years old and rich in a world with a cheat code. I had already decided this was the best thing that had ever happened to me, including being alive the first time. Then I turned my attention inward to admire my own progress, and I found the thing in my head. It sat behind my eyes like a smudge on glass. A black shadow, thin as a thread, wound into the place where thought comes from. The furnace looked at it and told me what it was in a voice made of certainty rather than words. Demonic thoughts, an earth-grade poison, not the kind that kills you, the kind that takes 8 or 9 years to eat the edges off a mind. You get moody, then you get cruel. Then one day the heir of Prince Rui's mansion sets fire to something he shouldn't, or says something in front of the emperor that cannot be unsaid, and the whole court sighs and agrees that the boy was always unstable, poor thing. Such a shame. And the position of heir quietly moves sideways. Somebody had been feeding this to me since I was 2. I stood in an empty room, in a body worth a fortune, in the richest house in the capital, and I did the only reasonable thing. I made a list. Chen Zia, my cousin, son of the crown prince who died. He looked at me the way you look at furniture that is standing where your chair should be. My 4th uncle, Prince Xiang, a scholar, smiled at me every single time we met. Nobody smiles at a child that consistently unless something is wrong with them. And the Liu family, my father's newest and most profitable friends. I was 10. Somebody had put a slow-motion mind-eater in a 2-year-old's food and then patted him on the head. Fine. Noted. Filed. I climbed back into my clothes, and out in the corridor, 2 maids were gossiping the way maids gossip, in a whisper you can hear from 3 rooms away. They say the prince was foolish out there on the frontier. He took a woman while he was fighting the barbarians, and there is a son. I stopped walking. Born out of wedlock, the other one breathed. 8 years old already. 8 years. My father had been at the border for 8 years. He had left when I was 2, gone off to be a hero, and had apparently spent his time so productively that the child was walking, talking, and had his own tutor. I stood in the corridor with my brand new golden bones and my brand new poisoned brain, and I thought, this is going to be a long childhood. Then I went to find my mother because she was going to hear it within the hour and I wanted to be there first. She was already ashen when I found her. Somebody had beaten me to it, which told me something useful all by itself about who in this house liked to carry news upstairs. Lin Ruoxi, eldest daughter of Marquis Lin Yu, married into the imperial family at 17 and the most beautiful woman in the capital according to everyone, including people who disliked her. She was sitting very straight in her chair with her hands folded and her face doing an excellent impression of composure while her knuckles went white. It is the Liu family's daughter, she said. Wang Meifeng. Their child is 8 years old. 8. Her voice cracked exactly once. That was the year your father went to war. Mother misspoke, I said. She looked at me. What concubine? A concubine has to be brought home and entered in the register. This woman has never been brought home and has never been entered in anything. She is an outer wife. That is a different word, and it is a much worse word. And the boy is a child born out of wedlock, and he has never appeared on the royal genealogy in his life. If we start calling them by the polite names, then we have agreed to the polite version of what happened. Let us not. There was a very long silence. When, my mother said carefully, did you learn to talk like this? It is because you gave me such good looks, mother. Handsome people are naturally gifted. She almost laughed. She caught it in time, which was a shame, because I had worked on that one. Then I laid out the menu, because a person in shock does not need comfort. A person in shock needs options. Option 1. We punish father. Loud, expensive, satisfying, useless. Option 2. We win father back. Charm, patience, careful humility, years of it. Option 3, and I said this without changing my tone at all, we kill them and cripple whoever is left. Option 4. We simply take father entirely so that there is nothing left over for anybody else. My mother stared at me for a long moment. I watched her decide not to ask any of the questions that were happening behind her eyes. And which does my son recommend? None of them yet. First, you are going to lie. Here was the plan. The city was already on fire with this rumor, so my mother would go out into that fire and deny it. Not defensively, aggressively. She would be shocked and offended on her husband's behalf. She would tell every noble woman in the capital that Prince Rui was a hero of the frontier and that these disgusting stories were an insult to a man who had bled for the dynasty. Playing dumb, done loudly enough, is a weapon. The moment the princess of the house publicly refuses to believe it, everyone else has to whisper twice as hard, which means everyone hears it twice as often, and the family who provided the woman gets nailed to the wall in front of the entire nobility because now they are not just the family with a scandal, they are the family lying to a wife's face. Then, once she had the household staff in her fist and every account book with her seal on it, in about a month, she would go to the imperial clan court herself, voluntarily, graciously, and request that her husband be permitted to take a concubine and that the boy be added to the royal register. My mother's hands unfolded. That would make it official, she said slowly. In writing, in front of the clan. With a date on it, I said. 8 years, in the record, forever, and it will have been requested by his own wife out of pure generosity. Everybody will cry about how good you are, and he will never, for the rest of his life, be able to say it did not happen. She looked at her 10-year-old son for a while. Hanger, she said, I got hit on the head in the cauldron, I said. Very hot in there? I went back to my own courtyard and took inventory of my kingdom, which consisted of 2 people. Sulan, 13, my personal maid, dark-skinned, sharp-eyed, plain to the point of aggression. I understood the moment I looked at her that my mother had chosen her on purpose. Nobody was ever going to accuse this girl of being a distraction, which meant nobody would ever bother to buy her. Lin Yuan, my guard, on loan from my mother's family, quiet, rode an eagle for fun, could put an arrow through a coin at 100 paces and then apologize for the noise. That was it. That was my entire loyal army. The 3 household stewards were another matter. Li Wei, who ran the inner house, Ren, who ran the outer, Fu, who ran the accounts. One of them had been letting something into my food for 8 years, or all 3 had, or none of them, and it was worse than that. I thought about it, and then I smiled, and Sulan took half a step back. Young master? I just realized something wonderful about my poison, I said. It is supposed to make me lose my temper and hurt people, so from now on, whenever I lose my temper and hurt people, I get to watch every face in the room, and whoever looks pleased and whoever looks like this is going exactly according to schedule. That person is on my list. Sulan's mouth opened and then closed. Fetch my outdoor shoes, I said. I am going to go be unstable. That night, I went into the furnace properly for the first time. It is not a place exactly. It is more that I could put my attention into it and be somewhere with a floor, and the floor was hot and the walls were hot, and in the middle of it, the fire wanted to be fed, so I fed it. Body-tempering pills by the handful. Spirit plants I had been hoarding, like a squirrel with a personality disorder. 3 yellow rank artifacts I had no use for, which went in and came out as light. The furnace ate everything and gave me back pure energy, and the energy went straight into my meridians without me having to sit cross-legged and breathe correctly for 6 hours like an idiot. And it kept doing it after I stopped paying attention. That was the part that took a while to sink in. It cultivated for me around the clock, at roughly double the speed of a normal talent working hard, except I did not have to be awake or present or trying. I turned my attention to the black thread in my head and burned it out. Then I stopped, and I did not burn all of it. I left a portion, sealed, folded, tucked away where it could not touch my mind, because somebody had spent 8 years and a great deal of money installing a poison in me, and it seemed rude to throw away a gift. You poison me, I keep the poison. Somebody is going to eat it eventually, and it will not be me. And then the top of the furnace filled up with fruit. That is the only way I can describe it. Points of light hanging in the heat, dozens of them, each one a complete inheritance from somebody who had walked a path all the way to the end of it. Legacies. Just floating there like a chandelier made of other people's entire lives. The biggest one came down to me on its own. The myriad phenomena primordial sovereign great Dao scripture. I did not understand the name, and I did not care. It landed in me, and my understanding of what a human body was supposed to be able to do quietly rearranged itself. Then I got greedy and picked 2 more. The 3 pure ones, 9 revolutions. This one split off a person's stray thoughts into separate beings. 3 of them. A demonic thought, black. A murderous thought, gray. An evil thought, white. Each one able to walk around in a body of its own, thinking with my mind, loyal for the excellent reason that they were me. 3 helpers I could trust completely. In a court like this one, that was worth more than the technique. And the karma reincarnation, 6 paths, scripture, 6 roads, 6 functions, and a way of tying a thread to a person so that what happened to them came back to me. Then the body tempering finished. My 5 organs turned into 5 little furnaces. My veins ran gold at the edges. Purple light came off my skin for about 4 seconds and then went politely away, and when I threw a punch at the air made a noise like a door slamming somewhere underground. The furnace told me the number. A normal, innate cultivator, 3 whole realms above me, would die from 1 hit. So naturally, I went and got the family mazer hoard I'd been sitting on since I was old enough to hide things, and I put all of it in the fire. Every last pill, every artifact, everything the previous owner of this body had squirreled away like the world's saddest dragon. It is fine, I told nobody. From now on, stealing things is going to be much easier. 4 days later, I broke into the gathering spirit realm. Meanwhile, my mother went to war in the way that gets no blood on the carpet. She stood in a room full of the highest-ranking women in the capital and said that her husband was a hero, that these rumors were filth, and that she personally would like to know which family had started them. It was beautiful. Every woman in that room went home and told her husband about it. Within 4 days, there was not a household in the capital that had not discussed it in detail. And every conversation ended in the same place. The Liu family, and how shabby it is to send your daughter to be somebody's hidden second household for 8 years and then let it leak. Prince Xiang's people laughed so hard they nearly gave themselves away. The censors who exist to be outraged and are paid by the outrage wrote memorials until their wrists hurt. The Liu family found itself nailed to the pillar in the middle of the square with a sign around its neck, and my mother had not said one single untrue word. I decided I liked having a mother. Then I went to the library because I wanted the rest of the world's secrets, and I wanted them for free. The scripture pavilion of the imperial clan is 9 floors of everything the Jiang family has ever stolen, bought, or beaten out of somebody. The first floor is public. The second floor is yellow rank techniques. The third floor and up require a token, and the tokens are handed out to grown men after decades of service. I went to the first floor and started reading about politics because politics was going to kill me long before any techniques saved me. Here is what I learned. My grandfather, the old emperor, had been on the throne for over 100 years, and for the first 40 of them, he had been a puppet with a nice hat. Then one day, he stopped being a puppet, and there was a purge, and afterward nobody ever asked who was really in charge again. Great Xia, the strongest of the 4 dynasties, sent us their crown prince as a hostage. Great Zhou and Great Qian sent tribute and complaints, and there were 3 men who could inherit. My father, Prince Rui, second prince, the favorite, my third uncle, the warrior king, a general with a halberd and a laugh you could hear through a wall. My 4th uncle, Prince Chiang, a scholar who smiled at children. I was still reading when someone said, "You are holding that book upside down." I was not holding it upside down, but I looked up anyway, and there was an old man in a patched robe with a wine gourd on his hip and a little wooden puppet dangling off his belt, and he was grinning at me with about 4 teeth. The 6th master, Chen Xuan. The clan histories mention him exactly once in a war 40 years ago where he apparently walked into a valley alone and rearranged 100,000 enemy troops with nothing but formation work until they marched into a river. Ninth granduncle, I said and bowed. Little bastard knows my name. He drank. Eighth, come look at this. The third master came around the shelf, moon-white robe, a string of copper coins hanging from his belt with a tiny bell on the end, and a smile that made me want to check my pockets. Chin Yu, formations. They looked me over like two farmers at a livestock market. He got into the gathering spirit at 10, said the third master. He got into the gathering spirit at 10 and came to the library instead of going to show off, said the sixth master. That is the interesting part. Then the third master made me an offer, which is how I learned that in this family, affection is expressed through gambling. There is a floor upstairs, he said, guarded by your seventh granduncle's gate technique. Get past it, and I will give you 10 Imperial Extreme Nascent Core pills and 3 Dragon Blood pills. And a pot of my aged wine, said the sixth master, which is worth more than his pills, and he knows it. And what do I stake? They both blinked. Apparently 10-year-olds usually just say yes. I unhooked the largest wine gourd in the capital from my belt, the one I had bought that morning purely because it was ridiculous, and I set it on the table. The sixth master looked at it. His eyes went wet. Throw him in, he said. They did, physically. Each of them took an elbow and pitched me into the formation, like men getting rid of a cat. The gate was a wall of golden light with a single enormous character burning in the middle of it. One word meaning imperial, meaning to command, meaning stop. 9 chapters of guarding the gate. It tests how long you can hold, how well you defend, how much you can take. I had read the description, I understood the intent, and then I decided the intent was stupid. I did not defend. I stepped forward and hit it. Open the heavens. The first punch cracked it, earth shaking. The second punch put a hole through the middle of the word. 3 punches to suppress the sea. The third one blew the entire gate into gold dust that hung in the air like something had gone wrong at a wedding. 3 breaths. It took 3 breaths. I turned around in a cloud of glittering ruin, and both old men were standing there with their mouths open, and the sixth master's wine gourd was pouring quietly onto his own foot. That, said the third master in a very careful voice, was innate level power from a body-tempering child. I got hit on the head in a cauldron, I said. Where are my pills? I walked out with the pills, the dragon blood, an entire pot of wine, older than my father, and the token. Floors 1 through 4, the only junior in the history of the clan to hold one. The sixth master tossed me one more thing on the way out, a palm-sized gourd of medicinal wine, priceless casually, the way you would flip a coin to a beggar, and the third master leaned in the doorway with his bell going tink, 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 and said, 10 days, break an innate grade rune array of mine, and I will give you something better. He put a book in my hands. The 12-character formula for breaking the formation. I went home rich, armed, educated, and 8 years poisoned, and I had not yet had lunch. Li Wei was waiting in my courtyard with news, and the news was that a censor named Zhao Fan had submitted a memorial proposing that the imperial grandsons be sent to the Tai Academy for a proper Confucian education. Zhao Fan was one of my fourth uncle's people. The Tai Academy is a school. Schools have crowds and corridors and food and 100 convenient ways for a boy to have an accident. I smiled at Li Wei with every tooth I owned. I will remember who made that suggestion, I said, and I will be very grateful to him in the future. Does Lord Zhao have children? How many? How old? Li Wei's face did something complicated. His son, Zhao Ming, he studies at the Tai Academy, young master. How lovely, I said. I would very much like to help take care of him. There was a pause during which I watched the steward's spine try to leave through his back. Then I took out my brand new scripture pavilion token and turned it over in my fingers for a while in the sunlight in full view and said nothing at all about it, because a token like that is not just a key, it is bait. And I wanted to know how fast the news of it would reach the people who had been feeding me. It reached them in under 2 days, which told me a great deal. I went back to the library the next day and the day after, and then I stopped going home entirely. 5 days. I read on the second floor until my eyes hurt, and then I moved to the third and read there the Jiang Clan Legacy Manual, the Imperial Extreme Body Technique, something called Dragon Bone 9 Revolutions that I did not understand for 6 hours and then understood all at once. The third master kept drifting past my table to slander his own family. Each generation is worse than the last, he said, examining his fingernails. Your father's lot are all useless. Rui can fight, I will give him that, and then he goes home and does something clever with a woman and undoes a year of work in an afternoon. My father is a hero of the frontier, I said without looking up. He is admired by the whole dynasty. Give me 10 years, I said, turning a page, and I will be the strongest prodigy in all 4 dynasties. The third master stopped walking. Finally, he said, You have spoken like a human being. That was when he handed me the formation book properly, and when he did, a loose page slipped out of the back of it and drifted to the floor. I picked it up, half a page, torn, old, Dark Tide 9 transformations, a technique for reaching into other people's minds and turning the wheels. It belonged to the Su clan. The Su clan had been exterminated by Imperial Order a generation ago, all of them, root and branch, at the order of a man called Marquis Jingwu, Qiu Ming. I looked at the third master. The third master was studying the ceiling with enormous interest. I folded the page and put it in my sleeve, and neither of us said anything about it for the next 6 years. On the sixth day, my chest caught fire. Not metaphorically, my key turned over and tried to climb out of me sideways, and I went down on one knee holding the shelf. The sixth master ambled around the corner drinking. Curse of greed, he said cheerfully. You have been swallowing books without chewing. If you read for 5 days and digest for none, the knowledge just sits there rotting. So I gave you a stomachache. You are welcome. I got my breathing back. Ninth grand uncle, I said, could you possibly tell me in advance before you do things to me? I am a very frightened child. Is there truly nobody in this world as kind-hearted as I am? He laughed so hard he had to sit down on a step. Come back next month, he said, and go outside. You are the color of a mushroom. So I went outside, and I went straight to the palace, because if one library was going to be difficult, I would go and get resources from an old woman instead. Phoenix Palace is where my grandmother lives, and my grandmother is the Empress of Great Yu. The first thing I noticed walking through the gate was that the air was thick, not humid, thick with the stuff. Whatever spiritual chai was left in this world, a disproportionate amount of it had decided to live in my grandmother's garden, and the furnace in my chest sat up like a dog hearing a bag of food open. Something in Phoenix Palace was not a building. I filed that away for later, which is a phrase I would use a lot over the next 6 years. Empress Xiaoqin looked at me with an eye technique that reads a person's cultivation like a tag on a shirt, and I watched her expression change. Gathering spirit, she said. At 10, I have been working very hard, Imperial Grand Matriarch. She defended my father immediately, which I had expected. Sons are sons, men are men. These things happen on campaign, and a wife who makes noise about it is a wife who does not understand her position. So I did not complain about my father at all. Instead, I mentioned sadly that the medicinal pills issued to me from the household stores had become weak lately, less than half as effective as they used to be. I said I was sure it was nothing, perhaps a bad batch. And then I mentioned, even more sadly, that I had heard a rumor that my father hunted a Yao beast personally every single month for 8 years for a certain little boy on the frontier. I did not say anything else. I did not have to. My grandmother's face went absolutely still, and the temperature in Phoenix Palace dropped about 4 degrees. I left with a formal resource allotment from the Empress herself, renewable. She set the dark scale division on the household stores of Prince Rui's mansion. The dark scale division works directly for the Emperor. White. They are the men you send when you want to know something and you do not care what it costs the person who knows it. I already knew what they were going to find because I had already decided who was going to have been guilty. Fu, the accountant. Was he the one who had poisoned me? Possibly. Was I certain? Not remotely. Did the man who had signed off on 8 years of my household's pill deliveries deserve to be the one holding the bag? I was 10. I was allowed one arbitrary decision. On the way home from the palace, my carriage stopped. I heard it before I understood it. Horses stamping, then laughing. Sulan pulled the curtain aside, and there were 7 or 8 of them in the road, 13 and 14 years old, sons of the great houses, all of them dressed in about a year of a craftsman's wages. We invite the young master of Prince Rui's mansion, said the tallest one, with an elaborate bow, to a gathering at the Chunfeng Tower. The Chunfeng Tower is a brothel. It's stoppidalan udetes of is a gobisko raya regija twive and famo de samation shin ho bilfki upon ibmaizem. She the most sincere face I have ever searched you or pradushida, sir. My mother is very strict, I said, and would never allow me to go to such a filthy place. But my brothers are all so ambitious. I am sure you will all become frequent visitors. 2 of them worked out what I had just said and went red. The tall one did not, which told me his family had wasted their tuition money. Ambitious, he repeated, coming from you. Everyone knows your father spends his time on a woman on the frontier. Everyone knows he has a real son out there he actually likes. I punched him in the face. I want to be clear about the physics. He was 14, and I had golden bones and the strength of a body tempering completion that had eaten a small fortune. He went off his feet, went over the horse's neck, and landed in the road, and the whole street heard the sound. The one beside him swung at me, and I kicked him in the middle of the chest hard enough that he stopped being a participant in the conversation, and then something came off a rooftop at me. Not a boy, a cultivator, a spiritual attack. Real, aimed at a 10-year-old in a public street with witnesses. I did not dodge, because dodging would have put it into Sulan. I reached out, grabbed the nearest noble son by the collar, and put him in front of me. The attack tore his shoulder open and knocked us both down. I got up first. I got up with my hand in a screaming boy's collar, and I looked at my steward Li Wei, who was standing frozen beside the carriage, and I looked at him without saying anything at all until he understood. Li Wei went up onto the roof. There was a very short noise. He came back down, and he did not say what he had done, and the innate cultivator on the roof did not say anything either ever again. Then I put my knife against the throat of the boy I had used as a shield, and I read his face. Wang Bo, I said pleasantly. Wang Meifeng is my aunt, is she not? The street had gone quiet enough to hear a bird 2 streets over, and on a balcony above the road, in a pavilion where fashionable men drink tea and watch the world happen to other people, my 4th uncle Prince Shang was leaning on the rail, watching, with his cup halfway to his mouth. First Imperial Uncle, I called up. Do I have your permission to kill him? He did not answer. He smiled. So I raised my voice for the whole street instead, and I started building the version of events that was going to be in the report. Let the record show, I said, that my carriage was stopped in a public road, that an armed group blocked an imperial grandson, that they attempted to abduct a 10-year-old child to a brothel, that a cultivator of the innate realm attacked me from concealment. Let the prefect be informed, and the patrol office, and Dali Temple, and the Tianshu Guard. And then, because none of that was enough, I said the other thing. My father is Prince Rui, I shouted. My grandfather is the emperor. Have your families joined together to rebel? That word is not a word. That word is a door. The sky went red. A hand came down over the street. An actual hand made of crimson light the size of a house, and it closed on the rescuers who had come running out of the pavilion and put them in the dirt without breaking any of them, and everybody in that road went face down so fast it sounded like applause. The third master, Chen Heng, imperial clan minister. The man whose entire job is the sanctity of the imperial family, who believes with genuine religious sincerity that imperial lineage is a different substance from what everyone else has. He sealed the Chunfing Tower with a wave of his sleeve mid-business day, and everybody inside it came out into the sunlight in various states of dress in front of half the capital. Then I turned around and billed them. 1 dragon blood horse, I said, pointing at my carriage. Traumatized, it will never pull straight again. 30,000 spirit stones, emotional distress to myself, a minor child. 10,000, damage to my martial heart, which as everyone knows is the foundation of a cultivator's entire future. 10,000, 50,000 spirit stones, cash, now. A father lunged for his son, who was still on the ground and still leaking. Payment first, I said. He stared at me. No, I said, the spirit stones first. Truly, you people are cold. You would rather leave your own child bleeding in a road than open a bag. They paid. While they were counting it out, I said to nobody in a thoughtful voice that it was so strange, was it not, that this ambush had happened on the exact afternoon I had gone to visit my grandmother, when only the palace had known my route. Half the men in that road forgot how to count. Then one of the fathers found his courage and asked, more or less, whether I understood what I had just started. Are you all planning revenge? I asked. Please tell me now. It saves time. A young man in white came forward and started smoothing it over. Well-spoken, handsome, in the way that makes older women nod approvingly. I did not know him yet. If you want revenge, I said, over him, take it openly. Come at me in the street, in daylight, and I will take it, and we will see who is standing. But if you want to play in the dark, then do not blame me for what I call you afterward. I have many grandpas. I collect them. The third master looked down at me from inside his crimson light. And if I had not come today, then I would have kept killing, I said. And if I got into real trouble, First Imperial Uncle would have come down and saved me. He was right there watching. He has excellent seats. After all, this whole lively performance today was very possibly arranged by First Imperial Uncle in the first place. Up on the balcony, my 4th uncle put his cup down. My grandfather on my mother's side arrived that evening to shout at me. Marquis Lin Yu, Lin Guang, old soldier, straight back, the kind of man who thinks a problem can be solved by not making a fuss. He told me I had escalated, that a wise man takes a small loss to avoid a large one, that suffering a loss is a blessing. I let him finish because he was old, and he loved my mother. Grandfather, I said, why should I suffer for the sake of the greater good when the greater good has never once suffered for me? The people who repeat that suffering, a loss is a blessing, are never the people doing the suffering. That saying is not advice for the strong. It is a leash for the weak, and it is held by somebody. He did not answer me for a long time. He never did answer me. What he did instead, quietly, was arrange a monthly stipend of resources from the Marquis Linyu residence directly to my courtyard, bypassing my father entirely. The Bai family had just decided which horse it was betting on. It was not the son-in-law. I took 10,000 of my fresh spirit stones and put them in my mother's hands that night. Cultivate, I said. Seriously, breakthrough inside a month. Hanger, that is not how. Purple Mansion, I said. That is the only way you can protect me. She looked at the bag, then at me. Then she started cultivating, which is how I learned the single most useful thing about my mother, which is that when she decides to do something, she does not negotiate about it first. By morning, I had a nickname, Little Tyrant of Tiandu. It went through the capital overnight, the way only genuinely enjoyable news travels. Mothers used it as a threat. Fathers used it as an excuse. Within 3 days, there were households where children were being told that if they did not behave, the little tyrant would take an interest in them. The Chunfeng Tower stayed sealed. Nobody dared open it. I was 10 years old, and I had a reputation, which is the cheapest armor there is. And then my second sister came to visit and ruined my week. Chen Mei, daughter of the crown prince who died, raised in the palace by our grandmother, and the only person in the entire imperial family who had ever been kind to me for no reason. When I was 6, she gave me her own sweets and told the servants she had eaten them. She came to apologize for Wang Bo and for a boy called Han Qing who had been in the road that day, and she brought the young man in white with her, Han Chen, the one who had smoothed things over so beautifully, and she brought a wedding invitation, her own. I looked at him. Poor family, handsome, extremely well-spoken, marrying an imperial princess whose father was dead, and whose protection therefore had a ceiling on it. Something in the back of my skull, some part of me that had spent 26 years in a world with the internet, sat up and began to scream. I looked Han Chen directly in the eyes and held it for 4 seconds longer than is polite. He held it, smiling perfectly. Elder sister, I said, congratulations. You will behave at the wedding, she said, laughing. You had better treat me well from now on, or the little tyrant of Tiandu will not let you off the hook. He will not, I agreed. 10 days later, I went back to the library and broke the third master's array. It was a sound formation, bells everywhere, in layers, and when you stepped in, they all rang at once, and the noise went straight through the ears and into the balance, and put grown men on the ground. I had spent 10 days with a book. I stood in the middle of it with a spirit brush and wrote the character for observe in the air 4 times in 4 directions, and the bells showed me where they actually were, instead of where they sounded like they were. Then 3 more characters, point, certainly, break. Every bell in the array split down the middle. At the same moment, the silence afterward was extremely loud. The third master came in and looked at the wreckage of a month's work for a very long time. You have primordial spirit power, he said, ahead of schedule, years ahead. Do you understand what that means? Tell me anyway. I like hearing it. It means core formation is not a question for you, it is a date. And if you can get the national fortune behind you, then nirvana is on the table. He turned the bell on his belt over in his fingers. When the spiritual key has been draining out of the world for 10,000 years, and a core formation cultivator is a national asset, then he stopped talking about techniques and started talking about the throne, which is what he had wanted to talk about all along. So I told him about my father, not tearfully. That would have been useless, coldly, in order, like reading out an inventory. He left when I was 2. I have almost forgotten what his face looks like. In 8 years, he sent me 9 letters, and I know that because I counted. He hunted a Yao beast every month for a boy on the frontier, and never once for me. There is a poison in my head that has been there since before I could read, and everybody in that house either knew or did not care enough to find out, and to tacitly agree is to show favoritism. And what do you want? I want Prince Rui's mansion to take the throne, I said, and I want to be named Crown Prince. That was a lie. It was a very good lie, and it worked, and the truth underneath it was that I intended to take the whole thing myself and then keep going until there was no border left between the 4 dynasties. But you do not say that out loud at 10. You say it out loud at 16. And what do I get? Said the third master. Within 10 years, I said, I will get you a chance at nirvana. He laughed. Then he stopped laughing because I had not. I heard them talking after I left. Old men in a library forget how well a boy's ears work. 10 years old, the third master said. He has already picked his father's bones clean, and he did it without raising his voice. He is the Kilane of our Jiang clan, said the sixth master. See me 8 days later, and they came in person. The man who arrived in my courtyard was a eunuch called Li Yang, shadow spy. He answers to the emperor and to nobody in between, and he moves like someone who has decided that walking is a formality he is participating in out of politeness. The accountant Fu, he said, died under questioning. How sad. He confessed to nothing. Then how do you know it was him? Li Yong looked at me with the flat, patient interest of a man examining a lock. May I check your body, young master? He put 2 fingers on my wrist and I let him, and I watched his eyebrows move as he went down through the layers. Dragon tendons. Tiger bones. A body tempering completion so thorough it was practically a different species. And no poison. None. Clean as a new bowl, because I had burned it out myself and kept the leftovers in a jar. Remarkable, he said. Then I raised my voice. Not obviously. Just enough that it carried out of the courtyard and past the gate and into the ears of the 6 or 7 servants who were absolutely listening, and from there into the capital, where it would be at every breakfast table in the city by morning. Uncle Li, I said, may I tell you what I think? I am only a child, so it is probably foolish. Please, somebody poisons the heir of Prince Rui's mansion. Slowly, something that ruins the mind. Then when the boy is old enough, somebody invites him to a brothel. The Chunfeng Tower, say. The boy goes. Because his mind has been eaten, he does something unforgivable in public. The court agrees that the child of Prince Rui is unfit and unstable and a disgrace, and the position of heir passes to another son, and that other son happens to be the child of a woman from a certain family. And that family, in 1 generation, goes from being merchants of grain records to being the maternal relatives of an emperor. I let that sit. The Ministry of Revenue, I saw it, and the son holds the treasury of Great Yu. Minister Liu Jingchuan holds the Ministry of Revenue, but I am 10. I am sure I have it all wrong. Li Yong's face did not move at all. He left, and by noon the next day, exactly as designed, the entire capital was discussing my theory as though they had thought of it themselves, and the Liu family was standing in the middle of the square with a second sign around its neck. I had not accused anyone of anything. I had wondered aloud, but the real point of the exercise was not the Liu family. The real point was that Li Yong reports to one man, and I had just made sure that man heard a 10-year-old take apart a court conspiracy in 11 sentences. I wanted my grandfather to notice me. That was all. Everything else was decoration. My mother found out about the poison that evening. You knew, she said. Her voice had gone somewhere I had not heard it go before. You knew, and you did not tell me. I did not tell you because you would have gone straight to father. And father would have gone straight to the Liu family, and the Liu family would have apologized beautifully and found a servant to blame, and the poison would have been changed to a different poison by the end of the month. I sat down across from her. So instead I won over the pavilion elders who now teach me for free. I took a token off them that gets me into the 3rd and 4th floors. I made Imperial Grand Matriarch furious about a beast hunt so that the Dark Scale Division would come into this house with an official reason, and I pointed them at the Liu family, and now the entire capital is doing my accusing for me. I put the token on the table. My mother looked at it and did not touch it. Mother, I said, I need to say something about father and you are not going to like it. Say it. So I did. He did not fall in love. He made a purchase. Liu Jingchuan runs the Ministry of Revenue, which means Liu Jingchuan runs the money of Great Yu. A prince competing for the throne needs the money, and a prince competing for the throne cannot be seen to lean too hard on one family because a man who leans is a man who can be pushed. So he took your family, the Marquis Linyu residence, which is the army, and he set it against the Liu family, which is the treasury, and he stands between the two of them, holding both leashes, and calls it balance. I got up. I walked over to my father's chair, the big one, at the head of the room. I sat down in it. Balance, I said, is the foundation of being an emperor. It is the first thing they teach, and what my father has been saying for 8 years with a woman and a child is a message, and the message is aimed at Imperial Grandfather, and the message says, look at me, I am already doing your job. My mother did not cry. My mother made a sound that was not crying, and the air in the room turned to knives, and a white phoenix cried out somewhere above the roof of Prince Rui's mansion loudly enough that servants 3 courtyards away fell over. She broke through to the purple mansion realm, sitting in her own chair with her hands in her lap out of pure clean rage. When she opened her eyes, they were different. Good, I said. Now keep going. Break through to core formation and cross into nirvana, and in 40 years, when every woman who ever whispered about you is covered in wrinkles, my mother will still be the most beautiful woman in the capital, and she will be able to kill any of them without saying a word. She laughed. It came out wrong and wet, and she covered her face. That was the moment I stopped thinking of her as a problem to manage. That night, I broke into the innate realm. The energy in my belly stopped being a mist and became a whirlpool, and then the whirlpool turned to liquid, and somewhere in the middle of me, a tree came up out of nothing with 3 branches on it. The furnace reported in with numbers I did not care about. What I cared about was the last line. Innate, 3% of the way, up a road that most people never see the bottom of. And then I told everyone I was still at gathering spirit. If you can be underestimated for free, be underestimated for free. It is the only advantage nobody has to pay for. I called in my 2 people. Sulan, hold out your hands. The furnace had been quietly producing lesser fruits alongside the great ones, small legacies, complete techniques from people who had been very good at exactly one thing. I gave Sulan the 6 voids of the heavenly cycle, a defensive art rated at heaven grade, which is the sort of thing sects go to war over. I gave Lin Yuan the 9 heavens Yi Bo art and watched a grown man's hands shake. Young master, he could barely get it out. This is heaven grade. Yes, I cannot. You can. There are conditions. You never tell anyone where it came from. Not your family, not the Marquis, not my mother, especially not my mother. They both knelt and I let them because there are moments when refusing the gesture insults the person making it. 2 days after that, my aunt arrived. Lin Mingxu, my mother's younger sister, Purple Mansion realm at an age that made people quietly furious about it. A sword style called the Frost Sword Formation and a facial expression that suggested the entire world was slightly beneath her and had been for some time. The Marquis Linyu residence had assigned her to be my bodyguard. I will guard you, she said, in the tone of a woman accepting a punishment. Thank you, Auntie. Now I need a favor. Already. Put your people around my mother. Not around me, she frowned. The Marquis assigned me to you. My mother only ever reports good news, I said. She has been doing it since I was born. If somebody breaks her arm, she will tell me the weather has been lovely. I need people near her who will tell me the truth, and they cannot be my people because she knows all my people by name. My aunt looked at me for a long moment. You are 10, she said. Also, Auntie, I am aware that you did not come here entirely to guard me. You came because you have wanted an excuse to put a sword through my father for about 8 years. Her face did not change, but she looked up at the sky and held it there for a while. She was going to do that a lot over the next 6 years. I began to think of it as her hobby. The next 2 months I spent in my own courtyard doing 3 things at once. The first was the 3 pure ones. I sat with my palm open and worked at it until 3 little points of light came loose and floated above my hand. A demonic thought, black. A murderous thought, gray. An evil thought, white. They were not separate people. They were me, split off, 3 pieces of my own mind that could be poured into other bodies and would think exactly what I would think and want exactly what I wanted. In a court where a man's own brother sells him for a provincial governorship, this was the most valuable thing I owned. The second was the 6 paths, which was less a technique than a business plan I had been handed by a dead god. 6 roads, heavenly Dao to govern, human Dao to hold the money, Asura for killing, hungry ghost for information, hell for punishment, animal for beasts and the Yao races, 6 departments, 6 people at the top of them, eventually each one bound to me by a thread of karma so that I would feel it the moment they thought about the door. I did not have the people yet, I had the org chart. I've always found that starting with the org chart is a sign of a serious individual. The third thing was reading the news, and one item stayed with me. The son of the Minister of Rights, the Li family. The boy had been captured and something had been cut out of him. A dragon bone grown in his spine, an ancestral treasure of the family, and whoever took it had left the child alive, and the child had lived. And within a month, every single servant in the Li household had been replaced, alive, after having his lineage torn out of his back, a house purged clean around him. Lord Song's son, I said to the empty room, maybe what my previous world would have called the protagonist, son of destiny, chosen one, that kind of thing. I thought about that for a while. I should meet him early, I decided, while he is still cheap. At the end of the 2nd month, my father came home. The whole capital went out to the north gate for it. Prince Rui, returning from 8 years on the frontier, victorious, with the Kanghai guard behind him and banners the size of ships. I stood at the front of the reception line, in my best clothes with my hair done, next to Li Wei. About 90 seconds before my father came through the gate, I turned to my steward, conversational voice, conversational volume, in front of roughly 40 of the most important people in the dynasty. Steward on, do you think father will punish me for the incident in the street? And by the way, what exactly did you write about me in your letter to him last month? Li Wei's face fell off. 40 heads turned. 40 people looked at a household steward who had been writing to his master about his master's own son. Young master, Never mind, I said kindly. It is good that father is kept informed. Li Wei stood next to me for the rest of the morning, in front of everyone, with his career leaking quietly onto the flagstones. Then, a servant brought around the ceremonial wine for the welcome, and I took my cup, and I walked over to where Minister Lu Jingchuan was standing with the treasury officials. I did not throw it at him. That would have been an incident. I poured it out on the ground in a slow half circle at his feet, which is a gesture of respect to the dead. Minister Lu, I said warmly, Congratulations on the prince's return. Not very harmful, extremely insulting. Somebody landed next to me with a thump that cracked a flagstone. My third uncle, the warrior king Chen Long, 7 feet of general, with a halberd across his back and a beard that had its own weather. Ha ha ha. It came out of him like a wall falling over. You are interesting. I like you. Fourth imperial uncle. You just poured wine for a living man in front of the Ministry of Revenue. He looked thirsty. Then the drums and the gate and my father came through it on a black horse with a spear across his saddle, and the crowd made the noise crowds make. Chen Feng, Prince Rui, second prince of Great Yu, broad-weathered, handsome the way a cliff is handsome. He had left when I was 2, and I genuinely could not have picked him out of a room. And halfway down the column, one of the carriages lifted its curtain, and a woman looked out at the capital for the first time. Wang Maifeng. She let the whole street see her face deliberately for about 4 seconds and then let the curtain drop. I watched her do it, and I understood the entire 8 years in one motion. Well, I murmured, a men on the frontier will eat anything, I suppose. Father must have been very hungry. Sulan made a noise like a kettle and had to look at the ground. The public part was a masterpiece of a certain kind. My fourth uncle got there first. Prince Xiang, all smiles, hands out. Second brother, 8 years. And you have come back with a beautiful concubine and a fine young son as well. Congratulations, truly, congratulations. The warrior king put his hand on my father's shoulder hard enough to bend him. 2 sons, he boomed. Efficient man. My father's jaw worked. There was nothing to say. Every word of it was a compliment, and every word of it was a knife, and he had to stand there and receive them in front of the assembled court, while my mother stood 8 feet away with her chin up and her face perfectly serene. Then he turned and looked at me for the first time in 8 years, and he reached out to put his hand on my shoulder, and I stepped back. I want to be precise about this. I did not flinch. I did not stumble. I used the heavenly dragon's swimming body steps, a technique of the imperial clan, and I took one clean gliding half-pace backward out of my father's reach in the North Gate Square in front of the assembled nobility of Great Yu. You could hear it. That is the strange thing. A square with 1,000 people in it made a sound like a held breath. My father's hands stayed in the air. My mother stepped in smoothly, laughing. Wonderful. Forgive him, my lord. Hanger has not seen you since he was 2. To him, you are a stranger. We are all a little shy today. And off to the side, an 8-year-old boy in new clothes was looking at me with a hatred so complete and so carefully taught that it was almost impressive. Chen Zihei, my little brother, allegedly. I gave him a warm smile and a small friendly wave. He went purple. Behind him, my cousin Chen Zi was escorting my second sister and her handsome new fiancé forward to greet the returning hero. Everyone was smiling. Everyone had their hands where everyone could see them, and I stood there in the middle of my family and thought, what a wonderful house, what a warm and welcoming home. That night, my father summoned me for the negotiation, which is a strange word for a conversation between a man and his 10-year-old son, but it is the correct one. He offered to teach me personally. Every morning, spearwork, the imperial fist arts, the family techniques. Thank you, father. The 8th and 9th grand uncles have already been instructing me. That landed. He had not known about that. Then what do you want? 120 Yao beasts of the innate realm, I said. He blinked. You hunted one every month for 8 years for the boy on the frontier, I said. That is 120. I would like the same. Wen Yuan, it is not about the beasts, father. I can buy beasts. It is about what it represents. I put my hands behind my back the way he did. It represents a father's love, and when 120 Yao beast corpses are carried down the main street of Tiandu and in through the gate of Prince Rui's mansion, the whole world will know exactly how much my father values me. This is very important to my face. I am sure father understands the importance of face. My father looked at me for a long moment, and something behind his eyes closed. Fine, he said. Chen Zihai, who had been standing in the corner being ignored, chose that exact moment to speak up. I will surpass you, he said. I will challenge you when I am older. I turned around. Then you might have the honor of being my first kill, I said quite pleasantly. I will smash your head into a pulp with one punch, little brother. I have already worked out the angle. My father started up out of his chair. And I turned back to him with the brightest, warmest, most sincere smile I could manufacture and said, I actually have a very good impression of this little brother. His chubby little face must be very interesting to see when he twisted up like that. He sat back down. He did not have a single thing to say. What was he going to do? Defend the child born out of wedlock in front of the child in the register? The 120 beasts came 4 days later. They came up the main avenue on carts, one after another, innate realm corpses the size of oxen. The entire capital came out to watch them go through the gate of Prince Rui's mansion, and every single person in that street did the arithmetic and arrived at the number 8 years. I kept 2, one for Sulan and one for Lin Yuan. The other 118 went into the furnace, and my innate realm cultivation went up like a house with a gas leak. That same week, my mother went to the imperial clan court and formally, humbly, graciously requested that a concubine be entered into the register of Prince Rui's mansion, and that the boy be added to the imperial genealogy. It was the most generous thing anyone had done in Tiandu that year. Everyone said so. Everyone talked about it for weeks, and every single one of those conversations ended with the words 8 years ago. Retreat is only a retreat if you are moving away from something you wanted. Then my father started teaching us both every morning, and I discovered a new hobby. The game was simple. In front of my father, I was the perfect elder brother, patient, encouraging. I corrected Chen Zihai's stance gently. I praised his effort. I fetched him water. The instant my father turned his back, I would say something quiet and surgical, and Chen Zihai, who was 8 and had been raised for 8 years to believe that everything I had was stolen from him, would explode. Every time, every single morning, 12 mornings in a row, and every time my father turned back around, he saw his eldest son standing calmly with his hands folded and his younger son screaming. By the 11th morning, my father was scolding Chen Zihai, my father who had spent a decade rearranging his life around this child. "Father," I said, on the 12th morning, "you look so tired. Please sit down and rest. Today, let me teach Chen Zihai." My aunt Lin Mingxiu looked up at the sky. That was when my father, who was not a stupid man and had finally worked out that his mornings were not going to improve, announced that both of us would be attending the Thai Academy immediately, and that I, as the elder brother, would take good care of my little brother. "Of course, father," I said. I went back to my courtyard and gave Sulan a wardrobe order. White scholars' robes for daytime, 6 sets, very clean, very simple, very virtuous. "Yes, young master." And a set in black, all black, cloth over the shoes. Sulan's brush stopped. "For going out at night," I said, "to do bad things." The bad things started sooner than I expected, because 2 days later, my intelligence came in, and the intelligence was that Wang Meifeng was going to move at my second sister's wedding banquet. Lin Yuan wanted to counterplot, have people in place, catch her in the act, expose her in front of the court. That, I said, is the single most foolish plan I have ever heard. You want to wait until she swings the knife and then prove she swung it. Why would I let her swing at all? The plan had a shape, and the shape had a hinge, and the hinge was an old woman named Auntie Zhang, Wang Meifeng's nanny, who had raised her from a baby and would go into a fire for her. Auntie Zhang had one problem in the world, her son. His name was Zhang Kai, and he was a gambler, and he was the good kind of gambler from my point of view, which is the kind that loses. We took him out of a den on the east side, owing more money than his mother earned in 4 years, and we took him to a farmhouse outside the city, and I sent for her. She came in and saw her son on the floor of a farmhouse with strangers standing over him, and she started to make a noise. "Stop crying," I said. "Your voice is genuinely awful. Has anyone told you? Somebody should have told you." She threw herself at my feet. "Auntie," I said, "let us be clear about the situation, because you are upset and upset people miss details. Your son is a gambler. He has taken every coin you ever earned in a house where they call you granny and mean it, and he has handed it across a table to men who laughed at him. He owes 40,000. He does not have 40,000. In 11 days, men were going to come for him, and you were never going to see him again, and you were going to spend the rest of your life telling people he had gone south for work." She stopped making the noise. "I have paid it," I said, "this morning, in full." Her mouth opened. "You should thank me," I said, "but you are not going to thank me, because you are already working out how to tell Madame Wang about this the moment you leave, and that is why he is going to stay here." "My lord," she started, and then she got her spine back because she was a tough old woman, and she had been in a great house for 40 years. "Prince Rai will hear of this." "Excellent," I said. "Let us go and tell him together right now. Let us tell my father that his outer wife's nanny had a son who gambled away her wages, and that the young master of the house settled the debt. He will be delighted with me. He may even smile. I have never seen it, and I am curious." She sat down on the floor. "What do you want?" "The wedding," I said. "What is she doing at the wedding?" It came out in pieces, and when it was all out, I sat back and had to admire it, because it was a genuinely good plan. Duke Zhaochong, a man whose father had saved my mother's father's life on a battlefield, which had bought his family standing access to the Marquis Linyu residence for 2 generations, which meant that as a boy he had been in and out of the house where my mother grew up. Childhood friends, nothing more than that, ever. But nothing more than that is not what a rumor needs. The plan was to get my mother and the Duke Xiao alone in a back courtyard at the wedding banquet, just for a moment, just long enough, and then to make absolutely certain that Prince Rui happened to walk past. That is all it takes. 8 years of my father's guilt would flip over in one heartbeat into 8 years of grievance, and he would take it gratefully, because a man who has done something unforgivable will pay anything for permission to be the injured party instead. Auntie, I said, you have just saved your son's life. Congratulations. She sagged with relief. You are dreaming, I said. She looked up. Your son is a hostage, I said. That is what a hostage is. You do not get him back for telling me one thing. You get to keep him alive for telling me the next thing, and the thing after that, for as long as I need you. Now, new instructions. I counted them off. You will go back to Madame Wang, and you will suggest to her that the real solution to me is poison. Slow, cumulative. And you will suggest that the best delivery is a medicinal pill, because the young master of Prince Rui's mansion eats 6 of those a day and never looks at them. Snacks would also work. I am particularly fond of dried little fish. She stared at me. And you will insist that the purchase go through an outside buyer with no connection to the family, because Madame Wang is a careful woman and she will be pleased that you thought of it. I stood up. You have been very helpful. I said, go home. She went home. I looked at Shanghai on the floor. I had already decided this before she walked in, but I wanted her out of the room because I am not a monster. Lin Yuan, Sulan. They both went very still. You have each killed nothing, I said. That has to stop today, and it is better that it stops here, with a man who beat his own mother for coin money than in an alley when it matters. Lin Yuan's arrow went through him from behind. Sulan's knife finished it. Neither of them was steady, and neither of them looked away. And afterward, Sulan sat on the step outside for a while, and I let her. We used the dissolving powder, and then we burned the farmhouse, and the smoke went up over the fields, and that was Zhang Kai. She will find out, Lin Wan said quietly on the road back. She will not. She will be told he is being kept somewhere in the south. She will believe it for as long as she needs to, and belief is the only part of this that does any work. I looked out at the road. Auntie should have read more books. Anyone who has read a book knows how hostages end. A week of peace followed, and I used it to do the single most enjoyable thing I did that entire year. My father, glowing with paternal satisfaction, watched me sit his 2 sons down together and share out my personal supply of Imperial Extreme nascent core pills. I saved them, I told him. I have been saving them for months. Little brother needs them more than I do. His foundation is weaker. Chen Zihai did not want to take them from my hand and could not refuse in front of our father. I fed him 10 of them over 4 days, and I refined the last of them myself, personally, sitting beside him. And my father watched me do it with an expression I had never seen on his face before and did not see again for 6 years. They were the Liu family's poison, every last one. The withered black thread that had been sitting in a jar in my furnace since the day I woke up, folded neatly into a beautiful little pill and handed to a boy by his loving elder brother in front of a beaming audience. My aunt worked it out on the 3rd day. She looked up at the sky for a very long time. I also lent him books, rare classics by great Confucian scholars, the sort of thing an 8-year-old is expected to copy out by hand for practice. He copied them for weeks. He was extremely proud of it. Now, the Duke Zhao, I had a week and I spent it on him. Zhao Chong, 41, innate realm, head of a house that had been sliding for 2 generations because his father had been a hero and he had been a hero's son, which meant debts, and a mansion he could not afford to heat, and a title with nothing under it. And now he had found a buyer for the one asset he had left, which was the fact that he had known my mother when they were children. The plan for the wedding day was 4 lines long. Sulan does not leave my mother's side, ever, at any point, for any reason. Lin Yuan takes a position on the roof of the west gate with a very large quantity of firecrackers. My aunt stays near the banquet as the backstop, and I would be somewhere else entirely. Half a quarter of an hour, I said. That is all I need. The wedding day arrived, and the first thing that happened was that I got mobbed by children. The Jiang clan breeds like a problem. There were 9 or 10 of them clustered at the door doing the traditional business of blocking the groom, and they swarmed me the moment I appeared. Chen Zilin, 9, who had announced at the age of 6 that she was going to be a female general and had not been talked out of it since. Chen Zixiao and Chen Ziyong, small, loud, interchangeable. Chen Zibai, Prince Xiang's son, who smiled exactly like his father and stood exactly where he could hear the most. And Chen Ziqiang, Prince Yan's daughter, who was 11 and built like a door and had a bag of dried meat. I pinched Wenyui's cheek until she squeaked, and I took the dried meat out of Wenqiang's hand and ate a piece of it. Too salty today, I said, handing the bag back. You'd remind the cook to use less salt. A voice came out of the corridor behind me like a landslide clearing its throat. Do you believe, said my 5th uncle, in my enormous fist? Prince Yan, Chen Guang, half barbarian on his mother's side, built like a siege engine, and cursed with a family technique that made his ordinary speaking voice a public event. I turned around, raised my hand, and swore a lightning oath on the spot to protect Chen Ziqiang for as long as I lived. There was a silence. Well, said Prince Yan, enormously pleased. Well, good boy. I made a note. Fifth uncle, barbarian ancestry, marginal, no path to the throne, no allies, a daughter he adores. Cheap now, expensive later. Then I went to see my sister and I did it properly, which meant skipping the entire door-blocking circus. She was sitting in the bridal room in red with her hair done in the way it is only done once, and she was so pleased to see me that she forgot to be dignified. Elder sister, I said, I have thought about this carefully, and I want you to know that Han Chen is not good enough for you. He is a toad. He will betray you eventually. If you do not want to do this, say so now, and I will go outside and make a scene so large that the wedding will simply stop happening. I have already worked out 3 ways. She laughed until she had to hold her headdress. So in your eyes, she said, I am the most beautiful woman in the world. In my heart, my mother is number 1 and my elder sister is number 2, I said. I am not joking. I mean it exactly. She stopped laughing. Youngest brother, she said. Thank you, but no. Then our grandmother sent a eunuch in to warn the little tyrant of Tiandu that if he ruined this wedding, there would be consequences. And then our grandmother sent a second eunuch to physically remove me from the bridal room. And I went. I have thought about that conversation a great deal since. The banquet started. The gongs went. Somebody set off the first string of firecrackers, and Lin Yuan, 3 streets away on a roof, set off about 400 more. Under that noise, you could have knocked down a wall. The Duke Zhao's carriage was on the east road, and Lin Yuan's first arrow took the lead horse's harness apart. The carriage stopped. The driver came down, and I put him on the ground, and the 2 guards after him, and then I opened the door. Zhao Chong came out with his blade already drawn, because he was not a coward, whatever else he was. Pick that up properly, I said. Fight me with everything you have. Do not insult me. He looked at a 10-year-old boy standing in the road in black. Then he came at me with the thunderclap blade, the technique his father had used to kill the Duke of Qing on a battlefield when he was a common soldier with nothing. I let him get 2 moves in. I wanted to see it. Then I hit him twice. The first one broke the blade at the guard. The second one put him on his back in the road, and he stayed there. And the whole thing had taken less time than it takes to pour tea. Your father, I said, standing over him, came up out of the ranks and killed a duke with that technique. You are his son, and you had 6 years of the best instruction money can buy, and you could not land a strike on a child. I am genuinely disappointed. I came here expecting something. Show me. He tried to get up and discovered that he was not going to. Who paid you? I said. He told me. It took a while, but he told me all of it. Wang Meifeng, a promise of restoration, the debts, the arrangement, the courtyard, the timing, the signal. Thank you, I said. You are going to kill me. No, that got his attention. If you die tonight, I said, the court investigates a murder, and murders are boring. They get filed. If you live, the court investigates an attack on a duke of the realm in the street during an imperial wedding, and that gets a commission with a budget. And every road that commission walks down leads to a certain family because that is where the money came from. I crouched down. You are worth much more to me talking. I stood up and looked around at his broken carriage. In my eyes, I said, the Marquise Linyu residence is a quagmire. Prince Rui's mansion is a sea of suffering, and the Duke Zhou's mansion is a pit of fire. You climbed out of the fire and into my mother's business. That was the mistake. Then I walked back to my sister's wedding and was in my seat before the incense had finished burning, with not one mark on me. My aunt found me at the table. Is your realm truly gathering spirit? She said. Auntie, this is a wedding. You left him alive. I left him alive on purpose. He is now the loudest possible piece of evidence, and he is going to be carried into Dali Temple in front of everybody, and everybody is going to want to know who wanted a duke ruined during an imperial wedding. She thought about it, and then she said slowly, so you did not kill him. You made sure he would rather have died. You are getting very good at this. Can I hit Wang Meifeng? She said. Later, when it is convenient. I explained the quagmire line to her while she thought about it because she deserved to hear it. Your family needs a daughter inside the imperial family. That is the whole purpose of the arrangement. That is why my mother was married at 17, and that is why, no matter what my father does, the Marquis Linyu residence will never let her leave. She can never wash it off. She is standing in it, and every year it comes up a little higher, and the Bai family calls it a strategic position. My aunt did not look at the sky that time. An hour into the banquet, a maid came and whispered to my mother that there was a matter in the back courtyard requiring the princess. My mother rose and went. I stood up to follow her, and my father put his hand on my shoulder and told me to sit down and stop embarrassing the family. I turned around and looked up at him, and I let him see it. All of it. The thing behind my eyes that I usually kept folded away. If my mother is not hurt today, I said quietly, so that only the 11 nearest people could hear, you will all live. If anything happens to my mother, I promise you that this entire family will be wiped out. Every branch, I will do it myself, and I will take my time. Something moved across my father's face. I raised my voice. Father, I said, choose right now in front of everyone. Because that is the whole trick. Never let a man decide in private. In private, a man weighs things. In public, a man has an audience, and an audience makes the decision for him. My father's hand came off my shoulder and he roared one word. Kill them. Li Wei moved. 3 servants, who had been standing very carefully near the back corridor, never made it to the door. Remember their names, I said over the noise. Their households and their families. I will settle those accounts one at a time later. And then we got to the back courtyard, and it was empty. Completely empty. Swept. A formation array had been laid into the floor tiles, and the Duke Zhao was supposed to be standing on it, and my mother was supposed to be standing across from him, and my father was supposed to walk in. Instead, the room was bare, and my mother was standing in the doorway with her sleeves folded, and Sulan was at her shoulder, because Sulan had not left her side for 6 hours. My mother had emptied it herself an hour before the banquet. My father took the door off its hinges and destroyed the array in the floor with one strike, and half the wedding saw him do it, and every single guest understood at once that a trap had been laid inside an imperial wedding for the princess of Prince Rui's mansion. That was the moment Wang Meifeng's 8 years ended, and she was not even in the room when it happened. She arrived about 40 seconds later, which is a very bad time to arrive. I do not know what she thought she was going to accomplish. She came at me with her hands out, and her face gone completely off its hinges, and I did the obvious thing, which was to reach sideways, take hold of Chen Zihai, and hold him up in front of me. She stopped so hard she nearly fell over. Then my mother hit her, and my aunt hit her, and it got extremely lively, at which point my aunt Lin Mingchu, having run out of Wang Meifeng, turned and put 10 sword flashes into my father. 10 in front of everybody. A purple mansion cultivator opening up on a prince of the realm at his own niece's wedding. Auntie, I called. Can you manage not to stutter more? As though my father blocked them all and stood there with his robe and ribbons and his face like a thundercloud. Does father only know how to be impotent and furious? I said. That is not a question. It is an observation. You are standing in the middle of your own house, and half the people in it were working for someone else, and you did not know, and you still do not want to know. Your heart is leaning towards the abyss, and you keep telling yourself it is balance. Then I walked out to the front yard, found Li Wei, and lied to him. Father's orders, I said, out of breath, urgent. The families of the servants involved, all of them. He wants it done tonight before Dali Temple can take statements, or Madame Wang will be dragged into it, and the prince wants her protected. Li Wei hesitated for about 2 seconds. It made a horrible kind of sense. That is what a good lie is. He did it, and so by morning, every witness who could have connected the back courtyard to Wang Meifeng had been eliminated on the personal order of Prince Rui, which meant she could never be formally charged, which meant she could never be formally cleared, which meant she could never, under any circumstances, be brought into Prince Rui's mansion as a concubine, which meant that she stayed outside the walls and her son stayed inside them. A boy in his father's house without his mother is not a son, he is a deposit. The second father-son conversation happened the next morning, and it went about as well as the first. Do you understand what you have done wrong? What have I done wrong? I said. Father favors his outer wife over his own princess. The entire world knows. I cannot lift my head when I walk through a market. Children sing about it. Shall I list the verses? You falsely conveyed my orders. I did, I agreed. And meanwhile, I have been sending medicinal pills to that ungrateful boy every single day out of my own allotment, while his mother was arranging to have me destroyed. Father, when you weigh those two things, do they truly come out where you have put them? He hit the table hard enough to crack it. I never had any expectations of you, he said, but you took advantage of me. You used me. You treated your own father like a fool in front of the court. I walked to the door. Yes, I said, and went out. Unfilial son, he shouted after me. Within a day, Li Wei had been transferred out of my courtyard, and a new man had been installed. Zheng Wei, polite, competent, watchful, and reporting everything. Fine, I have never objected to being watched. It saves me having to tell people things. 3 days later, the heir's share of medicinal pills arrived from my father's own stores, and I put them in the furnace, and the furnace politely separated out the extra ingredient. Withered vine binding yuan poison. It does not touch the mind. It goes into the meridians and the dantian and slowly closes them like ivy on a wall until one day a promising young cultivator discovers he has stopped advancing and will never start again. Not the Liu family's usual work. Different hand, different school. I looked at Zhang Wei, my new steward, who had come back to the capital with the prince's baggage train from the the frontier and had been assigned to my courtyard by my father personally. Give him the medicine, I said. Let him try it. The Duke Zhao case broke open exactly on schedule. The sixth master brought it up in the library, drunk, examining a shelf. Kid, he said, you did not do that thing to the Duke Zhao, did you? I did not do it. Ninth grand uncle, I am 10 years old. Zhao Long of the Tianshu Guard had the case. And the interesting part, the part I sat with for 2 days, was that the Liu family had immediately and enthusiastically volunteered to help investigate it, which made no sense. The Liu family was supposedly my father's ally. My father's greatest current political vulnerability was the woman and the child, and here they were throwing resources at a case that could only ever end in one place. Unless the Liu family had never been my father's ally at all, unless somebody had bought the Ministry of Revenue before my father got there and had been quietly renting it back to him for 8 years. I did not know whose hand it was yet, but I had found the shape of the hand. Then Auntie Zhang asked to see her son. That was the bait, and it was such obvious bait that I almost felt insulted. The Liu family had put her up to it. They wanted to see if the boy would twitch. I went. Of course I went. And I walked into the room where Liu Cheng, Vice Minister of Works and Wang Meifeng's brother, was waiting to be very disappointed in me. And before he had finished his first sentence, I turned to Auntie Zhang and bowed. Auntie Tang, I said, warmly, loudly to the whole room. I have wanted to thank you properly. If you had not come to warn me about the poison, I would never have found out in time. The room went silent. Auntie Zhang's face turned the color of paper. Poison? Said Liu Cheng. Oh, I said, did nobody tell you? Someone has been putting poison in my medicinal pills, not the mind kind, a new one. Auntie Tang came to me privately because she could not bear it. She has been in this family 40 years, you know. Liu Cheng looked at the old woman. The old woman could not say a single word because every word she could say began with an explanation of what she had actually been doing in my farmhouse. And then, because I was having a good time, I dropped the second one. Of course, I said. Before I knew the pills were poisoned, I gave several of them to Qin Zihai. Silence. I wanted to be a good elder brother, I said. I gave him 10. I helped him refine them personally. I sat with him. Wang Meifeng came off the wall like something out of a well. I already had the crossbow out. It was a small one, a gift from the sixth master, and it was very badly poisoned indeed. I fired it into her chest at 9 paces. My father caught the bolt out of the air with his bare hand. I want you to understand that this was the finest thing I saw in my entire 10th year. Father, I said into the silence, why would you catch it with your hand? That bolt is poisoned. You truly do love this mistress. Silent. His arm had already gone gray to the elbow. Do not look at me like that. There is no antidote, I said. And then to the room. Well, stop watching the show. Somebody go and save him. They carried my father out. Auntie Zhang was found dead that night. Suicide. Overcome with shame, according to the Liu family, which was precisely the point. I had spent one afternoon making that old woman look like my informant. The Liu family did the rest inside 8 hours. The only living witness to that farmhouse was gone, killed by the very people she had been protecting, at no cost to me whatsoever. Meanwhile, the physicians confirmed that Chen Zihai had been comprehensively poisoned over a period of days. Foundation ruined. His cultivation would never go anywhere. Every drop of it delivered by his loving elder brother in front of a delighted father. Ye Xuewu, the commander of the Tianshu Guard, arrived the next morning, and I watched him take one look at the room and visibly consider walking back out. I hit him first. Commander, I request the arrest of the Liu family for the murder of the servant Tang, a member of the household of Prince Rui's mansion, who had come forward with information about an attempt on the life of an imperial grandson. Liu Cheng's face did something remarkable as he worked out in real time that he had personally arranged the death of his own family's only witness. My uncle Bai Yunmo, the current Marquis Linyu, spoke up without being asked. Regarding the day of the wedding, he said, Hanger never left the princess's residence. I can vouch for that personally. Which was a lie, and he knew it was a lie, and he said it in front of the commander of the Tianshu Guard, and that told me exactly how much the Bai family had decided I was worth. My father, gray-armed and propped in a chair, asked me directly, did you attack the Duke Zhao? Does father suspect me? I have a feeling the Liu family arranged all of this deliberately to frame me. Father should keep in mind that I am still a child. My mother, in her capacity as princess of Prince Rui's mansion, formally ruled that Wang Meifeng's conduct rendered her unfit to be entered into the register as a concubine, and I demanded 100,000 spirit stones in compensation. My uncle backed the number instantly, and I got it, and I felt very pleased with myself for approximately 9 seconds, because then my father took the demand and turned it and used it as leverage to squeeze the Liu family for a great deal more than 100,000 on his own account for his own faction. What a dog this man was. I had made the knife. knife. He picked it up off the table and used it and did not look at me once. Yejuvu caught me alone on the way out. The wounds on the Duke Zhao, he said. The fist marks are from an imperial technique. So is the blade work. I know, I said. I did that on purpose. He stopped walking. You could not arrest me, I said. I am 10, and my grandfather is the emperor. So the moment you saw imperial marks, you had to investigate in another direction entirely. And the other direction is the Liu family. You have been working for me for 11 days, Commander. I have appreciated it. I offered him half the 100,000. He declined, which I respected, and I made a note of it, which he probably assumed. The Liu family paid the compensation and handed over a scapegoat, some third cousin who confessed to everything and was executed with commendable speed, and that was the end of the first year. Except for one thing, which I noticed at the end of the victory banquet and did not tell anybody for 6 years. I was standing at the junior table watching Chen Zihai across the hall, and I was doing the thing I had been doing for weeks, which was comparing his face to mine. We did not look alike. Fine. Half brothers, different mothers. I compared his face to my father's. Nothing. Not the jaw, not the brow, not the set of the eyes, nothing at all. And then Prince Yang laughed at something at the high table and turned his head, and I saw the exact angle of that turn on an 8-year-old boy sitting 40 feet away. I stood there with a cup of plum juice in my hand and did not change my expression by a single degree. Time would prove it. Children grow into their faces. In 6 or 7 years, Chen Zihai was going to walk into a room and every person in it was going to see my fourth uncle walking in, and until that day, I was going to say absolutely nothing, because that card does not destroy one man. That card destroys two. My father, for 8 years of being the most thoroughly deceived man in Great Yu, and my fourth uncle, for what he did to a brother's household while that brother was at the border being a hero. I put it in my pocket and I carried it for 6 years. The victory banquet at Fengtian Hall was the largest gathering I had ever seen. Everyone who mattered in Great Yu was in one room, which is a thing that happens roughly once a decade and is always worth studying. The old emperor came last. Everyone in that hall went down, not a rustle, not a cough. My grandfather walked the length of Fengtian Hall in complete silence, white-haired, unhurried, over 100 years on the throne, and there was nothing on his face at all. That is what absolute power looks like. It does not perform. Nobody in that room was afraid of anything he might do. They were afraid of him. He gave the first cup to my father. And he had brought Consort Su with him, which set the entire hall whispering because Consort Su was my fourth uncle's mother, and Consort Su had come from the Su clan, and the Su clan had been exterminated to the last child a generation ago by imperial decree. Everyone in that room spent the rest of the evening trying to work out what it meant. I was among them. I got it wrong. At the junior table, I found something better than politics. There was a boy sitting at the end of it that nobody was talking to except to laugh at him. 15 or so, thin, straight-backed, eating steadily, and pretending very hard to be somewhere else. Han Xiaolong, crown prince of Great Xia, the strongest of the 4 dynasties, sent here as a hostage 6 years ago, and then quietly abandoned by his stepmother, the Empress Gao Wenli, who had stopped answering letters and had, according to the rumor, arranged 3 separate accidents for him since. The loudest of the boys mocking him was a fat-necked idiot called Zhao Ming, whose father, Shenser Zhao Fan, was the man who had written the memorial suggesting that imperial grandsons should be sent to the Tai Academy. I looked at Han Xiaolong for a long time. Crown prince of the strongest dynasty in the world, excellent talent, abandoned by everyone, currently being laughed at over the fish course. Nobody on earth would care if he died, and nobody on earth would notice if he did not. He met the requirements exactly. What a nice name, I said quietly. He just needs an opportunity. Sulan looked at me. Then the Marquise Huayu, Wei Yiwa, came over to complain that I had used his son as a human shield in the street. Marquise, I said. I did, and I would like to explain why. Your son said something about my mother. I will not repeat it because I would not put those words in the air near you since you have a wife of your own, and I imagine you would not enjoy hearing her described that way by a 14-year-old in a public road. The Marquis Huayu turned an interesting color. But he is young, I said, and I am younger, and I apologize sincerely for handling it as I did. My father from behind me paid the Marquis an Imperial Extreme Foundation pill worth 3,000 spirit stones to make the whole thing go away. His son, Wei Lei, came and found me 2 weeks later at the Tai Academy and asked if he could follow me. I said yes. That is the thing about apologizing to a man in front of his peers with a barb in it. His son hears the barb. The Tai Academy was where I really began. On the first morning, I walked into the preschool class where all the small Jiang cousins were, and I introduced myself. Call me youngest brother, I said, and wait for me after class at noon. Then I went to the gifted class where Han Qing, brother of my sister's fiancé, was sitting in the front row. I put my hand on his shoulder and pushed a little internal energy through it, and he got up and moved. And I sat down. The headmaster came in and looked at me. Zhou Anwen, chief minister of the Thai Academy, the most respected Confucian scholar in Great Yu, who had been personally asked to look after me by my father and by my grandfather Marquis Lin Yu, and by the imperial clan court, and by Phoenix Palace. 4 separate powers had asked this one old man to civilize me. He was in an impossible position, and he knew it, and he was going to try anyway, which is why I ended up liking him. At noon, I collected the preschool class. To practice boxing, I explained to 8 small children, you have to hit people. Books are not going to do it. Today, we are going to practice on Wangbo and on Han Qing, and this is called winning people over with virtue. Did Master Shu not teach you? Our fists are our virtue. They believed me. They were 7. Afterward, I drew a little fist mark on each of their palms with ink as a reward, and they were more pleased with that than with anything else that year. Then I set up the business. 10 spirit stones a day from every noble son in the Thai Academy, 300 a month payable on the 1st. Late payment resulted in daily beatings administered by an enthusiastic squad of 7-year-olds with imperial surnames whom nobody could touch. I paid each cousin 1 spirit stone a month, which they considered a fortune. Weilei handled collections. He was very good at it, and in the mornings in class, I became Zhou Anwen's finest student. I meant it too. I read everything he gave me. I could argue the classics against men 3 times my age within a month, and the old man began to look genuinely hopeful, and I was not lying to him exactly. I just understood the material differently than he did. Because what Confucian moral philosophy actually is, if you strip the sincerity out of it, is the most sophisticated system of social obligation ever built. It tells a man exactly what he owes, and to whom, and in what order, and it makes it shameful to refuse. Point it at yourself, and it is a discipline. Point it at other people, and it is a weapon with a 2,000-year warranty. As long as you treat what you have learned as a tool, I wrote in my notes that month, it can be made extremely sharp. That summer, I sent everyone out of my courtyard, sat down on the floor, and broke into the true essence realm. The energy in my belly had been a spring, then a stream, and that night it became an ocean. It stopped moving because I told it to, and started moving because it wanted to. A person with ordinary talent gets here at 30. A genuine genius, the kind a family builds a wing for, gets here at 20. I was 10 and a half. Then I went shopping in my own soul. The furnace kept producing lesser fruits, and there were 3 I had been saving for exactly this, because they were all techniques you cannot be seen using. The heaven-stealing star-plucking hand, which is a very poetic name for taking things. The starry sky trampling void step, which folds the distance in front of you down to nothing so that 20 meters becomes 1 step. And the 10,000 soldier slaughter Dao cannon, which does not care what is in your hand. A blade, a brick, a roof tile, a chopstick. Everything is a weapon, and everything is used correctly. Nothing on that list is something a prince of Great Yu practices in the training yard. All 3 of them are for the man in black. Then I made a decision about where to put my growth. The furnace was pouring evolution energy into me faster than my body could sensibly absorb it, and I could choose where it went. Eyes were tempting. A pupil technique is spectacular. Physique was tempting too. Both of those show. I put all of it into my bones. Nobody has ever looked at a man and said, that fellow has suspiciously good bones. And I had a very specific reason to be thinking about bones that season, because the Li family's boy, Song Tianrui, had spent his whole childhood boasting about his miraculous skeleton, and one night, a mysterious and powerful figure had come and taken it out of him. Keep your best asset where nobody can see it. That is not cowardice. That is filing. The next morning, I went and reported to my father as a completely reformed young man. After studying under Minister Shu, I said with my eyes down and my hands folded, I realized that it was wrong of me to bully the weak. What I meant, and what I would have said if the room had been empty, is that the weak are too poor to be worth bullying. There is no return on it. If you beat the cattle and the horses, who exactly is going to pull the cart? My father said good, good, good 3 times in the voice of a man who has been handed an excuse to stop worrying, and opened the family stores to me. My mother, standing behind him, did not say anything at all. Later she told me what she had been thinking, which was, how could a child raised from birth in this house turn into a gentleman in 6 weeks? She had me that one. She always did. Then I took my new white robes and my new folding fan, and I went and used Zhou Anwen like a hammer. The setup took 2 days. I established exactly where the headmaster walked at the end of the morning session and exactly when, and then I arranged for Qin Zihai to be standing in that corridor at that moment, and then I raised my voice. How could you, I said, ringing off the walls, bully your classmates simply because of your position? The imperial line is not about power. It is about honor. If we cannot hold ourselves to a higher standard than a merchant's son, then what exactly is the point of us? Zhou Anwen came around the corner, exactly on schedule, and stopped. I want to be clear that I did not have to say another word. The old man had been sitting on this for a year. He was the most respected Confucian scholar in the dynasty. He had been asked by 4 separate powers to civilize me, and he had spent 12 months watching a household where a woman outside the walls was treated better than a princess inside them. He detonated in the middle of the corridor about the Liu family, about the conduct of a prince who favors an outer wife over his own wedded wife, about what it does to a dynasty when the men at the top treat the rights as decoration. Tomorrow, he said, in front of 40 students, at the morning session, I will impeach Prince Rui. Then I did the most important part. I begged for mercy for my little brother. Master, please do not blame Wengsu. He is only 8. The fault is in how he has been taught. If anything, he should be given more responsibility, not less. Promote him into the gifted class with me, where the standards are higher and the expectations are real. It will be the making of him. Chen Zihai, whose foundation had been comprehensively destroyed by a poison pill administered by his loving elder brother, was promoted into a class of the top talents in the capital, where he would be measured against them every single day in public for years. 5 days later, the censorate impeached my father for favoring a concubine over his wife. Not one censor, the whole office. Once Zhou Anwen moved, every ambitious young official in the censorate piled on, because you cannot be punished for agreeing with the most respected scholar in Great Yu. My grandfather confined my father to his residence to reflect on his conduct. I was heartbroken. I want that on the record. I was visibly and audibly heartbroken, and my mother had to lead me out of the room. The consequences arrived within the week. Chen Zihai's servants were dismissed. His allowance was cut. He was moved out of the good courtyard. My father, sitting alone under house arrest with nothing to do but think, arrived at the conclusion that a father who spoils a child is a father who kills him, and said so out loud, and meant it. I went to see the boy afterward, and I was gentle. This is the last kind thing I will do for you, I said. I could keep working on you. I could arrange things so that you end badly, but I'm not going to bother. I am simply going to let you go to waste. He did not understand it at 8. He understood it at 14, which was the point. Around then I worked out that Zhou Anwen was not free. An old man who is genuinely independent does not get given 4 separate patrons. Somebody was paying for that leash, and the money smelled like either my 3rd or my 4th uncle. So I went to see him privately, and I ended it. Master, you teach in your way. I will learn in mine. We can both pretend this arrangement is what it looks like, and everyone will be happier. But if you are still under the impression that you can steer me by going to my father, please try it, and I guarantee you that your entire family will be wiped out. I said it in exactly the same tone I had used to discuss the Book of Rites 40 minutes earlier. He looked at me for a long time, and then he bowed, and after that, we got on much better. That season, I also cleaned up the street gangs of Tiandu. It played beautifully. The little tyrant reformed, going out at night to break up the extortion rackets in the poor ward. Very moving. Several people wrote poems. What I was actually doing was walking every alley in the capital until I could have drawn the whole city from memory, including the roof lines, including which walls had handholds, including which wards had guard posts that emptied at midnight. And on the 11th night of it, I stopped in the middle of a night market because someone's killing intent had brushed across me. I did not turn around. I bought a bag of roasted chestnuts and I moved on. And when I got home, I described the man in detail to Jiang Wei. Mystic Shadow Division, Great Sha's people in my capital, which meant they were not here for me, which meant they were here for the only citizen of Great Sha currently living in Tiandu. I put on the black clothes that night, and I went to the guest residence with a brick in my hand. I brought a brick because I had the 10,000 soldiers cannon, and because a brick cannot be traced to anybody. I got there in the middle of it. There were dozens of them in that compound, 12 or more at true essence, 30 or more at innate. That is not an assassination. That is a small campaign, and the Tianshu guard had already arrived, and Commander Ye Suiwu was somewhere in the middle of the courtyard fighting for his life in a haze of red. And on the wall stood a man in a robe embroidered with beasts holding a black ruler. Marquis Zhenli Zhao Xuan, one of the great swords of Great Sha. He had come across a border and into a rival capital personally in the night to kill a 15-year-old boy. I used the void step and went 20 meters in a blink and came through the window of the inner room. 5 darts were already in the air. I caught all 5 in one open palm the way you catch rain, and I threw them back. 5 true essence assassins stopped existing in the space of a breath. Then I knocked out the 3 Tianshu guards in the room because I did not want witnesses, and they woke up an hour later with headaches and a story about a masked man. Han Xiaolong was on the floor. He was not going to live. I knew it from 4 paces away. There was a wound through his chest that no medicine in that room was going to argue with, and he was still conscious, and he was looking at the ceiling with his jaw set, refusing to make any noise at all. I crouched down beside him. "You are going to die," I said. "There is no version of tonight where you do not, but if you invite this thing in willingly, of your own choice, then I will grant you one wish, anything, and I will keep it because I am many things, but I have never broken a deal." His eyes came around and found me. I will remember the way he looked at me for the rest of my life. He was 15. He had been sold by his own family to a foreign court at 9, abandoned by his stepmother at 12, laughed at over the fish course at 15, and hunted through his own bedroom by a man his own country had sent. "Save my sister," he said. "Let her live somewhere peaceful. Let her be happy. That is all." Done. The demonic thought went into him. Black runes came up under the skin of his throat and then sank out of sight, and the wound in his chest closed from the inside, and he sat up. "From tonight," I said, "you are the 6th road of reincarnation. You are the heavenly Dao. You are Han Xiaolong." He stood up, rolled his shoulders, and started laughing. Then he walked out into that courtyard and went through 30 innate assassins like a man walking through tall grass, and when he got to the wall, he looked up at Marquise gently and said something quiet that I could not hear from where I was. Whatever it was, Zhao Xuan left immediately. I found out what it was afterward, from the inside, because he was me. Han Xiaolong had never been the crown prince of Great Xia. He had been the crown prince's double, a boy of the right age and the right build, taken from a lesser branch, handed a name and a title, shipped to a foreign country to be the hostage so that the real crown prince, Han Yu, could stay home and be safe, and Marquis Genli knew it. He had helped arrange it. "The game," said Han Xiaolong, walking back to me across a courtyard full of Great Xia's finest, "just got a great deal more fun." The court spent the next 4 days arguing about what to do with him. He had survived an assassination attempt by his own dynasty's greatest sword in our capital, which made him the single most useful diplomatic object in Great Yu. Half the ministers wanted him sent home immediately, armed and angry as a knife to put into Empress Cao Wenli's ribs. I drank tea and listened. Nobody in that hall would ever have guessed that the hostage prince of Great Xia and the 11-year-old boy in the corner were in every way that mattered the same person. Not long after that, my sister invited me to dinner. Chen Mei and her husband Han Chen, who had recently been made deputy commander of the 5 cities garrison, which is a real position with real soldiers, and which he had received because his wife was a princess. I brought everyone. My aunt, Sulan, Lin Yuan, Jiang Wei, and the 3 noble sons who had attached themselves to me at the Thai Academy, Wei Lei and Wu Jing and Gu Yu. The Yajing Glow is a nice restaurant. The innkeeper came up personally to pour the wine. His qi was wrong, not weak, not hostile. Wrong. It was not true qi at all. It had a sour bent quality underneath it, like milk 2 days past. I kept my face pleasant and started talking to Han Chen about his family. "Your brother, Han Qing," I said. "You should take him in hand, and you should look at what your clan is doing with land purchases in the southern counties, because sooner or later, somebody with more energy than me is going to look at it." He thanked me for my concern, smoothly, beautifully. "Also," I said, in exactly the same tone, "we are all going to die shortly. We have walked into an ambush. There are at least 3 of them in this building, and one of them is the man who just poured your wine." My sister was up with her sword out before anybody else had finished processing the sentence. "Chen Zihang," she did not look at me. "Go, find reinforcements. I will hold the stairs." An 11-year-old brother, an assassin ambush, and my second sister put herself in the doorway without a heartbeat of hesitation. I picked up Han Chen's bow off the rack by the wall. There was an assassin coming down the stairs at her back. I put an arrow through him at 9 paces. It went through him, through the wall behind him, and out into the street, because for about half a second, the metal in that shaft came very close to becoming a concept. I felt it happen. I did not understand it yet. I filed it. Then I broke the legs of the second assassin and handed him to Sulan and Lin Yuan. "Practice," I said. "He is at innate. He is also half dead. This is what we call a favorable training environment." The innkeeper came apart, not metaphorically. His skin and everything under it dissolved, and what stood up out of the puddle was a skeleton made of green bone, and the green bone was smiling. Bone erosion, a bone demon of the demonic cult Purple Mansion realm, with a standing bounty from the demon suppression division large enough to buy a county. "What a pity," I said, backing up. This crossbow bolt is beautifully poisoned and you do not have anything for it to get into. Then I tried to hire him. I want to be honest. I tried quite hard. There is no future in the demonic cult, I said. They will use you as a siege tool and then abandon you the moment the demon suppression division gets serious. Come and work for me. I pay in resources. I pay on time. And those who surrender to me are treated to lavish feasts. The green skeleton actually paused. I saw it think about it. That is the part I enjoyed most. Then it decided against, which was a mistake it would live to regret, and split into a dozen green shadows and went out through 4 different windows at once. You cannot kill that thing without finding every fragment, leave one finger bone, and in 9 months, you have a whole demon again. The demon suppression division arrived 11 minutes later, which is a wonderful response time if you are not the one on fire. The man leading them introduced himself as Feng Lei, the minor sword sage, and then spoke to me the way a busy adult speaks to a child who has interrupted something, so I pointed him at my 4th uncle. It went that way, I said, gesturing vaguely northwest, which is where Prince Xiang's mansion sits. Purple mansion. No. Innate. Middle stage at the very most. You will hardly need the whole squad. They went northwest at speed. They went into Prince Xiang's residence at speed. Sometimes the world simply gives you a gift, and the only crime would be to leave it wrapped. The capital went under martial law for 9 days. The 3rd master personally hunted down and destroyed several of the bone fragments, and the underworld of Tiandu had the worst week in its history, because when the imperial clan minister decides to search a city, he does not knock. Prince Xiang's residence was turned over from the roof, down by the demon suppression division, and then turned over again by the 3rd master, who arrived to ask my 4th uncle a series of extremely direct questions about why the demon suppression division had gone there first. And my 3rd uncle, the warrior king, proposed the solution that made everything worse for everyone except me, that each of the 3 princes should personally destroy a demonic cult stronghold to avenge the attack on an imperial grandson. My father took it seriously. That was the part I did not expect. Somewhere in the middle of the martial law and the shouting, some ancient reflex woke up in Chen Feng, and he went out and burned a demonic stronghold to the ground with his own spear and came back and did not mention it to me. I heard about it from a soldier. I did not know what to do with that, so I put it somewhere and did not look at it for 6 years. The demon suppression governor came to my house to complain. Feng Yun, who runs the entire Great Yu branch, arrived with the humiliated Feng Lei trailing behind him like a dog that has been sick on a carpet. You misdirected my men, he said. I said it went in the direction of Prince Xiang's mansion, I said. It did. Prince Xiang's mansion is in the northwest. So is most of the northwest. If I had told you it went in the direction of the royal palace, would you have broken into the royal palace? He started to answer. Governor, I said, forgive me, I am confused. Are you here on behalf of the Demon Suppression Division to apologize? Because a Purple Mansion Bone Demon of the demonic cult was operating a restaurant on Shengtian Avenue in the capital of Great Yu for what my people say is at least 14 months serving lunch to court officials. And your branch arrived 11 minutes after the fighting stopped. I am 11 years old and I found him in about 4 seconds by smelling his wine. Feng Lei's hand went to his sword. I have begun to suspect, I said, that the Great Yu branch of the Demon Suppression Division simply takes our offerings and does nothing at all. A sword cultivator of considerable reputation stood in my courtyard and was dismantled by a child, and there was nothing in it he could grip, because every word of it was true. The house got 2 things out of that week: a commander of the secret guard called Qin Kang, True Essence Peak, assigned to me personally, and a protective mechanism left in my belt by 2 old men in a library without telling me, which I discovered by accident and which was rated to kill a core formation cultivator once. I did not thank them. They would have found it embarrassing. At the New Year banquet, I watched my cousin Chen Ziye work. Everyone in Tiandu had the same opinion of Chen Zi, eldest grandson, son of the dead crown prince, drinks too much, chases entertainment, no ambition, harmless. I watched him for 2 hours. In 2 hours, the harmless drunk had meaningful private conversations with 4 mid-ranking officials from 3 different ministries, and every one of those men left the conversation feeling that they had been the one doing the favor. Nobody plays the fool that well by accident. Playing the fool is expensive. You pay for it every day in how people look at you, and you only pay that price if the thing you are buying is worth more. My cousins arrived from Haran Academy that night. Bai Fengchang, my mother's nephew, straightforward, honest, entirely unequipped for the life he had been born into, and Bai Xiaoluan, who talked more than the 2 of us combined. Bai Fengchang looked at me halfway through the banquet. Cousin, he said slowly, are you about to do something bad? Yes, I said, I am about to do something bad. My cousin is going to keep it a secret. Then I left the party. The Liu family vault is under the east wing of their ancestral compound, and it took me 11 minutes. I bought the mask off a street stall on the way for 4 coppers. The stallholder threw in a paper flower. There were 4 guards at the outer door, and I put all 4 down with 1 palm strike, and there was an old cultivator in the antechamber who was much better than the 4 of them, and I hit him once. The lock on the vault was a rune lock rated against Purple Mansion force. I did not use force. I opened the furnace and let the fire out through my hand, and the lock stopped being a lock in the way that ice stops being ice. Then I stood in the doorway and had one of the great moments of my life. Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in crates stacked to the ceiling, gold, silver, racks of weapons, and in the back, in sealed jade, a 1,000-year treasure medicine and a 3,000-year great medicine, which are the sort of things a family buys once in 4 generations and then argues about for the next 3. You, I said out loud to the empty room, have struck it rich. Every single item went into the furnace, immediately, on sight, not into a bag, into the fire. There is no fence, no ledger, no cart, no witness, and nothing to find because the loot no longer exists as objects, it exists as me. Sulan and Lin Yuan had spent 11 days digging a tunnel, and I went home through it. There was one thing I did not eat. In the deepest box under a trap that would have killed a Purple Mansion cultivator was a piece of animal hide with part of a map burned into it and a technique called the Devouring Essence technique with about 1/3 of it missing. I looked at that for a while. A treasure map fragment and an incomplete forbidden technique is not a prize, it is a summons. Somewhere out there are 4 other fragments and 11 other families and a great deal of shouting, and every single person holding a piece thinks they are the protagonist. I burned both of them in the courtyard. 20 days later, my bones finished changing. I had put every drop of evolution energy into them for 6 months, and I had just eaten a 3,000-year great medicine, and one morning, the process finished, and I lay on the floor of my own room for an hour while my skeleton turned dark gold. The Great Dao Emperor Bone. My aptitude tripled. My comprehension of anything I read roughly doubled, and my body began pulling in ambient spiritual chi at 3 or 4 times the rate it had before, permanently, whether I was paying attention or not. I announced a breakthrough to gathering spirit middle stage and accepted the congratulations of my family. The Liu family robbery was the scandal of the winter. There was no thief. Dali Temple could not find a single trace, and in the course of not finding it, they arrested a great many other people, including 2 burglary rings and a man who had been going through the windows of the Eastern Ward for 11 years. I feel, I said, reading the report at breakfast, that I've made a real contribution to the long-term stability of Tiandu. Everyone suspected me. My father asked me directly. The 3rd master asked me twice. Nobody could prove anything because there was nothing to prove with. And meanwhile, congratulation gifts were arriving all week for my heartwarming breakthrough to gathering spirit middle stage, which is roughly what a talented child achieves at 14. Bai Fengchang's eyelid developed a twitch that lasted 3 weeks. He had been told a joke 12 hours before it happened, and he was going to carry it to his grave. With the leftover gold and about 40 broken divine weapons that were no use to anybody, I had a staff cast, black iron, plain, unadorned, 10,000 jin. Perhaps, I said, hefting it, one day it will grow up into something famous. That spring, the barbarians came to negotiate a 10-year truce, and they brought their children, not as hostages, as a demand. The barbarian delegation insisted on a sparring exchange between the younger generations, which is a very old trick. If your teenagers beat their teenagers in the capital, in front of the court, then the truce you sign afterward has a different flavor entirely. I met them on Chengtian Avenue on their 2nd day. I took a breath, ran qi up through my chest, and made my voice carry the length of the street. Look at them, everyone. Look at how stupid they are. Their eyes are practically spitting fire, and there is not one single clever one among them. 3,000 people turned to look. My name is Chen Zeihong, I bellowed. I am of the royal family of Great Yu, and my father is Prince Rui. I pointed at the man at the head of the column. That is correct. It was Prince Rui who made you into a one-eyed dragon. Bearclaw Peak, chief of the delegation, who had lost that eye to my father at a river crossing 9 years ago, sat on his horse in the middle of a great U street and had to physically hold 2 of his own young men back by their collars. He had been ordered not to start anything before the talks. I stood there and smiled at him for a very long time. The sparring was held 4 days later, and my grandfather came early, which nobody expected. Chenzi went first and opened with a technique called Blood Stains the Mountains and Rivers, which happens to be a move the old emperor invented as a young man. He won his bout. He also spent the entire bout performing for one specific person in the stands, and everybody in the family understood it. And I made a note that my cousin's flattery was as well aimed as his politics. Bai Fengchang won 2 in a row with a thunder art that had mutated on him, and looked genuinely surprised both times. Then it was me. The first barbarian started introducing himself. I am Hubage of the... I hit him in the face. What right does a piece of trash like you have to introduce himself, I said, over the noise he was making on the ground. The second one got a little further. The barbarian wolf clan. The wolf is a noble animal, and I prefer dogs, I said, and hit him too. Then Huyan Khan came out. 15 years old, gathering spirit peak, and a prince of the barbarian royal house. He walked out onto the platform and looked down at me and said his name properly, Huyan Khan. I have heard that name so many times, I said, that I am ashamed to hear it again, and I want you to know that I have not read a single line of your information, not one, because you are not my match, and you are not worth the time it would take me to learn about you. His clan technique is called the creation ceremony, and it made him 2 meters tall in about 4 seconds, and then he pulled a scimitar off his back that would have needed 2 men to lift. He came at me with all of it, and under that pressure, in the middle of a public exhibition match with the Emperor of Great Yu 40 feet away, something in my head finally opened. I had been throwing the Imperial Heaven-suppressing fist for a year. I understood the movement perfectly. What I had never had was the thing underneath the movement, the reason it exists, the single idea it is trying to say. Suppress the heavens, suppress the heavens, suppress the heavens. Fist intent, not a technique. A concept, which is the thing that separates a man who knows a martial art from a man who owns one. Imperial extreme, I said, suppressing heaven, shattering sky. Huyan Khan went backward off the platform. I turned around to the barbarian benches. What? I said. All of you at once. Fine, but bring me an innate at least. Anything below gathering spirit is trash, and I have already had 2 of those today. And I pulled the 10,000 Jin black staff off my back and set the end of it down on the stone, and the platform cracked. Bear Claw Peak stood up and conceded the entire exchange. He did it because he had done the arithmetic. Every additional bout was another chance for an 11-year-old to build a legend at his people's expense, and he had already lost more prestige in 6 minutes than the truce was worth. My grandfather spoke for the first time all day. Chen Zihang of the Zhang clan, you have thwarted the barbarians. You deserve a reward. The reward came in 4 parts, and I liked 3 of them. An imperial estate in Fengal County with land and tenants and a steward, which sounded like a gift and was in fact a test, though it took me 2 days to work that out. 10 heavenly astral treasure pills, which do not do anything dramatic. They dissolve slowly in the body over years and quietly make a talented child into a monstrous one. They are what the palace gives to the grandsons it is decided to keep. 1 entry into the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, which normally costs 100,000 merit points, which is the sort of number a general accumulates over a career, and 100 retainers as a personal guard. 100 at 11. My father was permitted 300, and he had earned them at the border over 8 years. I understood every part of it except the estate, and then I understood the estate too. And then I was in a much better mood. At the celebration afterward, my cousin introduced me to 2 people worth knowing. Song Wen of the Li family of the Ministry of Rights, who was famous for 2 things, being extremely handsome and having conducted romances with a number of women that the capital had genuinely lost count of. He was also the elder brother of Song Tianrui, the boy whose bones had been taken, and Chu Xuan, the grand tutor's son, born very late in his father's life, quiet, watchful, and funny in a way that took people 3 conversations to notice. Then Chen Zia came over, drunk, and poisoned the entire room in 1 sentence. You should all be nice to Chen Zihang, he announced, swaying. He is preparing to inherit the position of crown prince. The temperature dropped about 10 degrees. I did not raise my voice. The imperial grandfather, I said, is old, but he still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. Is my cousin not afraid that the things he says while pretending to be drunk might be repeated to him? Chen Ziye went the color of rice paper, and then I did the useful part. Everyone, I said loudly to the entire room, please forget what my cousin just said. He is drunk. It means nothing. I would be grateful if nobody ever mentioned it again. 11 people who had been half listening turned around and paid complete attention. Bai Feng Chang caught up with me in the corridor. You told them all to forget it, he said. Now not one of them will ever forget it. Yes, you made him look like a schemer who tried to hurt you and got caught. Yes. Chu Chuan, coming up behind us, said, are we sure that was not intentional? I decided I liked Chu Xuan. A few nights later, I was up in an attic room watching the North Road when a slave convoy came through and something in my chest reacted before my eyes had finished the sentence. The murderous thought. It had been sitting quietly for over a year, and it sat up like a hound. In the 3rd cage, there was a man who was dying. He was not old. His face and his arms were a map of scars that had been put there over years by people who had enjoyed it, and he was sitting perfectly upright, with his eyes open. I went in that night. The traffickers had made camp in a courtyard, and by the time I found him, the courtyard was quiet in a way that suggested he had been having a conversation with them. You can hear my voice, I said. And you can accept what I am carrying. He looked at me. Swear, he said, that you will help me exterminate the Li family of Great Zhou. I got the memories with the thought. Song Yong, true heir of the Li military clan of Great Zhou. His father was killed by the king of Yue of Great Xia in a border war, and while he was away burying him, his younger brother and the collateral branch of the family met, voted, deposed him, and sold him to slavers, and that had been 4 years ago, and every one of those scars was from a buyer. That is a terrible story, I said. The worst part of it is the brother, family. A man can survive being sold by strangers, to be sold by the person who used to sleep in the next room, and I would wager you 100 stones that half the family voted with him because they had already worked out how to divide up your inheritance while your father was still on the road home. There was a silence. My lord, said the murderous thought very quietly from inside a man who was still on his knees in a courtyard full of dead traffickers. Could you please lower your voice? This body has an obsession. With you saying these things out loud, I am having genuine difficulty holding on to the killing intent. Sorry, it is fine. So, I said, a Surapath killing. You will go home to Great Zhou. You will not go anywhere near your family, and you will enlist in the border army under a false name. There is a war with Great Qian coming, and wars are the fastest promotion ladder ever invented. Come back up through it. And when you are high enough that the Li family has to invite you to dinner, then we will talk about the dinner. That same month, Han Xiaolong sent his first real report from Great Xia, and it was a masterpiece. He had gone home and publicly aligned himself with the Empress Gao Wenli, the woman who had tried to have him killed 3 times. He thanked her with tears in his eyes for her years of protection in front of the court. She could not contradict him. To contradict him, she would have to explain what she had actually been doing, and so the double, the boy from a lesser branch, was formally seated as Crown Prince of Great Xia, and the real Crown Prince, Han Yu, was trapped inside his own family's lie. He could not say a word without destroying his own claim. Then Han Xiaolong proposed that his little sister Han Bao be sent to Great Yu as a hostage, where she would be safe and where I could keep an eye on her. And then he added a suggestion about how I might secure the Ling family connection permanently, and I put the letter down. It is bad enough, I said to an empty room, that I took over someone's body. If I also arranged the future of the little sister he made me swear to protect, I would have to go and live in a cave. I picked the letter back up. Is she at least well behaved? Am I The reply, 3 weeks later, was 1 line. You will find out when you raise her. My incarnations were, I was beginning to realize, considerably worse people than I am. Zhou Anwen and I finished our arrangement that spring. He had finally seen it, not the schemes, the thing underneath. You use it as a lever, he said. He was not angry. He sounded tired and old and disappointed in a way that had nothing to do with me. Every principle I taught you, you have used to bind other men, never once yourself. Is there something wrong with that? I said. I speak of martial ethics all the time. Martial ethics say that when there is a disagreement, we use our fists to convince the other party. I have been extremely consistent. He looked at me for a while. Then he bowed properly, the full bow, and walked out, and did not teach me again. The tool had stopped being useful. That is what I told myself. And it was even true, and I still thought about that bow for years. Then Lin Yuan came through my door at a run with the accounts of my new imperial estate. Young master, the tenants at Fengal are starving. There has been no grain issue for 2 seasons, and the books show the estate has made no profit at all in 4 years. Sit down, I said. Have some tea. Calm your mind. Do not rush. Because I had just understood what the gift was. My grandfather had not given an 11-year-old a farm. He had given an 11-year-old a small, self-contained, thoroughly corrupt administrative system and then sat back to see what the child did with it. Would he notice? Would he care? Would he be able to fix it? Would he be squeamish? That is what an emperor with 100 years on the throne does instead of an interview. I also needed to get out of the capital because my father had been building up to a serious conversation about the demon suppression division for a week, so I defused it on the way out the door. Father, before I go, 4th uncle mentioned something to me. He said Minister Zhou Anwen has been your man at the Thai Academy all along. Is that true? I only ask because my father did not hear the end of the sentence. My father was already halfway to the door with his face like a storm front, on his way to have a discussion with his younger brother about spreading rumors. I got into my carriage. As for the 4th prince, who has once again served as the scapegoat, I said, credit where it is due. To be fair, next time, it really should be the 3rd prince's turn. Bengal County came out to meet me with a banquet. The magistrate Zhang Guang was fat and delighted and had clearly practiced his welcome speech. The estate steward, Zhang Wei, was a eunuch with soft hands and an even softer voice, and he had prepared a full accounting to explain the difficult years. I did not talk to either of them. I walked past both of them to the head of the table, sat down, and started eating slowly while 100 people stood. 8 minutes of silence on Sesi Shaistabo Hoster Chuchiaro. Tove Pure Sonidachin Rising a Raises Obuvali Chilling Sound. This Nivon Bivida, makes 100 tails the law, makes the guards Jasidas. How brood what drunk sack sure, a sure swords at Sisnal, Samain Di Rom suit in a Jang Wei Wine Chang True John, the Dix Curb Sturtlays a scientist song. Chapika it's young master, why am I being arrested? I have done nothing. I have served the estate for 11 years. You have already answered your own question, I said. I am the heir of Prince Rui's mansion. You are a eunuch of this estate. You are one of mine. I want your life. Is there a problem with that? Then I turned to the room and opened the bidding. 10 taels for any true information about the management of this estate, 100 taels for anyone who exposes a specific wrongdoing, and for anyone who brings me conclusive documentary evidence, a post, a real one, with a seal. 14 seconds of absolute silence, then a thin man at the back stood up and walked the length of the room and put a ledger on the table in front of me. Sun Lin, deputy steward. His hands were steady, which I liked. I did not open it. The evidence is conclusive, I said. Kill him. Zhang Wei made a noise. My godfather is the Grand Master of Ceremonial. My godfather is, kill them both, I said. And the second one was the man who had just started to stand up beside him. Jiang Wei did it, because Jiang Wei was my father's man and had never killed anybody, and I had decided he was going to start. Afterward, Li Wei, who had been reassigned back to me for the trip, warned me quietly that Zhang Qing, the head of the Directorate of Ceremonial, was one of the most powerful men in the palace, and that his godsons were a network with a reach. Uncle An, I said, watching them carry the bodies out, human life truly is equal and precious. When a man is strong, he is indomitable, and nothing in the world can touch him. When a man is vulnerable, a single chopstick will do it. The whole art is knowing which one you are looking at. I read the county records for 2 days after that, and I found the second thing, foreign merchants. Not many, but they were traveling absurd distances to buy ordinary goods in an unremarkable county, and the arithmetic did not work unless something else was in the carts. I was so pleased that I had the cook's stew, a pot of meat, and I ate 3 bowls of it before we went. The Kuroda Trading Company had a warehouse by the river. I put the door in with one punch. Surrender immediately or die. A man came down the stairs with a long curved blade and a great deal of confidence. Gao Feng. He explained to me at length that he had extensive connections in Great Yu, that certain officials would be extremely upset, and that I should consider whether I was prepared for the punishment that would follow. An ignorant foreigner, I said, standing in a Great Yu warehouse threatening a prince of Great Yu with Great Yu law. Today I am going to demonstrate a principle. It is that a powerful snake cannot suppress a local dragon. The black staff broke his blade, then it broke him. The warehouse held smuggled sea salt in bulk, which is a state monopoly and a hanging matter, and crates of pills and spirit plants out of Great Xia and Great Qian, which is worse. Then I went and found the magistrate. Zhang Guang had spent the previous night quietly covering Zhang Wei's embezzlement out of his own pocket, so the estate books would balance when I checked them. He had not been in on it. He had simply been terrified. Magistrate Wang, I said, laying the smuggling ledgers on his desk, a foreign company has been running contraband through your county for years. Can Magistrate Wang resolve this? He looked at the ledgers. He looked at me. He worked out in about 4 seconds that he was either going to be executed or promoted, and that I was holding both. This official, he said, can resolve it. He was mine from that afternoon on, and he served me for the next 20 years. I gave the estate to Sun Lin with a real seal and a real post, exactly as promised. One instruction, I said, I do not care about the profit. I want you to spend the next 3 years finding out which crops grow best on that land, in which order, with which fertilizer, and I want it written down properly with numbers. Yields per emu, every season. If you invent one number, I will know. He asked me why. Because eventually, I am going to need to feed a great many more people than this, I said, and I would rather find out how on a small estate than on a province. Half the smuggled goods I distributed to the men as rewards, because a leader who eats everything gets eaten. The other half went in the furnace. And I sent 2 letters, one to Great Xia and one to Great Zhou, with a list of smuggling routes on them and instructions to start watching who used them. 4 seats left. Human Dao for the money, hungry ghost for the intelligence, hell for the punishments, animal for the beasts. I was 11 and I was recruiting. Jingyang Academy of Great Qian came to visit Haran Academy that autumn, and I went to watch under a false name, Lin Hao, of a branch of the Bai family. Nobody important, a cousin from the provinces. I did not do it to be safe. I did it because a false name is the cheapest listening device ever invented. If the name held, I would learn something about Great Qian. If the name broke, I would learn something much more valuable, which is the identity of whoever broke it. Inside 2 days, I found what I had come for. Zhou Yang of Jingyang, 17, brilliant, insufferable, and cultivating something called the benevolent heaven transforming technique, which is exactly as pious as it sounds. His father had spoken honestly to the Emperor of Great Qian about the state of the treasury. The Emperor of Great Qian responded by executing the family. Zhou Yang survived it and came out the other side with a straight back and a face like a closed door. Perfect. I had a white thought that had been waiting 18 months for a home, but first I needed him damaged, because a man at full strength does not accept anything, so I sent for Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was the fat-necked son of Cancer Zhaofan, the man who wrote a memorial about me roughly every 11 days and had been doing so for 2 years. Zhao Ming was also by then one of my most reliable subscribers at the Thai Academy. Tomorrow, I said, in the exchange matches, you are going to seriously injure Zhou Yang of Zhengyang. He turned an interesting color. Young master, he is a full realm above me. Yes, may I ask what he did? He glanced at me, I said. Yesterday, across the courtyard, he looked at me and there was an opinion in it and I found it annoying. Is there a problem? Zhao Ming stood there for a while with his mouth slightly open and then he bowed, and when he spoke, he was almost crying. A gentleman has things he will do and things he will not do, he said, and I promise to do my best to seriously injure Zhou Yang. The false name broke the next morning, and it broke loudly, and that told me everything. A Zhengyang student called Li Ming, innate middle stage, came across the courtyard with 4 friends and picked a fight in front of 200 people. He knew exactly who I was. He had been told by somebody on our side, and he had been told very recently. I should tell you in advance, I said, that I'm not actually a student of Haoran Academy, so challenging me is going to come at a price, possibly your death, possibly the destruction of your family. I mention it now because afterward, everyone always says they were not informed. He laughed. I turned to Sulan. Write down the names of the Zhengyang students who were staring at me just now. All of them. I paused. I want every single one of them expelled and walked home to Great Qian on foot. That was funnier when it happened than it looks written down, largely because at that exact moment, my 100 retainers came through the academy gate and set up in a line with crossbows, 100 armed men of an imperial guard drawn up inside a school over some looks in a courtyard. Li Ming opened with a fan technique, which was a beautiful choice for the second-to-last decision of his career, and it broke on the black staff. Then I threw the staff at him, and then while it was in the air, I punched it. I want to explain why, because it looked insane. 10,000 jin of iron accelerating is not a weapon anybody blocks. They simply try to be elsewhere, and I had removed elsewhere by throwing it at a man who was already committed to a step. Li Ming went down and stayed down, and I walked over and lifted the staff for his head. 2 people stopped me. The first was Dean Feng Ming of Haoran, moving faster than a man his age has any business moving. The second was a woman who arrived without seeming to have crossed the distance. Elder Chen Shu of Zhengyang Academy, core formation realm. She had entered the Dao through painting, which I had not known was possible, and she was beautiful in a way that did not stir anything at all, the way a mountain in winter is beautiful. She put one finger on the end of the staff and it stopped. Then came the negotiation, which was my favorite part of that entire year. I laid out my demands to the assembled faculty of 2 academies in a reasonable tone. At length, hands or feet broken for every Zhengyang student involved in the planning. That is 6 of them. I have the names. As for the ones who merely stood and enjoyed it, I will settle for them being expelled and sent home on foot. I open my fan. Your Zhengyang Academy's junior generation conspired to set a trap and humiliate a guest. I would like the record to note that I am a baby of 130 months. The third master arrived halfway through this, descending from the sky in his moon-white robe and very nearly caught his foot on the wall. Then Haoran Academy's 2 best students, Chu Yan and Feng Lin, produced the leaker. It was Song Tianrui, the boy with the hole in his chest, the one whose family treasure had been cut out of him at 10 and who was kept alive on great medicine that cost more per year than a county, suspected son of destiny. And I was fairly sure by then, a boy whose bones had been removed on the quiet order of my own grandfather, because a national treasure growing inside the son of a minister is a national treasure in the wrong house. He had recognized me and told a Great Qian student who I was, so I stood up and publicly blamed his brother. Song Wen should have supervised him. The fault lies with the elder brother. I fined the Li family 80,000 spirit stones, 50,000 from Song Wen for negligence. I paused. And 30,000 in compensation from the child himself. And I want to be extremely clear in front of everyone here that the child is innocent, entirely innocent. Nobody should think otherwise. He is a victim, and I hold nothing against him whatsoever. Lord Song heard about it that night and said the sentence I had been playing for. If the child were truly innocent, would he have made such a point of the 30,000? He did it deliberately. And so, the Li family spent the next 6 months quietly wondering what their youngest son had done to attract the attention of the little tyrant of Tiandu and treating him accordingly. Then Jingyang tried to pay me in money, and I refused it. These visitors did not bring much wealth with them to Great Yu, I said sadly. I would not want to impoverish an academy. And I looked at Elder Chen Shu and I kept looking at her. She worked it out in about 6 seconds, and her expression did something wonderful. The third master's voice arrived directly in my ear, sounding delighted with itself. You are so young and already doing such bad things. You do not happen to have taken a fancy to her, do you? Because if this comes off, you owe your grandfather 10 paintings of that girl. I ignored him, which is the correct way to handle the third master. Elder Zhang, I said, your academy owes a debt. I do not want stones. I want lessons. Absolutely not. 1 hour a day. I am an elder of Zhengyang Academy. 1 year, I said. Impossible. 2. You are a child, and this is 3. 5 years, she said through her teeth, and then heard herself. Deal made, I said instantly. I would have taken one. I have never told anybody that. I am telling you, the last piece was Zhou Yang, and it went exactly as designed. I offered him a choice of matches, a fair one against me with my realm suppressed, or one against Zhao Ming. He picked Zhao Ming because Zhao Ming was visibly a soft, sweating, overfed subscriber to somebody else's protection racket. Zhao Ming, who had been secretly ordered to injure him and who had prepared for 2 days and who had put something in the tea, won that match by burning a life-saving technique that left him paralyzed for 3 days. He lay there on the boards, unable to move his face, absolutely triumphant. I fed him one of my grandfather's heavenly astral treasure pills, which is a thing that families petition the palace for, and I put it in his mouth myself. And on the way out, while Zhou Yang was being helped off the field, poisoned and beaten and humiliated in front of 2 academies, I bumped into him and put my fist into his ribs and sank the white thought all the way in. 3 years, he said. 3 years to become a match for me. It was the evil thought took him that night, and I was expecting something monstrous, and what thought came back was worse. Thank you for the suggestion, my lord, wrote Zhou Yang in a hand like carved stone, but I truly do want to save the people of the world. I have looked at the problem from every direction, and there is only one answer. There cannot be order while there are 4 dynasties. Only unification produces clarity in government and peace for the common people. I would ask, respectfully, that you accelerate the timetable. I read it 3 times. How? I said, out loud to nobody. Is the evil thought this righteous? And why is that somehow far more sinister? I set the letter down. He is going to bring down Great Qian ahead of schedule. He is going to do it out of pure compassion, and he is going to be beloved the whole time. My reward for the entire affair arrived at the city gate on my way home. Li Yong was standing in the road with an imperial edict, and the edict confined me to my residence for 6 months. I bowed and accepted it and had almost stopped listening when he read the second half, which stated that the Ministry of Revenue would be covering Elder Chenju's stipend for the full 5 years at imperial expense. I have never received a slap like it, 6 months indoors, and the emperor personally paying for my private tutor from Great Qian. Then Li Yong spoke into my head, which I did not know he could do. If a young lady named Qiu Yan should come to Prince Rui's mansion, the young master would do well to get along with her. The benefits in time will be considerable. He bowed and left before I could ask a single question. The Li family's apology arrived 4 days later, carried by Lord Song in person, a 3,000-year great medicine, which is an obscene thing to hand a child. I took it straight to my father. Father, look at this. I am a little arrogant, I know, but I have not killed anyone. I have not set fire to anything. Why is Lord Song so frightened that I will cause trouble for the Li family? What does he think I know? My father did not answer. My father started an investigation into the Li family that ran for the next 4 years. 6 months indoors turned out to be the most productive half year of my childhood. Zhang Guixian came for 1 hour a day. She taught me painting, which I did not want. And through painting, she taught me how a concept is actually formed, which I did want more than anything I had ever wanted. Every art she gave me put out a new branch on the martial Dao tree in my belly, and every branch made the furnace burn faster. The first month, we were teacher and student. The second month, we were something closer to friends, and she started telling me the truth. You are too thoughtful, she said, cleaning a brush. Too suspicious. There is a scheme behind everything you do, including the way you offer tea. You play chess superbly. You will never understand the Tao. I agree with all of that, I said, and I am not going to change any of it. I would rather be very good at chess. She looked at me for a long moment and went back to her brush, and I heard her say, half to herself, what the maddening thing about me was. She kept catching herself wanting to call me upright and honest because I never once lied about my bad intentions. During those same 6 months, 6 of the Liu family's shops in the capital were robbed. My mother came to my courtyard and asked me directly, which I appreciated. Mother, what flaw could there possibly be? I have been under house arrest for 4 months. I have never once left the residence. I poured her tea. The Liu family is arrogant and domineering and treats the merchants of the Eastern Ward like tenants. They deserve it. Bounties went up. Loose cultivators started hunting the thief, which meant that within a month there were 40 armed strangers in Tiandu all hunting each other and accusing each other of being the thief. I never went near a shop that had guards on it. That is the entire secret, and nobody ever believes it. Attack where they are not prepared. Real thieves do not steal from places with ambushes in them. Real thieves steal from the 7th shop, the boring one, the one nobody bothered to reinforce because the first 6 were where the money was. At the end of the 6 months, I opened all 1,080 acupoints in my body and reached the late stage of true essence, and the spiritual embryo formed years before it should have. Every art in the bright god martial canon reached perfection. And then, because I was bored and indoors, I made up a fist technique of my own. The confinement ended in the middle of a snow disaster, and I was outdoors for approximately 11 minutes before somebody staged a scene for me. It was well done. A carriage with the crest of the Vice Minister of Revenue. A young man, Suwen, drunk and loud, dragging a commoner woman toward it by the wrist while she screamed and the crowd watched and did nothing right in front of me on my first day out in half a year on the one street I had to take. Well, I said, this is thoughtful. I walked over. Tell me, I said to Suwen, should I kill you or cripple you? I am in a very good mood today, so I will let you choose. Then I hit him. I want to describe the punch because it was one of the best things I have ever done with my hands. It made a noise like a temple bell being dropped down a stairwell. It threw him 15 feet. It cracked the flagstone he landed on. It did not injure him at all, not one bone. I had been practicing. He hit the ground and immediately began playing dead, which told me he had been coached, and I crouched down beside him and put my mouth near his ear. If you are going to play dead, I said very quietly, you really ought to commit and actually die. Because if you get up in a courtroom in 11 days and you are still breathing, everyone is going to want to know why. He kept his eyes shut. He was sweating through his robe. I put a man on the woman's family before I even left the street, where they lived, who had visited them in the last month, who paid the rent. Am I truly this useful? I said, getting back into the carriage. Who on earth had nothing better to do with their winter than build a whole play for me on a Tuesday? While I waited for that to ripen, I went to the heavenly prison and took a man out of it. His name was Gu Jing, Assistant Minister of Justice. He had spent 4 months in a cell for pulling at a thread. The Liu family, who lend money at rates that eat a farm in 2 years and then take the farm. Across 4 counties, with the quiet blessing of Gu Jing's own superior, Minister Chao Feng, he had been worked on. He was in a bad way and he had not signed anything. I walked into the block and said loudly, so the whole corridor heard it, Gu Jing, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, is a real man. I want him. The warden explained about procedure. It is quite all right, I said, walking out with him. If the Ministry of Justice would like him back, have somebody come to Prince Rui's mansion and ask me. In the carriage, I gave him 2 doors. Door 1. You come into Prince Rui's mansion openly as a retainer. You are protected by a prince of the realm. You rise through the ministry in the normal way, and in 20 years, you are a minister with a clean record and a garden. And the other door, door 2, you work for me, and I will not tell you what for, and I cannot promise you any position at all, and you will never be able to explain your own life to anybody. He picked door 2 before I had finished the sentence. First, I said, clear your own name. 3 days. He understood the real test about 4 hours later, which I thought was quick. The test was not whether he could do it. The test was whether he would break the rules to do it. He came to me and asked for Chao Feng. Jiang Wei had already had him for a day and a half. This person, I said, is a congratulatory gift from me on the occasion of your release. It took 2 incense sticks. I did not attend, and I do not describe those rooms. And Gu Jing came out with a signed confession and a face I did not recognize. The confession contained 2 things I had not paid for. The first was that Duan Liang, the Minister of Justice himself, had been corresponding privately with the Warrior King for 6 years. The second was that the Liu family's hidden vault, the one that held everything they had taken across 4 counties, was not the Liu family's at all. It belonged to the Ling family, my second sister's husband's family. I went to Gu Jing that night. Hell path, I said. Punishment, prisons, jailers, constables, wardens, the whole apparatus in every prefecture of Great Yu, and then in the other 3 dynasties. Every man in this world who holds keys should eventually hold them for us. He knelt, and I gave him the blood prison scripture punishment and the 18 levels, and I never once had to explain anything to Gu Qing twice. Qiao Feng turned up at the gate of the Ministry of Justice 4 days later, on his own feet, covered in his own signature, and handed in an indictment of himself. Duan Liang buried the whole thing in about 9 hours, and released Gu Jing with an apology and a note in his file that guaranteed he would never be promoted again as long as he lived, which was perfect. An honest official who cannot rise is an official nobody watches. The Dali Temple trial came 11 days later, exactly as scheduled by whoever had written the play. Su Guang, Vice Minister of Revenue, sued me for the murder of his son. I arrived an hour late because I had calligraphy that morning and I was not going to reschedule calligraphy. Then I stood in the middle of Dali Temple and refused the entire concept of the proceeding. What law of Great Yu? Even supposing I had killed his son for no reason at all, purely for entertainment, what would any of you do about it? My father is Prince Rui. My grandfather is the emperor. On what authority does the Dali Temple presume to judge me? The Chief Justice tried to speak. I am talking to you, I said. Do you submit? Say it out loud. Do you dare to judge me? That was when my 4th uncle came in to press the advantage, which is what he had been waiting all morning to do, and he let a little of his realm out into the room to lean on me. I dropped to my knees instantly. Father, I screamed at the top of my lungs in the direction of the doors. Save me. 4th uncle is trying to harm me. He has released his realm to suppress a child. The doors came off their hinges. My father crossed that courtroom in one movement and put a palm strike into his own younger brother in front of the assembled judiciary of Great Yu. I got up and dusted my knees. Then my father, who was in a magnificent temper by then, demanded to see the body. There was a pause. They brought Su Wen in on a stretcher, and Su Wen, having lain in a coffin for 11 days on his father's instructions, sat up, blinked at the room, and was discovered to be in perfect health. I turned to my 4th uncle. If you want to set a trap for me, I said, then do it openly and do it properly. Is this how you humiliate me? I am 11. Su Guang got down on his knees on the floor of Dali Temple and swore himself to Prince Rui's mansion on the spot. He had just watched his entire family used as a disposable stage prop by whoever hired him. He had done the arithmetic about what comes next, and in the carriage on the way home, I did the other arithmetic, which was less pleasant. The play had cost somebody a great deal. It had failed. And the only person who had gained anything from its failure was my father, who had picked up a vice minister of revenue for free. Liu Jingchuan had built that play, and Liu Jingchuan had sold my father the counter to it, and Liu Jingchuan was going to be paid twice. That man played both sides so consistently that I began to think of him less as an enemy and more as a weather system. The warrior king slapped his thigh, shouted something about protecting the children, and ran the whole way to the Thai Academy. He was late. He arrived to find Chen Zilin, Chen Ziqiao, Chen Ziyang, and Chen Zibai sitting in a row on the ground, bruised, sniffling, being tended to by a physician. Father, wailed Chen Zibai, youngest brother said that he beats us because you as our elders bullied him. Wah! Chen Zibai spent the rest of that afternoon openly wishing he could change fathers. Kind-hearted as I am, I said to Sulan that evening, I always leave room for others. And then Chu Yan arrived at the gate of Prince Rui's mansion with a guqin on her back. She was 14. She was the finest student Haoran Academy had produced in a generation. She would be called the Little Qin Saint before she was 20, and she had come entirely of her own accord. Dean Feng Ming had worked out that the little tyrant would collect on the Haoran debt eventually, and had decided it was cheaper to pay now, and Chu Yan had volunteered. The capital drew the obvious conclusion, which was that I had extorted her. My 3rd uncle, the warrior king, rose in defense of the family honor at a banquet, loudly, having thought about it for a while. Throughout the entire history of our royal family, he announced, no emperor has ever had more than 4 consorts. 4, and this boy is 11 and already has 2 women teaching him. How can he be this promiscuous? That little bastard Qin Zihong has a mutated lineage. I want to state for the record that both of them were my teachers, that neither of them was anything else, and that a core formation elder from a rival dynasty would have removed my head if I had ever suggested otherwise. But I did have a scheduling problem, and I solved it at dinner in front of my mother. There are 12 two-hour periods in a day, I said, working it out on my fingers. Each teacher requires 1. That leaves 10. If you manage your time properly, you could easily fit in 7 more. My mother put her chopsticks down. Teachers, I said, 7 more teachers. My Aunt Lin Mingshu looked up at the sky, and there was no sky because we were indoors. I made Shu Yan wait 3 days. She had walked to my gate voluntarily, carrying a guqin, having given up a place at the finest academy in Great Yu. She was the most talented student of her generation, and I made her sit in a guest courtyard for 3 days while I was mysteriously unavailable. I want to explain the reasoning because it looks like arrogance and it is not. If I had received her properly, she would have known within an hour that I needed her, and everything after that would have been a negotiation. So instead, I taught her, in 3 days without saying a word, that I did not need her at all. Everything she got from me afterward was a gift. Everything she gave me was voluntary. Then, on the 3rd day, I timed my mother's arrival. My mother took me by the ear in front of her, called me an ungrateful little animal, and hit me twice across the back. I want the record to show that this was an arrangement, that we had discussed it, and that it genuinely hurt. Mother, you could have been gentler. I coughed up a mouthful of red for the effect, and that part was real too. Then I apologized to Shu Yan at great length with feeling. It somehow feels, she said, when I finally stopped, as though I am the one being unreasonable. I booked her for the hour immediately after Jiang Yuexian's. 2 teachers back to back every single morning, and neither of them was ever late. My father came to see me about a week later with Chen Zihai in tow and asked whether his younger son might join the lessons. Father, I said, the reason you have not spoken up until now is exactly the reason I am going to say no. He frowned. Let me put it another way. Would you be willing to eat your dinner with a pile of cow dung on the table in front of you? I let that sit. Or, if father prefers, will you swear a martial oath right now that if Chen Zihai causes any trouble in my courtyard, I may kill him on the spot and you will not hold it against me afterward? He took the boy and left. The rumors started about a week after that. They came from every direction at once. The little tyrant is hoarding 2 of the finest teachers in the world. Great Yu's young talents are being starved. Surely the 2 esteemed elders should be shared out among the noble houses. It was all extremely reasonable and extremely coordinated. Is somebody attempting to kidnap me? I said. Do they think my fists have become soft? So I built an arena in front of the residence, 10 challengers a day, any family, any age, any realm, every day until the rumors stopped, and I would fight all of them personally, one after another, in public. I stood out there on the first morning with the black staff across my shoulders and looked down the street. There were about 400 people on that street, and not one of them would meet my eyes. The rumors stopped. Not long after, my Chi Mansion formed, and I went to half a step from the Purple Mansion realm, and the 3rd master decided it was time to spend the Emperor's gift. The pool of 10,000 beasts is 1,000 meters across, and it is 500 years deep. Every Yao beast the imperial house has killed for 5 centuries has gone into that pool. A cultivator is permitted to enter it once in a lifetime. The usual result is that he absorbs perhaps 1/100th of what is in there before his body refuses to take more. The furnace drank it like a whale going through a shoal. I went through the Purple Mansion barrier while I was still standing in the pool, which is not supposed to be possible. And then, because I was already there and the fire was already hot, I put the Li family's 3,000-year great medicine in on top of it. That one went to my 5 organs. They came into resonance with the Great Dao Emperor bone, all 5 at once, and my heart opened 3 orifices and 6 points, which meant that from that day forward, I could run several separate lines of thought at once, simultaneously, none of them getting quieter. In my previous life, we had a phrase for that, and the phrase was not flattering. I decided not to worry about it, and when the furnace finished, it told me one more thing, which is that my lineage had changed. Not improved, changed. There is a word for what was in me now, and the word is emperor. I climbed out of a drained pool and looked at the residue on the bottom. You know, I said to the 3rd master, our predecessors had no concept of sustainable development. Killing beasts and draining them into a pool is fine, but it is not a system. Once we are properly in power, we should be capturing the strong Yao races alive and keeping them so the pool refills itself continuously. A living reserve rather than a warehouse. The 3rd master looked at a 12-year-old boy who had just consumed 500 years of the imperial family's savings and proposed a business model for the next 500. He was shaking. It took me a moment to realize it was joy. He gave me a jade pendant off his own belt that could absorb a fraction of a nirvana realm strike, which is the sort of thing men are buried in. I announced a breakthrough to gathering spirit late stage, and my mother was so proud of me that I had to leave the room. Hanger, at 12, do you understand what that means? Mother, I said, listen to me. If I ever lose the position of heir in this house, it will be for one of 2 reasons. Either I no longer need it, or Prince Rui's mansion no longer exists. Those are the only 2. She stopped smiling and looked at me for a while and did not ask which one I was working toward. Then my aunt came in with the report from the days I had been in seclusion. During the new year, my father had taken Wang Meifeng and Chen Zihai to the Liu family residence first before Prince Rui's mansion held its own family gathering, formally with gifts in daylight on the most important social day of the year in the correct order for a principal wife. I sat with that for about a minute. Well, staked by someone. Let us treat it or as a celebration of my breakthrough to Purple Mansion and receive white of others That night, the Dark Knight Bandit had the biggest night of his career. I started with every remaining Liu shop in Tiandu, which took under an hour. Then I went to the Liu residence for the second time, and the second time I did not bother with subtlety because subtlety is for people who intend to come back. I put the guards to sleep and went through their pockets for coppers on principle. The old vault cultivator recognized me from the first robbery, which was flattering, and lasted about as long as he had the first time. I broke the formations, opened the vault, and took everything, not the valuables, everything, the furniture, the doors, the tables and chairs, every hinge, every ornament, the iron gate off the vault itself, the traps, and one tree, because the bark of it was worth money, and the medicine store was nearly empty. I stood in an empty medicine room in the ancestral residence of the wealthiest family in the capital and felt genuinely insulted. This is outrageous, I said. Who exactly are they hiding it from? Which is how I learned that the real Liu vault was not in Tiandu at all. It was in Shuan province, in the ancestral home. I put a pin in that, and it stayed there for 3 years. Then I went to the villa. The villa was the house outside the walls where Wang Meifeng lived, and it was guarded by Kaolin and by Li Wei and by a man called Huo Zheng who was half a step from core formation. I planned 10 breaths and I used 11. I seeded the grounds with demonic essence charges I had made myself out of the Blood Fiend Alliance's own pills, and then I went in through the roof of the boy's room and took Chen Zihai out of his bed by the collar. Then I dropped the main house with a technique called reaching for the stars, and the guards came, and I put Huo Zheng through a wall, and then my father came out of the smoke. Purple Mansion. Early stage, he had been hiding an entire realm from the court, from his brothers, and from his own household for at least a year. I was very glad I was masked, because I do not think I could have kept my face right. We fought in the courtyard of his outer wife's villa in the dark, and he did not know he was fighting his son, and I did not tell him. Every strike I did not have to spend on him, I spent on her. I ruined her that night. That is the plain fact of it, and I am not going to dress it up. Wang Meifeng's entire position in this world rested on one thing, and by morning, that thing was gone, and no physician in Great Yu was going to give it back to her. She had spent 8 years being the reason a princess of the realm could not lift her head in the street. I had a list, and she was on it, and I do not apologize. Then I threw Chen Zihai at my father, hard, and left. The boy was carrying about as much demonic essence as a child that size can carry. In 3 months, it would begin to change him, and inside a year, he would not be a person anymore, unless a cultivator of the same lineage of the bright god martial cannon drew it back out of him. There is exactly one of those in Great Yu. The morning after, the Tianshu guard could not identify the Liu residence. We have surveyed the site, the report said. The locks are gone, the ornaments are gone, the doors, the beds, the tables, the iron gate of the vault, the array components, and a quantity of bark from the courtyard tree. To be honest, we have not yet located a single copper coin. And underneath that, in the palace bulletin, Prince Rui attacked by unknown assailants at a private residence outside the walls. The prince's illegitimate son gravely injured, a woman of the Liu family seriously wounded. Prince Rui had been ambushed at night at his mistress's house during the new year. I did not have to say a single word about it. The capital wrote the rest itself. Jiang Yuexian complained to me that same week that my father had come to visit her twice and had been strange about it. I went to the Liu residence and I stood in the ruins of it and I laughed out loud where everyone could hear me. Ha 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 ha, has the Liu family been wiped out? Truly, seeing Wang Meifeng and her son in such a state, I feel enormously relieved. My father came out. Father, I said before he could speak, have you forgotten that my mother exists? You trample her dignity in public. You spend the new year with Wang Meifeng. You take gifts to the Liu family before you sit down with your own wife. And then you visit my teacher twice and behave in a way she has felt obliged to mention to me. I turned to go. Do not use my name when you are out in the city. It is embarrassing. That row was in every tea house in Tiandu within half an hour. Then I went home and did 2 quiet things. I handed the entire staff of Prince Rui's mansion to Sulan to reorganize, and I set Lin Yuan to a project that took him 2 years, building a file on the children of every one of my father's senior subordinates. Not the men, the children. Ages, temperaments, debts, ambitions, grudges. Men are loyal to my father. Their sons are loyal to nobody yet. At the New Year money round, I met my sixth uncle for the first time, Chen Yi, the clan's own taboo, the one nobody mentions, who walks the demonic path openly and is tolerated because the family cannot afford to do anything else. In the puppet era, he had betrayed the imperial house, and then later he had betrayed the man he betrayed it for, and there are Jiang clansmen in the ground because of him. He looked at me for slightly too long and then tossed me a demon-slaying crossbow like a man throwing a coin to a street performer. I thanked him beautifully. I always feel, I said to Sulan afterward, that he does not really like me, and I cannot work out why, because I have not done anything to him yet. Then I shook down the warrior king. Aegis third uncle, I said, holding out both hands. Since Prince Wu's mansion has no heir, I have been thinking I could serve as your heir as well. Concurrently, as the hope of the Jiang imperial clan, I truly deserve it, and nobody would dare question it. The warrior king stared at me. How? He said. Could you even think of that? Your skin is thick enough to stop a 1,000,000-strong army. He gave me 1,000 spirit stones to make me go away. I collected several tens of thousands that New Year. It was the best day's work I did all winter. Then my father had to come and ask me to cure his son, and I made him pay for it like a merchant. Only a cultivator of the same lineage of the bright god Marshall Cannon can draw it out, he said. There is nobody else. 3 more 1,000-year medicines, I said, and Li Wei. Li Wei is the steward of the inner house. Then he will be my steward instead. My father took a very long breath. Fine, but you must promise me you will not secretly harm Chen Zihai. I cannot promise that, I said. You had better keep an eye on him. Li Wei walked out of Prince Rui's mansion's inner household and into my courtyard that afternoon, and that was the first stone I pulled out of my father's foundation. As for the treatment, I performed it very carefully over 4 sessions in front of witnesses. I did not remove anything. I refined it deeper. My mother spoke to my father that week, and I heard about it afterward from 3 separate servants, which tells you how much they enjoyed it. Your Highness is being foolish, she said. Do you truly believe that having Wen Yuan treat your youngest son's injuries will ease anything? Let me be plain with you. The day Wang Meifeng entered your life was the day that woman and her son died. Everything since has been the length of the funeral. And then she told him the other thing, which was that the imperial clan minister had personally assigned Purple Mansion cultivators to stand around her son, which meant the clan had chosen. My father sat down after that, and I am told he stayed sitting for a long time because he had finally understood where his wife's new nerve had come from, and it was not from him. Qiu Yan threatened to leave that spring, and I turned it around on her inside 4 sentences. Miss Su, before you go, did you actually teach me seriously? She went rigid. Your instruction was stiff and impatient. Your attitude was cold. You have had a face like a frozen lake since the day you arrived, and I was so frightened of you that I did not dare open my mouth in your own lesson. I looked at the floor. But of course, if you would rather go, then I asked in a small voice, is that how your own master taught you? Of course not, she said instantly. Master was far stricter. And there it was. Qiu Yan had a hidden teacher, and a hidden teacher for a zither prodigy of that quality in this generation, narrowed down to about 1 person in the world, Han Qingyun, Nirvana realm, once, before he burned every scrap of his own cultivation, chasing the Tao of the zither, and came out the other side as something the histories are careful about. And according to the parts of the record that are not carefully worded, the man behind the puppet era of Great Yu when my grandfather sat on a throne and did what he was told for 40 years, the Su clan's shadow. Old grudges against my family, and his student was living in my house teaching me music at 8 in the morning. I apologized to her extravagantly, at length, with a great deal of self-criticism, and she softened, and by the end of it, she had volunteered to supervise my practice personally every day. I appeared to have the makings of a genuine scoundrel, I said to the ceiling that night. Moral pressure and a wounded expression. It is far too easy, and I am far too good at it. I also became mysteriously busy every time my father asked when I would be treating Chen Zihai. The 3 medicines and the stones had been delivered up front, of course. I am not a thief. I will go, I said every week for 2 months when I'm in a better mood. Meanwhile, my grandfather on my mother's side had decided to teach me war. Lin Guang tested me on the first day, the way old soldiers do. What is the highest realm of strategy? The honest answer, which I did not say out loud, is that the highest realm of strategy is an army so overwhelming that strategy stops being relevant. Strategy is what you use when you cannot afford the other thing. What I said was, to subdue the enemy without fighting is best. Next is to break their alliances. Worst is to attack their walls. He nodded slowly. And why does a boy of 12 want to learn it? Because if foreign enemies invade Great Yu, I said, I intend to go to the battlefield myself and stand where the people of this dynasty can see me standing so that they can sleep. I said it so well that I half believed it while it was coming out of my mouth. Come every 5 days, said Marquis Lin Yu in a voice that had gone slightly rough. At the gate of the spring hunt, my fourth uncle called me a little mistress, which is the sort of thing my fourth uncle thinks is subtle. So I turned around in front of my father and about 60 officials and said cheerfully, "Third uncle, about that matter of me serving as heir of Prince Wu's mansion at the same time. Have you had a chance to think it over?" The silence was worth every stone I had ever spent. My father's head came around very slowly. "Third brother," he said. "Did you in fact discuss this with Wen Yuan?" "In child." "You didn't. Damn it, you little brat," roared the warrior king. You did that on purpose." All right, I said, backing away with my hands up. Everyone heard it. Third uncle just called me Imperial Grand Matriarch. After the spring hunt, I will be going to Phoenix Palace to complain about him. That week, Zhang Qing, head of the Directorate of Ceremonial, the most powerful eunuch in the palace, whose godson I had personally executed at Fengal County, came to my residence to apologize. He came first. Before I went to him, I looked him over. "You have come to apologize empty-handed," I said. "Where exactly is the sincerity in that?" I collected 60,000 spirit stones from him over the following month. That kind of man accumulates wealth the way other men accumulate grudges, and it is a hobby I have always found extremely convenient in other people. The spring hunt was at Golden Feather Mountain, and I learned the single most important thing of my 12th year in the first 10 minutes, standing at the assembly point, doing nothing. Chen Ziyi walked past me, and he was carrying twice the national fortune I was. National fortune is not a metaphor. It is a real weight that sits on the men a dynasty has decided to bet on, and you can see it if you know how to look. And my cousin was carrying a load that no mere imperial grandson should have been anywhere near, which meant he was cultivating the heaven and earth, sovereign heaven control art, which is my grandfather's own technique, which is not taught to grandsons, which meant that the old emperor had quietly opened the succession one generation down and had been running his own grandson as a candidate for years without telling any of his sons. I stood there in the cold with my staff on my shoulder and felt the entire shape of the next 4 years rearrange itself. "If Chen Zi can do it," I said, "so can I." Then I went into the hunting ground and worked. The staff was a spear when I needed reach, and a blade when I needed edges, and a club when I needed neither. 20-something gale wolves in the first afternoon. The Imperial Guards posted to observe the juniors stopped taking notes at some point and just watched. On the second night, I found the other party. There were more than a dozen of them camped in a ravine well inside the grounds. They were not hunters, blood fiend alliance, demonic cultivators inside an imperial hunting ground on the 1 week of the year when every promising young talent in Great U is inside it and lightly guarded. They were carrying demon blood pills. You feed those to the innate beasts and the beasts go into a rampage that does not stop. And then a generation of Great U's geniuses gets eaten by wildlife tragically in an accident. Somebody very high up had let them through the perimeter. I came off the ridge above them without a sound. The loose rock and the leaves went first, all of it, as flying knives, and then I was in among them, and then I used a move called the Sunrises, and the ravine was empty. I took 5 of the pills, burned every body, erased the camp, and told nobody at all. Murderers and arsonists wear golden belts, I said, going through the ashes. The demonic sect is the finest harvest in this world, and nobody else seems to want it. Then I emptied the hunting ground, all 5 innate beasts in the deep zone, personally, over a day and a half. Then everything else. Gave the sauce, chidin bordastri spun where she treated why was biddy, chidwibinstast, shimendelandas, narzedinast, igijinals, and what was loshid guards, swear, for keep reporting the sty that maksudu chu in notri, osarda warai, by setamin ba. Chen Zi, who had come to take first place and had brought an entourage to watch him do it, stood in an empty forest and shouted about rule breaking to nobody. Wei Lei worked it out before anyone else did, and he worked it out from the wrong evidence. There were almost no signs of battle anywhere. No churned ground, no broken trees, which meant the animals had not fought, which meant whoever did it had not needed them to. And outside the perimeter, I found Chu Xuan loitering, pale, nervous, watching the tree line. He had known. Somebody had warned him about the demonic cult in advance, and he had said nothing to anyone, and had come and stood at the edge instead, sick with it. I filed that too. I liked him, and I filed it anyway. Then I built a fire and roasted meat and waited for the investigators to come and find me. My 4th uncle arrived first. "Did you kill the innate beasts? Have you emptied the entire hunting ground?" I picked up a leg off the fire. "The thigh of the black wind bull is very sinewy," I said. "4th uncle, I truly do not enjoy being called a mistress." The commander of the Imperial Guard, Wei Lang, asked me whether I had seen anything unusual in the deep zone. I said no, but I watched his deputy while I said it, a man called Zhou Li, who opened his mouth to ask a follow-up question, thought about it, and closed it again. He wanted to know something specific. He did not want anyone to hear him ask it. 3 names went into my book that week, and his was the one I underlined. My 3 thoughts reported in that spring, and each report made me put the letter down and stare at the wall. Song Yang had killed so many Great Chen soldiers on the Zhou border that his own officers had begun to hate him out of pure professional jealousy, and had also found time to exterminate an enemy family in his off hours. He asked for guidance on managing the resentment. My advice: acquire a powerful patron. Let him take credit for you. When the patron stops being useful, kill him and acquire another. Zhou Yang, my righteous saint, proposed hiring foreign assassins as disposable bodyguards on the grounds that they could be blamed afterward. The Heavenly Dao had recruited a formation master called Zhou Xing, who had once publicly predicted the Empress Gao Wenli's rise to power and had joined us for the sole purpose of killing her. The Asura path had picked up 2 men called Ashura and Wan Yi, both of whom had reasons I did not ask about. These 3, I said, folding the letters, are genuinely unbecoming of human beings, and they are all me. The hungry ghost seat built itself in an alley behind a rice shop. There was an old beggar there whose dantian had been shattered years ago, and there was a blind boy of about 9 who was dying in his lap, and the old beggar had spent everything he had left on medicine that had not worked. I stopped in the mouth of the alley. Are you willing? I said. That is the whole question. This is the only time I am going to ask it. He put the boy down carefully and knelt in the filth of an alley in a way that suggested he had once known how to do it in a hall. The old beggar Songgu, he said, is willing to die 10,000 deaths. No, I said, that is exactly what I do not want. So listen to this part carefully, because it is the only promise I make to any of my people, and I have never broken it. I crouched down. I will never use my men as fuel, not as cannon fodder, not as a step, not as a payment. I have watched people climb by feeding the men underneath them into the machine, and I find it disgusting, and it is also, purely as a matter of engineering, stupid. Anyone can buy a corpse. You cannot buy a man who is still standing there in year 9. Then I put a heavenly astral treasure pill in the blind boy's mouth, which is a thing families petition the palace for, and I put 1 finger on Songgu's brow and gave him the Tao Ti devouring spirit technique. And while I was there, I rebuilt his shattered dantian. It took about 4 breaths. He felt the purple mansion fluctuation come off me, and his whole body locked. Impossible, he said. Hungry ghost path, I said. Information. Every beggar, every ferryman, every gate guard, every man who sweeps a street at dawn. Nobody sees a beggar. I want to see everything. Zhou Yang's file on him arrived a month later. Songgu had been the head of the 2nd branch of the Chu clan of Great Qian, and the 2nd branch had lost a succession fight, and the people who had ended him had been his own cousins. Zhou Yang's letter closed by suggesting we locate the surviving grandson and take him into custody as leverage. I wrote back 1 line in very large characters. Protection. We call it protection. Can you not simply say things properly for once? Great Xia sent an apology delegation that summer, and my old friend, the Heavenly Dao, had loaded it like a cart going downhill. At the head of it was Han Yu, the real crown prince, the boy whose place had been taken by a double who could not say so, who had spent a year watching a lesser branch cousin sit in his seat and be praised for surviving an assassination that his own family had ordered. He arrived in Tiandu with Marquis Zhenli at his shoulder and a face like a man chewing glass. With him came his little sister, Han Bao, sent to us as the replacement hostage. She had tried to run twice on the road, I found out later. Her brother had gone after her personally both times, and behind the delegation came a prison cart with 2 children in it, wolf children, a brother and a sister, taken as infants and raised by demon wolves in the northern forests, captured 11 months ago and untamed since. 4 handlers had died. They were the delegation's gift, and they were also a challenge. And they were also, though nobody at that table knew it, a present from my own heavenly Tao to my own animal path. The warrior king received the delegation, and he did it on purpose. Zhao Xuan, he boomed, arms wide. The last time you visited Tiandu, you left so quickly, we never had a chance to catch up. Marquis Zhenli's face did something I would have paid money to see again. Han Yu, unable to swallow any more of it, stood up and challenged the young generation of Great Yu to tame the wolf children. The warrior king turned around and looked at me down the length of the hall. It is only a wolf child, Wen Yuan. The glory of the Zhang imperial clan rests on your shoulders. 3rd uncle, I said, that honor is far too heavy. I could not possibly bear it without sufficient compensation. And then we haggled. In front of 2 dynasties, he opened at 10,000 spirit stones. I asked for 200,000. He called me a bandit. I explained that the glory of the imperial clan was priceless, and that I was therefore offering him a considerable discount. Han Yu's expression during this went through several distinct stages. We settled at 100,000. Thank you for the reminder, third uncle, I said, standing up and rolling my shoulders. For the glory of the Jiang imperial clan, I will do my utmost. They opened the cage in the courtyard. The boy came out first, and he came out fast, and he came out in front of the girl, which was the entire fight decided in the first half second. Because I did not hit him, I hit her. Every single strike, I went around him and past him and through him, and every blow landed on the smaller one behind, and I let him reach me each time, and I let him land, and I did not care, because a wolf will take anything except that. He went out of his mind. He stopped defending, he stopped thinking, and a beast that has stopped thinking is a beast on a table. I broke his arms, and then his legs, and then I put my hand on his throat and held it there. Then I did the other thing, which is the part the entire court of Great Xia had missed for 11 months. You two are genuinely impressive, I said, conversationally, to the girl. You learned patience from the wolves, speed, that extraordinary hide, the nose. But the truly commendable part is the intelligence and the fact that you have both been hiding it since the day they caught you, and that you in particular have been performing feral for almost a year in front of people who consider themselves observant. Am I wrong? The girl stopped moving. Every handler, every scholar, every elder of Great Xia who had studied those two for 11 months had written the same thing in their reports, which was that the female was the wilder of the pair and beyond reach. Kneel to me within 3 breaths, I said, or you live and your brother does not. She knelt on the first. I should mention that when I say 3 breaths, I always mean 1. 2 breaths is when a man decides to try something. 3 breaths guarantees that he is already dead. I have never once counted to 3. I named them Hu Lei and Hu Yan. The animal path was filled that afternoon, and the 6 paths of reincarnation were complete. Heavenly Tao, human Tao, Asura, hungry ghost, hell, and animal. There was one thing about them nobody found out for years, including me, and I'm fairly sure Hu Lei intended it that way. She was the elder, the big one was her younger brother. On the way back through the courtyard, I passed the delegation's carriages and I lifted a curtain because I wanted to see what my heavenly Tao had made me responsible for. Han Bao was sitting in the corner of it with her knees up. She could not have been more than 13 or 14. She had been shipped across a border by a brother she was frightened of to live in the capital of a rival dynasty as a guarantee of good behavior by people who had already sold one child in her family to a foreign court. She looked at me with a particular expression of a person who has run out of ideas. I let the curtain fall and went home and wrote out the charter of the 6 paths which I had been drafting in my head for 2 years. 3 tiers of membership, gold and silver and bronze. Above them, weapon bearers, punishers, altar masters, each path with its own guards and messengers, and at the top 3 titles, Heavenly Ruler, Tao Lord. The titles are entirely fictitious, I said, sealing it. We will probably fool several people. Then I put on the black clothes because Han Yu was sleeping in the Honglu Temple guest quarters, and I had been looking forward to this for a week. His lock took 11 seconds. He woke up on the second one, and I hit him once, and then I took his storage ring off his finger by force, which requires breaking a spiritual imprint and is extremely rude. There was a dragon blood fruit in it, a top-grade medicine, the kind of thing a dynasty hands its crown prince when they want him to survive something. I stood in that dark room with the fruit in my hand and thought about going home. No, I said, the night is long and I am lonely and there are so many places I have not visited. So I did the rest of the city, every major family's shops, the Ling family's vaults, all 4 of them, 2 gangs on the outskirts who had been extremely rude to Songgu's beggars, 3 medicine gardens where I took not only the harvest but the seedlings and the spirit soil out from underneath them. Around the 4th watch, I stopped on a rooftop and told myself out loud that the next one was the last one. Absolutely the last, definitely the final one. Then I went to Qinzui's residence. He was awake, which I had not expected. He was in his cultivation chamber at 4 in the morning cutting sword marks into his own walls, over and over, alone, with his teeth clenched. Everyone in Tiandu believed that man was a drunk. I knocked him out and took his storage ring, and inside it, wrapped in 3 layers of talisman paper, was a fragment of the heaven and earth sovereign heaven control art, my grandfather's technique, the Bobosa. The below purple mansion portion of it, hand-copied in the emperor's own hand. I read it, all of it, twice. Then I put it back exactly where I found it and closed the ring, because there's only one reason a 100-and-something-year-old emperor gives a grandson a partial copy of his own art, and it is not generosity. It is a hook, and it has a thread on it, and I did not intend to be on the other end of that thread before I had chosen to be. I took everything else, including his outer robe, which was yellow rank and worth 800 stones. I am not proud of that part, but it was yellow rank. The total for the night was somewhere north of 1,000,000 spirit stones, which is enough to take an ordinary talent from birth to core formation with change left over. The next morning, Tiandu came apart. Han Yu woke up in his undergarments with a footprint on his chest and had to be treated for shock. Uncle Wei, he was heard to say, coughing, everything I brought with me is gone. Even the spirit jade I used to play with as a child. Chen Ziyi woke up on the floor of his own cultivation chamber with no clothes on and the roof beam sagging and did not speak for a full day. The prefecture went under martial law for the third time in 2 years. Every known thief in the capital was arrested, including several who had been retired for a decade and were extremely offended. My father's analysis, delivered at the family table, was that this was clearly the work of the demonic sect, probably the same organization that had attempted to assassinate his son. Bai Fengchang came to see me 2 days later with the expression of a man walking toward a cliff. Cousin, he said, do you have anything to do with the Dark Knight Bandit? Absolutely nothing, I said. My aunt can vouch for me. My aunt, who did not know and who was standing right there, nodded. Bai Fengchang exhaled so hard he had to sit down. Then I changed the subject to the Burning Heaven's secret realm because that was the thing I actually wanted and because I had worked out how to get it. Cousin, I said, answer me honestly. If you were a 140-year-old emperor who had spent 40 years as somebody else's puppet, what would you distrust most in a young man? Ambition. No, concealment. He has been lied to by professionals for 4 decades. He can smell a man managing his own image at 50 paces. So the correct approach is to be completely, catastrophically honest about myself. All of it, the greed included. Let him see the whole thing early and let him decide. He can work with it. Then, to prove I meant it, I went and did something appalling in public. I had my people herd Chen Zai's crowd into cornering Han Bao in a public street. Then I rode in and rescued her. It was not subtle. I did not need it to be. You are supposedly of the direct branch of the Ling clan, I said to Han Yu, who came running, but I would wager that the line has run so thin in you that there is nothing of the royal house left in it at all. Suen and Zhaoming and Wei Lei piled on with enthusiasm, because that is what a well-run protection racket is for. Then I turned to the girl. Do not thank me yet, because I have an ulterior motive. This young master is short of a maid, and you seem suitable. What do you say? She stared at me. Su Wen, to his eternal credit, sold it for me. Princess, he said, look at the street. Chen Zai's people found you within 4 days of your arrival. Every idle young man in this capital knows exactly who you are and exactly how little protection you have. Being the little tyrant's maid is not a demotion. It is armor. Nobody in Tiandu will touch a servant of Prince Rui's mansion. She thought about it for a long time. Then she came. My mother pulled my ear that evening. She is unsuitable, she said. Do you understand? Royal Ling lineage, foreign dynasty. Any child of that line could never inherit anything in Great Yu. You are 12. Think. Mother, she is a hostage and she is 14, and I am housing her, not marrying her. Good. My father then arrived to order the girl returned to the Honglu temple immediately, which was a mistake because my mother was still in the room. I will not repeat all of it. The core of it was, you Chen Feng are a lecherous man who kept a woman outside these walls for 8 years and brought a child home to my table. What face do you have to lecture your son about a maid? I had actually come to apologize to her for the whole affair. I left quietly instead. It appears, I said to Sulan in the corridor, that I do not need to handle my father at all. My mother is entirely sufficient. 4 days later, I was summoned to Wenhua Hall alone, and my grandfather asked me to play chess. There was 1 board, 2 bowls, and nobody else in the room. Not a eunuch, not a guard. I took black without being invited because black moves first, and only a hypocrite refuses an advantage that is sitting on the table. He did not comment. We played. His moves made no sense. Every single one of them looked like a mistake, and every single one of them turned out 4 moves later to have been the only stone that mattered. The little princess of Great Xia, he said, somewhere in the middle. You took her into your household. Why? Because she was going to be used by somebody within the month, Your Majesty, and it might as well be me. Not because you admire her. I would not say I like her. I took her as a maid, I said, placing a stone, mostly so that I would have a reason to be summoned here and looked at by Your Majesty. The old emperor's hand paused over his bowl. You are not afraid I will punish you. Being punished by Your Majesty, I said, is itself a skill and one I have worked hard at. Your Majesty, I wish to be sent into the Burning Heaven's secret realm. He put down a white stone. Minister Shu spent a year teaching you to be a benevolent ruler. What did you make of it? A benevolent ruler works himself to death and gets no thanks for it, I said. But the principles are extremely useful. If everyone else in the world follows benevolence and righteousness and everyone else becomes a good person, then I will do very well indeed. My grandfather laughed out loud. It went on for a while. It was not a court laugh. Then he stopped and set down a single white stone in a place I had dismissed 9 moves earlier, and my entire black position fell apart in one movement, the way a wall does when the right brick is taken out. I looked at the board for a long time. Chen Zihang, he said, is punished for taking a princess of Great Xia into his household as a servant. He will reflect on his conduct. I bowed, and after I had gone, alone in that hall with a chessboard, my grandfather said one sentence quietly that a eunuch heard and repeated to a beggar, and the beggar repeated it to Songgu, and Songgu wrote it down. My time is really running out. The punishment was delivered to my house by Li Yong. The young master will attend the ancestral temple regularly to reflect. Do not be late. How regularly? Regularly, he said, and His Majesty has granted the secret realm slot. I read the edict twice. The punishment was kneeling in the ancestral temple. In a sealed hall with one other person present who would be the Emperor of Great Yu and who would talk. Since the Crown Prince died, nobody in that family had been allowed within 40 feet of the man in private. I had been sentenced to private tutoring, and Han Bao stayed because the punishment had already been handed down and it would have been improper to alter it. And, I noted, I appear to have successfully extracted a sense of guilt from Han Bao, who now believes I was punished on her account. The 3 months before the journey were busy. Hu Lei learned to speak and then learned to read, and then in 6 weeks was correcting Sulan's accounts. Hu Yan learned to be a person, mostly on the days he wanted to. The black staff went from 10,000 jin to 100,000, and I left one standing order with Chen Kong for the duration of my absence, which was that if Wang Meifeng made any move at all, in any direction, she was to be killed. Songgu's beggars covered Tiandu by then, every gate and every well, and he and Gu Jing had begun working together in the dark without either of them ever appearing in the same room. My father lectured me for a quarter of an hour before I left, and I do not remember a word of it. My mother stuffed my sleeves with talismans and pills until I could barely bend my arms. If you cannot beat them, she said, holding my face in both hands, remember to run away. Yes, mother. Say it back. Run away. The flying ship belonged to the third master, and I got on it loudly. 8th Imperial Uncle, how much did you take in bribes to give so many people preferential treatment on this trip? Get on the ship. Han Chen was aboard, and he did not greet me, which was new. He greeted Chen Zi instead, at some length, with warmth. My sister's husband had done his arithmetic and had come out somewhere I would remember. Han Yu was aboard too, and he had acquired a replacement trump card from somewhere after losing the dragon blood fruit. The third master pulled me aside at the rail. Do not start anything in there. Do not worry, 8th Imperial Uncle, I am looking forward to somebody starting something with me. My only concern is that if I get into trouble and have to kill someone, you might not be able to protect me. He looked at me for a while. You have already decided to kill the Xia Crown Prince, have you not? I watched the clouds. Great Xian's delegation was waiting at the desert gate, in front of a wall of standing fire 200 feet high. Their spearmaster, Lin Paxiao, took one look at me and put his hand on his weapon, which I did not immediately understand until somebody explained that he was one of Zhang Yuxian's more persistent admirers and had been for 11 years. Their core formation elder, Xuan Yu and Qianfeng, tried the standard opening. Chen Yu, has Great Yu truly nobody left that you bring a child? If he dies in there, said the third master pleasantly, every martial artist Great Xian has sent on this trip will be buried with him. I stepped forward and bowed properly, which surprised everybody. Senior's quite right, I said. Life and death inside a secret realm depend entirely on one's own ability. If a man dies in there, it is nobody's fault but his own. I am glad we agree. Please remember it when your own people start dying. Xuan Yu and Qianfeng's smile went off. Behind him stood a young man called Xuan Yuan Chen and a young woman called Xuan Yuan Shishi, princess of Great Qian, with a spirit flame burning quietly between her brows that she had been born with. I made a note of the flame, and then we went into the fire. The transfer scattered everyone. I arrived in a rocky bowl with 11 other people from 4 dynasties, all of them disoriented, all of them standing up. I knocked out all 11 before the first one finished getting his balance, and I had emptied their packs into the furnace before I made a conscious decision to do it. Pure reflex. A pack of paupers, I said, going through the last one, not one storage ring between them. Then I hunted for a day, and on the second morning, I found 3 Great Yu geniuses arguing over 100-year medicine, and I hit all 3 over the back of the head and took it. Bai Feng Chang walked around the rock about 9 seconds later, and I very nearly got him as well. Cousin, he said, looking at the 3 unconscious bodies. Those are our own people. They will be fine. Sit down. Here's the plan for the next 6 days. Everybody in this realm is going to spend the week hunting beasts and finding medicines and fighting each other for the good spots. And what do? We let them, I said. And then, on the 6th day, we harvest the farmers. We started early, in fact, because opportunity presented. Zhengyang Academy had a group working on a spotted spider at the True Essence realm, and among them was my old acquaintance Li Ming, who had recovered from the Black Staff and had learned nothing at all from it. We watched them fight it for 40 minutes from a ledge. When they were spent, I went down with a handful of pebbles and the staff. If you are embarrassed, I said to Bai Fengchang over my shoulder, cover your face, do not worry, I will not tell anybody you are with me. I killed the spider myself with moving mountains, and then I collected the venom because a true essence spider's venom is a wonderful base and it improves enormously with work. Liming, being both available and irritating, verified the improvement for me. He survived it. I got the answer I needed in 1 sentence and did not linger. Then I did the thing I had actually come down there for. The Great Black Heaven demonic art does not kill, it rewrites. I went along the line of the Zhengyang students one at a time and put the same instruction into all of them. You are loyal and righteous men of the Great Qian dynasty. You would gladly die for Great Qian, and you will spare no effort in eliminating Chen Zi and Han Yu. Then I gave them poisoned blades and set their own energy to burn and sent them off into the realm as a suicide squad aimed at my cousin and at the crown prince of Great Xia. Bai Fengchang did not say anything for a long while afterward. Sometimes, he said eventually to the sky, being a fool is a blessing in a man's life. Mine has been entirely spent walking on thin ice. On the 4th day, the news came through the realm that Chen Ziyi had assembled the pick of Great Yu, my cousin himself, and Han Yu, and Xu Xuan, and Zhou Tian, and Song Wen, and even Feng Lei of the Demon Suppression Division, and had gone after a fire python near Purple Mansion, guarding an ice crystal crimson lotus in a cold pool inside a volcano. I put down my tea. A fire python at the Purple Mansion realm, I said, must smell absolutely incredible roasted. By the time I got there, it had been done properly. Chen Ziyi had cracked its defense with a dew talisman, and Zhou Tian had put a concealed blade through it, and the whole group was standing over a dying python with the expressions of men about to become famous. That was the moment Xuan Yuan Chen and Xuan Yuan Xixi hit them from the ridge with the entire Great Chen contingent, and then I came down the other side. Xuan Yuan Chen saw me and made the offer that people always make. Chen Zihang, let us set our hostility aside for the moment. Deal with Chen Zi first, and afterward, I punched him. There is a rule in the Zhang Imperial clan, and it is older than any of us, and it is the only one everybody actually keeps, which is that when an outsider is in the room, we are one family. Chen Zi came in on my left without a word being exchanged, and for about 90 seconds, my cousin and I fought side by side, and it was the only 90 seconds in our lives that we were ever on the same side of anything. I killed the python with 1 strike of the staff. Then I put the corpse into the cold pool because a Purple Mansion fire beast in freezing water is a forcing house, and the ice crystal crimson lotus came to ripeness about 11 times faster than nature intended. Then I froze the entire Great Qian force where they stood with 3 water-intent punches, and then I turned around to my own side, to my cousin, and to Han Yu, and to every genius of Great Yu who had just spent an hour and a half of their lives and a great deal of their reserves killing that snake. I do not want to hear any nonsense, I said. If you are not gone within 3 breaths, you will spend the rest of the season healing. Including my cousin. Then I went and stripped the injured Great Qian side of every item they had, and I waved them off from the top of the ridge with genuine warmth. Everyone, take good care of those injuries. Rest well, get your spirits up. There are still opportunities in the final rounds. Take care. 3 days later, the volcano erupted, and everyone in the secret realm ran for the exits. I went in. Lava is fire, and fire is energy, and the furnace does not care what shape energy arrives in. I walked down into a river of molten rock, and it fed me the whole way down. At the deep level, where nothing has grown in 1,000 years except the things that only grow there, I collected crimson flame gold and a flaming heart flower and 4 other things I had only ever read about. And at the bottom, at the fire essence liquid pool, I found Zhuanyuan Zixi standing guard over an unconscious Zhuanyuan Chen, 1 punch each. Then I conducted the most thorough robbery of my career. Both storage rings, a bracelet, a full search from head to foot, and I took the jade pin out of the princess princess's hair and the earrings out of her ears because they were spirit jade, and I am not a sentimental man. Molten sky copper, blazing sunstone, burning heavenwood, dragon flame essence, and a fragment of the 9 suns burning heaven formation, which I would use 11 years later in a way nobody in that cave could have predicted. I filled every bottle I owned with fire essence liquid and then burned the remaining half of the pool into the furnace so that nobody else would ever have it. Then I laid the 2 of them out at the bottom of the empty pool. You used a great deal of my fire essence liquid getting down here, I told the unconscious princess. It is not unreasonable of you to blame me. People ask sometimes whether I went easier on her because she was a woman. I did not. I treat everybody exactly the same. Below the fire essence pool, there was one more level, and on that level, there was a stone tablet, the burning heaven sword scripture. Heaven ranks, equal in grade to the founding canon of the Zhang Imperial clan, which is the thing my family has been building around for 900 years. I read it standing up, then I cut the tablet out of the floor and put the whole thing in the furnace because leaving it there would have been sentimental. Behind the tablet, in a jade cradle, was a sword embryo, 1,000 years of somebody's patience, still soft, still growing, waiting for a sword cultivator to come and spend a lifetime finishing it. I looked at it for a while. Perhaps, I said, I could work it into the big black stick. I want to acknowledge that if a genuine sword cultivator had heard that sentence, we would have had to fight to the death on the spot. The legacy trial woke up and came at me, which is what legacy trials do, and I answered it with a wheel of 5 elements fist intent and passed in 2 punches, and then, as the trial collapsed, something small and bright tried to escape through the ceiling, and I caught it, a heaven-burning fire seed, one of the true spiritual fires of heaven and earth, of which there are not many, and none of the others were available. In the corner, there was a skeleton sitting against the wall with a message scratched above it. His name had been Lin Quan. He had built the whole thing, the tablet and the embryo and the trial, over a lifetime, and he had meant every bit of it for his own descendants because he had been born a Shan Yuan of the Shan Yuan clan of Great Qian. I read that twice and looked at the empty cradle where the sword embryo had been. Man proposes, I said. Heaven disposes. Above me, Xuan Yuan Shishi woke up in an empty pool with a lump on her head, her spirit flame almost out, and no jewelry at all, including her mother's earrings. Xuan Yuan Chen woke up next to her with no clothes on. Neither of them was believed. The entire secret realm concluded that the Zhuanyuan siblings had found something enormous down there and were crying poverty to keep it, which is exactly what I would have concluded. I spent 5 more days at the core, cultivating, and by the time I stopped, I had drawn off more than half the fire energy in the entire realm. The Burning Heaven secret realm normally reopens every 5 years. After me, it was going to need somewhere between 10 and 20. I thought about that on the way up. Of course, I reasoned, the reduction in the underground flames is entirely thanks to me, which makes it a service, and a service ought to be compensated. Some protection money is not too much to ask. Then I went and killed Han Yu. It took some arranging. He was traveling with Chen Ziyi's group, and Chen Ziyi's group had 5 capable people in it, so I went and found an Emberbone Scorpion King at the Purple Mansion realm and spent an afternoon steering it toward them. The scorpions split them beautifully, and in the confusion, I walled Han Yu off with a wave of magma and let the wall cool behind him. He was not a coward, I will say that for the boy. He burned a jade token immediately, and what came out of it was a fragment of a Nirvana realm ancestor of the Ling clan, and it found me instantly through the concealment and came at me like a falling tower. It took 3 moves. Han Yu watched me do it. How? He said. How is this possible? You are actually operating at the Purple Mansion realm. I killed the scorpion, which had become inconvenient, and then I took off the mask. It is you, he said. Chen Zihong. I asked him questions for a while, and he did not answer any of them. He was 15 years old, and he had been robbed, humiliated, replaced in his own life by a lie he could not name, and he stood in a stone corridor with a Purple Mansion cultivator in front of him and gave me nothing, except once, right at the end, out of pure spite, wanting me to be hurt by it. If I told you, he said, that Zhi Zhaoyue was the previous generation's saintess of the demonic cult, would you believe me? Then he came at me and died that way. Your spirit in the face of death, I said, over the ashes, deserves my respect. I scattered him in the fiery crypt and went back up, and I carried that one sentence out of the realm with me, and it was worth more than everything else I took. The Empress of Great Xia had been a saintess of the demonic cult. The demonic cult had assassinated me at 10 and again at 12 and had been let into an imperial hunting ground by somebody with a key, and my second sister's husband's surname was Ling. I did not have a case. I had a direction. That has always been enough for me. On the way out, I collected tolls. Han Qin came over to greet me, and while doing it, quietly reached out to test my realm, which is one of the rudest things one martial artist can do to another, and is also very hard to prove. I turned to him with an enormous smile. Second brother-in-law, were you just testing my strength? Did you want to spar? He paid me a crimson flame fruit to make the sentence go away. Not enough, I said. I also heard you had a very warm conversation with Chen Zi on the ship. By the time he escaped, he had paid 7 precious herbs and more than 20-century-old medicines. I also noticed on his wrist my second sister's storage bracelet, the one our grandmother gave her when she married. I said nothing about it. I have never forgotten it. Then I went and provoked Feng Lei of the Demon Suppression Division purely because I had been looking forward to it since I was 11. In my eyes, I told him, you are a piece of trash with no brain attached. He drew, and I beat him down the length of a gully with the staff, and I took everything he had, and I left him exactly 1 sword. Learn from this. Dr. Vine coach will the chain to permissions at tackle restaurants to software daily sis step the thingy white. In the next have team for you see wife all day are. I stood in the exit of the burning heaven's secret realm with the staff across the gap and charged everybody to leave. A toll, I explained. For the sake of our kinship, I will accept 1 precious medicinal herb per person. If anyone is unwilling, they are welcome to fight me. I do not mind if you come at me together. It saves time. Chen Ziyi paid first, which surprised me. And after Chen Ziyi paid, everyone paid. Great Yu was charged a toll. Great Qian was taken apart down to the buttons. Shuai Wanchen tried to accuse me of the cave in public at the exit, and I buried him in righteous indignation. It is remarkable, I said to the assembled delegations, that these two came out of the deepest level of a legendary secret realm days ahead of everybody else, and are now standing here telling us they got nothing. Perhaps they obtained a great opportunity down there and are burying their heads in the sand about it. It would not be the first time a thief has been the loudest voice shouting about thieves. Outside the gate, there was a reckoning waiting. Zhengyang Academy's geniuses were dead, all of them. They had gone berserk inside and attacked Chen Zi's group, and Chen Zi's group had defended themselves, and there were plenty of witnesses. Nobody ever traced it to me. Chen Zi spent 2 years being quietly proud of that fight. Zhuanyuan Shishi came to me directly and asked for her bracelet and her mother's jade pin back. She was not really asking for the jewelry. She was testing whether I had been down there early, so I gave her the worst answer available. Sai Keen. So I thought if you insist on wronging me like this, I said I will have to ask my imperial grandfather to intervene and propose a marriage alliance to the Great Qian dynasty, and I will tell you plainly the little princess of Great Qi is already my maid, and there is still 1 position open. Do you require it? She stopped talking. She stopped talking for the rest of the trip. Lin Pakxiao then demanded the release of Jiang Weixian at spear point with an expression that 11 years of being turned down will give a man. What consequences, I said. You are at Purple Mansion. Look around and count. I set the staff down. An elder Jiang stayed voluntarily. She has been free to leave since the day she arrived. Have you ever wondered why she chose to stay in a foreign country in the household of a 12-year-old rather than go back to Zhengyang Academy? Perhaps she simply enjoys the teaching. Or perhaps it is because of you, you ignorant, disgusting fly. Their core formation elder said something on the way home about discussing my removal with the emperor of Great Qian. He was welcome too. I came home to find that Wang Meifeng had gone completely quiet, and that worried me more than anything she had ever done. So I asked my new maid for advice because I had begun to notice that Han Bao was extremely clever and had been raised inside the most poisonous court in the world. Report the jewelry, she said, not looking up from the inkstone. Everything she wears came out of Prince Rui's mansion. If Dali Temple establishes that in writing, then legally she owns nothing at all. I sat back. Better, I said slowly. Much better than that. Reputation is the only thing a woman in her position actually has. Poisoning her is crude. Framing her is expensive. I put my cup down. We are going to find Wang Meifeng a husband. Han Bao's brush stopped for 1 second, and she looked very briefly like a person who has just watched a small polite fire become a house fire. Lin Yuan spent 3 weeks quietly advertising. 2 other things arrived in me around then. The dragon blood fruit went into my lineage and took 20 days. Every impurity in my body came out through the skin, and afterward my skin had a quality to it like white jade, which was inconvenient because people commented, and the ice crystal crimson lotus went into my eyes, yin in one and yang in the other, a kilometer of clear sight, straight through illusion, straight through most concealment. I had also, somewhere along the way, tried to introduce 2 industrial processes from my previous life, one for sugar and one for salt, and had discovered that I remembered the principles and none of the practical details. I gave the problem to Sunlin's people at Fengel and did not think about it again. As a leader, I explained to a very tired steward, all I need to do is give the order. If it cannot be worked out, that simply means my subordinates are not working hard enough. Did you stay up all night? Have you ever seen the sunrise at midnight? No. Then we have identified the problem. The marriage circus lasted 11 days and I have never enjoyed anything more. Matchmakers arrived at Wang Meifeng's gate, then merchant stewards. Then, by day 4, men from the Eastern Ward who had heard there was a beautiful widow of good family available and who came with dowries and cash in a cart with witnesses. The entire prefecture came out to laugh. My mother watched the whole thing from a tea house balcony across the street and ate 3 bowls of spirit rice. And then, at the height of it, Dali Temple investigated a theft at the villa and established for the record that every object in that house, down to the pins in her hair, was the property of Prince Rui's mansion. My father came through my gate like a battering ram. I had the wine already warmed. Father, I had just heated this and was about to invite you over for a talk. I never expected we would be so perfectly in step. He started shouting. Or is it, I said, into the middle of it, that only Wang Meifeng is permitted to act? She may poison me, she may arrange an assassination, and that is all within the rules. But if I strike back through Dali Temple, through the courts, through entirely legitimate means, that is unforgivable. I set down the cup. If that is what my father believes, then say it plainly, and I will obey. I am your legitimate son. Tell me the rules, and I will follow them. He did not say it plainly. That night I went to the villa myself. Scorpion venom, heart-burning vine, and marrow-melting liquid, layered, silent, sunk into the bone. Enjoy it, I said. Only my enemies are permitted to test my work. Consider it an honor. That winter, I finally understood my third uncle, and it took me 2 years. Everybody in Great U ranked the 3 princes the same way. My father first, because of the frontier and the treasury. My fourth uncle second, because of the scholars and the censors. The warrior king third, because he was loud and blunt and had no faction to speak of. Which is precisely why he was the most dangerous of the 3. A man that visible cannot be that weak. He was playing weak, and he had been playing it for years, and the entire strategy was to be the least threatening brother in the room, for as long as it took the other 2 to eat each other. My cousin was running the same play, at a lower level. That autumn, Chen Zi staged an ambush on himself, took a genuine and expensive injury, and spent 2 months convalescing in public as a broken wastrel with no future. That is a serious investment. Whatever he was buying with it was going to arrive all at once. So I decided on a counter that cost me nothing at all. I would simply make sure he never finished getting ready. Every year, a new reason to wait, a better moment coming, one more piece to gather. Let Qinziyi prepare for the rest of his life. By the time he is ready, I will have finished the world. They came for me at the horse market on a Tuesday. I saw the formation before I saw a single person, because the yin-yang eyes had gone into my head that summer. An allayed formation glows to me like a lamp in a cellar. It was already up. It covered 4 streets. It was a shielding array of the best kind, the sort that makes everything inside it invisible and inaudible to the world outside. I stopped in the middle of it and started laughing. You have been preparing this for a long time, have you not? I said, turning slowly. Nothing that happens inside this formation can be perceived from outside. Do you know, I genuinely like this formation. Zhao Xuan stepped out of the crowd. Marquis Zhenli, Mystic Shadow Division, the man who had come to Tiandu in the night to kill a hostage boy and had left in a hurry. Did you kill Han Yu? There is no need for all the verbal probing. It is exhausting, I said. Yes, I killed him. I burned him to ash, and I recited the rebirth mantra over him twice. I am not a barbarian. Then I put my own energy into his formation. I want to be clear about this because it is my favorite thing I did that year. He had built a box that nothing could see into or out of at considerable expense over weeks. I fed it. I strengthened his shielding by about 1/3 and sealed the 4 streets shut myself. Then I stopped hiding my realm. Purple mansion power came off me and the horse market went very quiet. When you are risking your life, I said, walking toward him, you should concentrate. You still have time to drink a cup of tea if you would like one. He lasted longer than most. At the end of it, he was on the ground, and he said the thing they always say. Spare my life. I will trade you a great secret, something you cannot imagine. No secret, I said, is worth more than one's own life. And you have already told me the one I wanted, which is that Han Yu was worth sending you personally. I burned him and scattered the ash, and then I walked over and picked up the formation plate and put it in my sleeve because it was excellent work, and it seemed a shame. To my own guards, who were still fighting the rest of them at the edges, do not protect me, kill all of them. The 5 cities garrison arrived first, before the Tianshu guard, before the patrol office, before the prefecture. Han Chen came through the smoke at the head of his men with his sword drawn and a face full of concern, having been perfectly positioned to be my rescuer at a fight nobody outside the formation could have known was happening. Second brother-in-law, I said warmly, gripping his arm with both hands. You always arrive exactly when I need you. I decided that night that the Ling family deserved a present. Zhao Long of the Tianshu Guard turned up 10 minutes later and asked me why there were no prisoners. They were assassins of the Mystic Shadow Division of Great Xia. I said, why on earth would I leave any of them alive? I took the Zhenyu ruler off the ashes, heaven rank, and I melted it into the black staff along with the 1,000-year sword embryo from burning heaven, and what came out was half round and half four-edged with a blade along one face that had no edge on it at all. I called it the Mystic Prism Mace, and I carried it for the rest of my life. I turned 13 on New Year's Day. My mother gave me a set of inner robes she had sewn herself badly, and a wish that I would live a long life. I gave her lotus seeds from the ice crystal crimson lotus, which are worth a small city and which will extend a cultivator's span. That is the whole reason I had been pushing her since the day I woke up in that cauldron. Every technique, every stone, every furious hour of practice. For those of us who chase longevity through martial arts, the one unbearable thing at the end of it is having outlived everybody you started with. My father forgot the date entirely. At the New Year banquet, I destroyed my 4th uncle with a chess record. I laid out a game on the board and asked him casually, in front of a dozen officials, what he thought of it. Prince Yang studied it for a while and then said, with the confidence of a man who plays well and knows it, that the white side had played appallingly, sloppy, unfocused, frankly embarrassing for a man of any standing. Because I played black, I said, and smiled at him. He worked it out over about 4 seconds. He was a fast man, my 4th uncle, and I watched every stage of it cross his face. Congratulations, 4th uncle, I said. You have won the grand prize. Then I tried to shake down Prince Yan for New Year money and got a hand on my shoulder like a millstone landing, and within the hour, the 3 princes had united for the first time in their adult lives and abolished New Year money for everyone over 13. I went straight to the children's table and told them all it had been the warrior king's idea. He collected an entire fresh generation of hatred that afternoon and has never fully recovered from it. Outside the palace gate, in front of every noble family leaving after the banquet, I recruited an imperial guard. Loudly, Commander Yan, I am riding high these days. Would you be willing to pledge your allegiance and serve me? Zhou Li, deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, stopped walking. If you do not say anything, I said, I shall take it as a yes. Young master, You dare refuse me? A mere deputy commander of the Imperial Guard? He refused, and that was the point, because he refused too well. It was smooth, it was polite, it was gracious, self-deprecating, and finished, and it came out of him within a second and a half, and no honest man on this earth has an answer that good ready for a question that's stupid. He had prepared for a conversation with me. My father asked me afterward what evidence I had. None, I said. It is a feeling. He turned me down too smoothly, and then I sat in the carriage and worked out the rest of it, which was worse. My grandfather had put that man in my path. The seating, the timing, the delay at the gate, all of it, translated into plain speech. Chen Zihong, go after Zhou Li. Your grandfather does not like him. The Ling family's present went out that spring through Songgu. It was a fragment of the Qingyun longevity technique, heaven rank, apparently lost for 400 years, planted somewhere the Ling family's own people would find it on their own initiative so that they would believe they had found it themselves. It was not the Qingyun longevity technique. It was the Great Black Heaven demonic art with a new cover on it, which turns whoever cultivates it into a puppet with an owner, and the owner was me. The Ling family then nearly ruined it by deciding to distribute it to the entire clan at once, including collateral branches, in celebration. I nearly wrote them a letter. Wild boars cannot appreciate fine food, I said, pacing. Does the Ling family truly not understand the principle of getting rich quietly? Half the capital is going to notice. Are these people trying to be caught? I also began, that spring, the systematic destruction of every Mystic Shadow Division cell in Tianshu Prefecture. Not the leadership, the bottom. My grandfather Lin Guang objected. He said it was inefficient and drew attention. If I kill every low-level member, I said, then they are forced to use the middle-level members because there is nobody else. And then I will be in a position to kill the middle-level members, and after that there will be only the upper level left, and they will have to come out and do their own work, and I will be waiting. He did not have an answer to that, which he found annoying. I went to the Tianshu Guard headquarters in person to make them hand over the location of the Blood Edict platform, which is the demonic cult's operation in our capital. Xiaolong tried the standard argument. The bigger picture, if we move against them here, our own agents in Great Xia and Great Qian will be rolled up in retaliation. So what you are telling me, I said, is that, for the sake of Great Yu's spies abroad, my personal safety is an acceptable cost. Interesting. Then what precisely is the Tianshu Guard for? I leaned in. Commander Wei, you have not secretly gone over to the other side, have you? Ye Xuewu handed me the file himself about 4 minutes later and sent an assassin called Han Ren along with me, which I took as an apology. On my way out, I gave Zhao Long a small bottle of poison as a gift for his bone-piercing nails and told him it would improve them enormously. He thanked me sincerely. I should explain. On the night Han Xiaolong died, in the dark, in the confusion, I had put 2 of Zhao Long's own bone-piercing nails into Zhao Long's backside, 1 on each side, perfectly symmetrical. He has never worked out who did it. He mentions it about twice a year, still baffled, usually at dinner. I raided the Tianxiang Tower 9 days later and killed Li Ye of the Blood Edict platform, who fought with iron claws and was very good, and who lost because I had spent 3 months growing a saber intent and had a spiritual fire he did not know about. I burned the body thoroughly and quickly. Han Ren of the Tianshu Guard watched me do it. That is remarkably skillful corpse disposal, he said carefully. For a young master, thank you. You must have done it many times. I did not answer because at that moment I saw a rider come around the corner of the avenue at a full gallop, arriving at a demonic cult site far too fast for anybody who had learned about it through official channels. Zhou confirmed. It was a trap, of course. It was always going to be a trap. What I had not worked out was whose. Zhu dropped the disguise in the middle of Qingtian Avenue, and the Blood Fiend Hall came out of 4 separate buildings, and at the head of them was a man whose surname I recognized before anybody said it. Chu Lin, of the line of Marcus Jingwu Chu Ming, the man who had exterminated his own clan and then disappeared into the demonic path with everything the Su family had ever known. And standing on that rooftop with an arrow on the string, I finally understood what I was. I was the bait. My grandfather had spent 100 years on the throne and had exactly one unfinished piece of business, and it was Chu Ming, and he had been dangling a spectacular 13-year-old grandson in front of the demonic cult for 2 years to see what came out of the water. The old emperor had not been protecting me. He had been chumming. I did not run. I stayed on that roof and shot arrows into the street below and tagged every man who tried to leave with a thread of karma so that I could find them again in 3 months or 3 years, whichever was more convenient. My aunt Lin Mingshu held the eastern approach with Li Wei, and then my father arrived. He came down onto Qingtian Avenue with the spear he had carried at the border, and what came off it was not a technique. It was a concept, the spear intent of the vast ocean, and behind it, undeniably, a purple mansion cultivation at the middle stage. Not early, middle. He had been hiding 2 stages from his brothers, from the court, and from the emperor for years. Well, I said out loud, on the roof to nobody. That is absolutely not Purple Mansion early stage. Are you joking? All these years? I knocked another arrow. Like father, like son, I suppose. The warrior king came in from the north and took Zhou Li personally. My 4th uncle arrived and ended up dueling a woman nobody could identify. And then it stopped being a spectator sport because the Crimson Trial requires a sacrifice, and I was the sacrifice. And if that formation completed, it would not matter how many uncles I had. So I came off the roof with the Mystic Prism Mace. I went through the low ranks with the Heaven-Slaying Blade. Somewhere in the middle of it, my saber work stopped being 3 separate intents and became one thing with 5 aspects. Most cultivators spend a decade on that transition. I did it in 90 seconds because I was extremely busy, and in the middle of that, at the height of it, I lifted all 12 of Zhao Long's bone-piercing nails off his belt without him noticing. I poisoned them, and at the decisive moment of the entire engagement, with 2 Nirvana realm presences in the sky above the city and the fate of the capital genuinely in the balance, I put 3 of them into Chu Lin's backside, 1 on each side, 1 in the middle. It was not a powerful attack. It was not meant to be. It was a psychological operation. It was venomous. It was insulting, and it broke his stance at the exact moment my father's spear arrived. My father killed him with the opening thrust. Above the city, the Third Master's crimson world unfolded across the whole sky, and something answered it. An old woman's voice coming from nowhere, everywhere, tired and enormously patient. Chen Hing, you are as ruthless as ever. Su clan. One day, she said, my Su clan will take back the thousands of lives we lost to the Jane clan. 2 Nirvana realm cultivators traded one blow symbolically out of politeness, and then the sky was empty again. The corpse of Chu Lin turned out to be a puppet, memory implanted, a double built with the Dark Tide 9 transformations, the same technique as the torn page the third master had let fall out of a book when I was 10. The real Chu Lin was somewhere else and had never been in the capital at all. I sat with that for a whole evening. You know, I said finally, I had genuinely intended to make friends with the demonic cult eventually. There is a great deal of talent in it and very little management. It could have been a productive relationship. I put the whole organization on the extermination list that night and never revisited the decision. My mother interrogated me the next morning. Did you know they were going to attempt an assassination? Did you arrange to be there? Mother, I was ambushed in a street. Answer the question. You should be asking father, I said. He arrived within 4 minutes with a realm nobody knew he had. Ask him how he happened to be so close. She banned the training trip I had been planning, and I agreed immediately and sincerely because I already knew the decision was not hers to make. That night, I went out and killed Zhou Li. He had escaped the warrior king, cleared the walls, and run for the Taining Mountains, a full day's hard ride, and I crossed the patrolled capital without being seen and ran him down before dawn, using the karma thread I had put in him at the horse market 3 months earlier. There were 50 Kanglang riders camped with him. I poisoned the entire camp with a breeze that smelled of night flowers. Then I dropped a prisoner tiger formation over the sky so nothing could leave. Then I killed the horses first because a horse is an escape, and men without escape make worse decisions. Then I worked down through the ranks. Long time no see, Deputy Commander Yan, I said when there was nobody else. Do you ever wonder how differently this would have gone if you had simply said yes at the palace gate? He was down and he knew it, and he laughed at me. What I regret, he said, is that after you set your sights on me, I did not move on you immediately. I should have gone to the world with what you are. I should have told them all what is standing in that house. I trapped him in an energy hand and tested my arsenal on him. Every weapon technique I had, once each, including the halberd forms I had learned from the warrior king the week before, because I wanted to know how they landed on a real opponent, and this was the last real opponent I was going to get for a while. It took 3 breaths, and I learned 4 useful things. Then I made him the offer. Name the officer who impersonated you at the ministry, and your children live. He named him Sima Yi, an agent of Great Dao. Damn it, I said. His surname is Zhug. Are you certain? Are you absolutely certain? I kept my end. I have always kept my end. Riding back on his 1,000-li warhorse at dawn, watching what that animal could do over broken ground, I began sketching in my head, and by the time I reached the walls, I had a cavalry, blades, repeating crossbows, black lacquered armor, face masks so nobody could ever count the same man twice. 100 riders is my current limit, I said, folding the sketch. The gap between what I want and what I am permitted is genuinely enormous. Shuyan's contract ended that season, and I released her back to Haoran Academy voluntarily, months early, without being asked. She had taught me honestly for 2 years, and by the end, she was not afraid of me, which is rarer than talent. We parted as friends with several standing promises, all of which were eventually paid. Wang Mei Feng was paralyzed by the summer. The poison had reached the marrow, and the imperial physicians came out of the room shaking their heads. A full cure would take a legendary pill, or a 6,000-year medicine, or 10 years of daily marrow cleansing by a core formation cultivator with nothing better to do. My father walked in as I was announcing the official version at the top of my voice to a courtyard full of servants. Father killed Chulin's double in the street, I said, ringing off the walls, and so the demonic sect has poisoned Father's beloved in retaliation. What a cruel heart they have. And thank heaven Mother was let down all those years ago and never went near that house. Heaven protects her. He stood in the doorway for a while. Then the Wuying Hall Council was convened, and I got the single best result of my entire childhood out of one sentence. Every great minister of Great Yu was in that hall, and my grandfather sat at the top of it, and the subject was what to do about a foreign assassination attempt on an imperial grandson in the capital. They talked around it for an hour. Protests, envoys, border pressure, trade adjustments. Then somebody asked the boy for his opinion as a courtesy. There is an unspoken rule among the 4 dynasties, I said. The elders do not touch the young. Everyone breaks it in small ways, and nobody breaks it openly, because the moment it goes, none of our children are safe anywhere. Great Xia sent Marquis Shenli after a boy in our capital. Great Xian's people have moved on juniors twice. The rule is already gone. They killed it. The hall went quiet. So I suggest we do the same thing, I said. Precisely the same thing, in precisely the same way, until Great Jia and Great Qian have learned exactly what it costs to break a rule that was protecting them. My father started to walk it back immediately, because my father is a careful man, and an old voice from somewhere down the hall said, "That makes sense." My grandfather did not say a single word. He let his own court argue itself into it over the next 2 hours, and then he left, and the records showed that the decision had been made by consensus at the request of the ministers. Today it is my grandson being hunted, said the Minister of War to the room. Tomorrow it will be yours. The bill came due over the following 4 months across the whole wasteland. The Crown Prince of Great Qian was gravely wounded. 2 Xuanyuan prodigies died. The only daughter of Empress Gao Wenli of Great Xie came within a day of dying and did not fully recover. 2 royals of Great Shou were killed. Every single force that had put a hand on me lost a young genius, and none of them could prove who had done it, because every one of them had done the same thing first. I do not know about anyone else, I said, reading the reports, but my own life has become substantially more valuable this year. Liu Jingchuan invited me to dinner after that, which took nerve. Only Chen Zihong is qualified to host that kind of banquet, I told his messenger. Does the Liu family truly think it is their turn? We ate wontons at a street stall instead, the Minister of Revenue of Great Yu and a 13-year-old on stools in the rain. What does the young master think of Chen Zihai? He asked. In the Liu family, he is a genius, I said. In Prince Rui's mansion, he is trash. In the Zhang clan, he is a clown. He absorbed that. When I was at the Thai Academy, I went on, Minister Xu once laughed at me for daydreaming. Minister Liu, in your professional opinion, am I daydreaming or do I have foresight? I have heard you tutor Chen Zihai personally. Between the two of us, which one is dreaming? He put down his spoon. Old man, I said, standing up and paying for both bowls. Do not look so far ahead. Look at the road under your feet. It is full of holes. I put the coins down. Incidentally, is it true that the boy's allowance has been going somewhere? Because I have looked at the Ministry of Revenue's disbursements, and either Chen Zihai is the most expensive child in Great Yu, or somebody has been eating it. My father finally taught me something real that autumn. He taught me the spear intent of the vast ocean properly over 11 days, and he was a superb teacher when he chose to be, which was the most annoying discovery of that year. And at the end of it, he handed me a token for the clan legacy ground, good for 1 heaven rank art. A whole cartload of this kind of fatherly love, I said to Sulan afterward, would be quite nice. Then the third master came to me with a deal. The Qianjun Breaking Yuan battle formation, he said, for your cavalry, yours complete if you go into the Tianji secta's sealed secret realm in Tianyin province and take the legacy out of it. Champo de Swide Boydising Compson by the Hshin by 8th Imperial Uncle, Shardaswatnebe Chawexter. Your bait is enormous. Let us discuss terms before I get excited. We settled it in about 6 minutes. Everything I looted in the realm was mine. The legacy itself we shared. He did not say the other part, and he did not have to. There would be Tianji sect people inside that realm, and the third master wanted them to stop existing, and he wanted somebody else's hands on it. That same week, the old emperor let it be known without writing anything down that the Black Dragon cavalry could be raised. As a thank you to my father for the spear lessons, I mentioned casually over dinner that I had happened to see the Minister of Justice meeting the warrior king privately, twice at night. My father and my fourth uncle, who agreed on nothing, spent the next 2 months jointly dismantling the warrior king's hidden faction in the ministries. Third uncle, I said, watching it happen, thank you for shielding me from all this attention. I could not have arranged a better distraction myself. Then I went to Prince Wu's mansion to ask the man I had just betrayed to teach me. The cousins ambushed me. At the gate, Chen Zilin came in low with a spear at my shins, which was genuinely good. Chen Zhiao used a mountain-splitting fist that was too heavy for his frame. Chen Ziyong had spent a week laying a formation in the courtyard and was extremely proud of it. I was winding up to put my knuckles into Wen Yu's face when a barbed whip took my wrist out of the air. Third Auntie Wang Ling, standing on the steps, entirely unimpressed. Not the face, she said. Then I went in to see the warrior king, who was sitting with a cup of wine and an expression that said he had already been told. You told your father about Duan Liang. Third uncle is joking. Stabbing a man in the back is extremely difficult. There are layers of ribs in the way. At best, you get a kidney, which harms the other party without benefiting yourself. He laughed, and then he stopped laughing, and we looked at each other for a while. Well, I said, does third uncle still dare to teach me? If you dare to stay, he said, I dare to teach. And he did. All of it. The 1,000 army breaking formation, halberd technique, from the first form to the last, over 3 weeks, knowing exactly why I had come and exactly what I had just done to him. I have never fully understood my third uncle, and I have never stopped respecting him. He took the drought relief assignment to Tianyan province that spring, largely to get out of the capital while his faction was being taken apart, and I rode south with him. 3 years without rain. The fields were not dying, they were finished. You could see it from the road. The Green Mist River runs along the Zhou border, I said, on the second day. Oh, if we cut a channel through the Lujiao Ridge, we could bring water into the whole eastern half of the province permanently. That river belongs to Great Zhou. It belongs to the ground it is standing on. You would start a war over irrigation. Third uncle, floods would also help at this point. Half the topsoil is gone anyway. I do not believe a single word you say, he said. Do you believe I will kick you into that great river? I also worked out his relief strategy within a day of watching him implement it, and it was beautiful and it was vicious. He was releasing the grain deliberately loosely with poor oversight so that the corrupt officials of Tianyan province would steal it. Then he would execute them publicly for stealing famine relief and confiscate the accumulated fortunes of 11 great houses into the provincial treasury, which would fund the actual relief. This third imperial uncle of mine, I noted, has a very dark heart as well. It runs in the family, apparently, from the top down. Fengshun County was where the real work started. Songgu's beggars had a report waiting for me. Martial artists of the Tianji sect had been quietly gathering in the county for over a month, sitting in inns, waiting for something, waiting for the secret realm, and once I knew that, the drought explained itself. There was no weather problem in Tianyan province. There was a sealed secret realm underneath it that had been siphoning the spiritual qi out of an entire province for 3 years to feed its own core. I took the county in an afternoon through the magistrate. I do not care how you do it, I told him. If one single commoner starves to death in Fengshun County, I will take your life, not your post, your life. The Yun family had a deep well, the only one still producing, and had been selling water. I opened it by force and put guards on it. Their young master, a scholar called Yun Kong, followed me across the courtyard, explaining at length how his family had been enduring hardship in order to serve those above them. I know, I said. You have real potential as a dog. Then I went for a walk outside the walls, alone, at dusk, slowly, in expensive clothes. 2 innate martial artists came for me within an hour, and the second one told me everything I needed while trying to threaten me with it. Standing over him afterward, watching the dust, I had a thought that I have never been able to prove and have never quite let go of. A cultivator's energy has to go somewhere when he stops. Spiritual qi nourishes all things. And if enough of it were released into a dry sky over a dry province in the right place at the right time. Is that what the ancients were actually doing? I said, with all those sacrifices? The Tianji sect sent an elder to look at me, which was the single worst decision anybody made that year. His name was Hao Xuan, and he was a diviner, and his own divination had been warning him of disaster for weeks without telling him where it was coming from. So he found me on a hillside, and he used the eye of heavenly secrets, and he looked at my future. He saw 3 Dharma idols. He saw 6 roads of reincarnation turning. He saw a figure seated on a throne. Then he went down on one knee with his hand over his eye and started coughing, and his hair went white in front of me, and his vitality drained out of him in about 40 seconds. What kind of prodigy are you? He said. I was genuinely irritated. This is supposed to be a life and death battle, I said. Can you not fight seriously? You have not used a single ultimate technique. You looked at me once and now you are dying. Is this suicide? Am I meant to feel involved? The Tianji sect is in peril, he said, to himself, not to me. It was wrong from the very beginning. The province's assistant prefect tried the other approach, which was politics. Guo Wen came at me with the overall situation and the greater good and the authority of Prince Wu's mansion, and I listened to all of it and then named 3 officials in the province who deserved to die. Then I stopped talking and looked at the warrior king's chief strategist, Sun Kai, and I kept looking at him. He held out for about 11 seconds. Then he had 2 of the 3 executed on the spot in the yard to demonstrate his master's resolve. Ah, I said, I think you have misunderstood me. He turned around. I said they deserve to die. I did not tell you to kill them. I was about to suggest that you investigate properly, gather conclusive evidence, and hold a public trial so the province could see it done in the light. I clapped him on the shoulder. Never mind. Congratulations. Third uncle will certainly reward you when he hears. Sun Kai had been advising my third uncle for a year to use me as a weapon against Prince Rui's mansion. He spent the next 4 years explaining a magistrate's death and never advised anybody about anything again. Then the secret realm opened at Purple Peak, and I had a problem because the demon suppression division had sent people. I could not go in as myself. The Dark Knight Bandit could not appear in the same province as Chen Zehong, while a division of trained investigators was standing at the door. So I sat down and worked through the options methodically. And the answer, when it came, was so obvious, I laughed out loud in an empty room. The most logical choice, I said, would be third uncle. Obviously, I became Chen Long. Height, build, gait. That specific way he holds his shoulders when he is bored. I carried a halberd and never once used it because I was not going to insult the man by doing his technique badly, and I sent Lin Yuan home wearing my face to be seen at 3 public functions in Tiandu. I, Chen Zihong, value the bond between uncle and nephew above almost anything, I told my reflection. If anyone dares to slander third uncle in the coming months, I will firmly believe in him and defend him. At the mouth of the realm, I found Bone Erosion, the green skeleton that had poured my wine at the Yajinglu when I was 11, that had tried to kill me and had refused a perfectly reasonable job offer, and that was currently number 4 on my private list of people who need to stop existing. The list, for the record, ran Chu Ming, whose head could be exchanged for a throne, Chu Lin, Liu Jingchuan, Bone Erosion. It had scattered into a dozen bone clones the moment things went badly, which had worked for it every time for 200 years. It had not previously met anybody with 5 elements, divine sense, and karma threads. I found every fragment, cut every escape route in advance, and shattered all of it in the same quarter hour. Then I went and did the delicate part. Wei Hua, Grand Princess of Great Zhou, was standing at the entrance with a Great Zhou party, and Wei Hua had known my third uncle for 20 years. Chen Long, she said before I had opened my mouth, long time no see. I never imagined you would learn the art of the sneak attack. I improvised for 11 minutes, and it was the hardest work I did all year. She had a jealous companion with her called Wu Chen, who kept interrupting, which helped. Chen Feng has one, I thought, smiling and nodding through a conversation about a promise my uncle had made in a garden in another dynasty when I was -4 years old, and Chen Long has another. It is genuinely shameful for the imperial clan. They have not left a single path unwalked for us juniors. I honored the promise, whatever it had been, in vague and generous terms. We negotiated joint entry, and when the realm cracked open, I threw the Tianji sect's disciples in first to check for traps. Inside, the furnace went to full draw and stayed there. Everything in the Tianji secret realm, I said, should be mine. The Tianji disciples had the maps, which made them extremely useful. I shadowed them for 4 days and arrived at every single site about 90 seconds before they did. A 5,000-year jade ginseng, the profound yellow Tianji lotus, a jade marrow ganoderma. By the 3rd day, the sect's herb garden looked as though pigs had been rooting in it for a decade, and the lotus pond was mud. Then I got hungry and impersonated Wu Qian to rob the Yao race purely because his face was available. I, Wu Qian, am hungry, I announced to a clearing full of beast folk. This tiger will be my snack. Thank you all for your generosity. Afterward, I left tiger fur at one Tianji camp and a tiger skin at another, so that the secte's own divination would point straight at the Yao race, and the Yao race would in turn be certain the humans had started it. Both sides doubled their hatred inside a day, and I did not have to spend another thought on either of them. My only genuine regret from that entire operation was forgetting to bring a large pot. On the 6th day, the warrior king punched the door of the secret realm open and walked in. I would have paid money to be standing where I could see his face, and I was, because I was 30 feet away wearing his. "Is this," he said, turning slowly in the middle of a stripped wasteland, "actually the Tianji secret realm?" Then the truth arrived on him. "It must be that dog thief," he roared, "impersonating me." Wei Hua, who had spent 6 days believing that Chen Long had looked her in the face and broken his word to her, attacked him. Wu Qin accused him of colluding with the invisible thief who had been robbing everyone for a week, and while all 3 of them were shouting at each other in the ruins, I went and stripped the core. 9 spirit condensing Dao pills still nursing in a pill furnace, spirit nurturing paste, purple mansion, profound dew, return to origin powder, and then the spiritual timber out of the buildings, and then the spirit gathering bricks out of the walls. Be quick, I told myself, working, and be stylish. There was exactly one thing I could not take, which was the TNG legacy chamber itself, because it was keyed to their lineage and would not open for anybody else. So I decided to destroy it instead. The realm was drawing its power from a core, and the core had been drinking Tianyan province for 3 years. I put the furnace on the core and opened it all the way. 2 things were going to happen. The secret realm would collapse, and every drop of spiritual ki it had stolen would go back into the province above it. Somewhere in the middle of that, the Yao race, who had been losing a war they thought they were fighting against humans, broke the seal on the thing the Tianji sect had been sitting on for 1,000 years. A giant alligator, great demon, came up out of the ground. I climbed a rock, sat down, and got comfortable. "You all keep fighting," I said. "When you are tired, I will come out and harvest." The great demon did not care who anybody was. It came up out of the broken seal and started killing TNG sect disciples on sight, and the only thing it said in a voice like a landslide was that the human race had cut off its path and therefore deserved to die. The human factions allied instantly, which is what human factions do about 11 seconds too late, and the warrior king fought it with everything. I sat on my rock and watched my uncle use the chaotic army halberd, and I counted. He had taught me 7 slashes. I had learned them properly over 3 weeks in his own courtyard, with him correcting my wrists. Down there in that pit, he used 8, then 9. Then he used the 10th. I sat on that rock for a while. Holding something back from a nephew is normal. Every teacher does it. It is a professional courtesy to yourself. Holding back 3 entire slashes is a different thing. That 10th slash genuinely saddened me. It took away the last piece of guilt I'd been carrying about my third uncle, and it took it away cleanly, and afterward I felt much lighter. Then I dropped into the pit with the full Great Dao scripture running, 6 reincarnation discs turning behind me, 3 Dharma forms of the pure ones standing at my shoulders. Nobody in that hole had ever seen anything like it, and nobody in that hole knew who I was. I killed the great demon with the imperial extreme sun-piercing finger. I killed Wu Chen in the middle of a sentence because he had spent 6 days being an obstacle, and then I stripped everybody who was running, including my own uncle's men. The warrior king turned back at the mouth of it to pull Wei Hua out, which cost him his footing, and I put him through a wall for it. This third uncle of mine, I noted, dusting my hands, is quite the romantic, which is his one real weakness, and I have just watched him hand it to me in public. The realm came down 12 hours later. The purple peak collapsed in on itself, and the spiritual qi that had been stolen out of Tianyin province for 3 years came back up all at once, and it rained for 4 days. Outside, the third master was standing next to the patriarch of the Tianqi sect, watching that man's entire lineage stop existing, and telling him at length that he was very sorry. And privately, in the same breath, the third master was thanking every ancestor he had that his own terrifying grandnephew had stayed home in the capital this trip. The hall was the best of my life to that point. The Tianji legacy itself was the mandate of Heaven Sutra, a technique above heaven rank, cultivable all the way to the Dharma idol realm, which is the doorway to sainthood, and 3 great medicines. The profound yellow Tianji lotus went into my brain, the jade marrow Ganoderma, and a ginseng of nearly 6,000 years went into the rest of me. 20 days later, I sat up and looked around a room and understood everything in it at the same time. In my previous life, I said to the ceiling, there were people who used to show off how clever they were, and I used to wish I could open their heads and find out how it worked. This feeling is extremely satisfying. Sulan reported that Wei Hua had not left the warrior king's side since the collapse, so I went to visit my uncle out of concern. He was in bed, he was in a foul temper, and within 4 minutes, Wei Hua had shamed me into handing over a blazing sun fruit and a bottle of fire essence liquid for his recovery. What are you hesitating for? She said. Give them all to me. Of course, Sister Zihua. The warrior king's head came off the pillow about 4 inches. I said it twice more before I left, warmly, and each time my uncle's face did something new. That night, I wrote to my father to inform him that the prefect of Tianyin province, Gao Shan, had gone over to the warrior king, which sabotaged the entire credit my uncle was about to collect for the drought relief. I did not mention Wei Hua, some cards you play, some cards you carry for 6 years. I told them all I was not going back to the capital, and I went south instead to Shai province to buy artifact refiners. It snowed on the road in the 8th month. It had snowed early the year before too, and earlier again the year before that, and somewhere between one province and the next, I finally put it together. The spiritual qi had been draining out of this world for 10,000 years. Everybody knew that. Every text said it. Every elder complained about it. It had stopped draining. It was coming back. The weather was the first symptom, and nobody in 4 dynasties had noticed because everybody was busy. I stopped the horse and sat in the snow for a while, doing arithmetic about what a world with rising spiritual qi does to a man who owns a furnace that converts everything into cultivation. Song Yong met me at the Great Zhou border, and he brought me a present in a sack. The present was a sleeping child, a Surapath, I said, holding the sack open and looking in. This little boy would not happen to be Wei Hua's son, would he? He would. I told you to investigate. Nobody told you to abduct him. You are truly a talent. I verified it with a lineage primal stone because I'm careful. It was the warrior king's son. My third uncle had a child in another dynasty, 4 years old, being raised in secret by the Grand Princess of Great Zhou. His name was Wei Long. I renamed him Wei Horan on the spot. Little third uncle, I said, looking down at a sleeping 4-year-old. I have got you. Song Yang had also brought a man to meet me, a scarred one called a Shura, whose family had been killed by Great Qian soldiers and who had been picked up half dead on a road. I gave him the question I give everybody. Suppose the brother you lost turns out to be alive and turns out to be standing on the other side. Do you kill him or spare him? He thought about it for a long time. This subordinate, he said finally, does not know. You have failed the test, I said, but I am extremely satisfied with your attitude, which is more useful. Song Yong had one more problem, which was his adoptive father. Yan Bo was a Great Zhou general, greedy, mediocre, and standing directly on top of my Asurapath's career. He needed to be dead, and the death needed to be somebody else's fault. so I went up a mountain with a bow I had taken off a Great Dao armory 2 weeks earlier, and I shot Yan Bo and 3 of his confidants from 1,100 paces, using the energy signature of a great Qian general I had studied for exactly this. Songyong's grief was magnificent. Great Qian is without the Dao, he roared over the body in front of 4,000 men. How dare they murder my foster father? The border war started 9 days later, and about a month into it, I watched my own murderous thought break into the Purple Mansion realm in the middle of a battlefield by eating the battlefield. That winter, I made my first domain, standing in a snowstorm at midnight, practicing the Imperial Heaven-suppressing fist. I put the intent out further than I ever had. It kept going. Every flake of snow within 100 li turned to rain and came down warm. Not a concept anymore, a domain, the thing that separates a man who has an idea from a man whose idea rewrites the ground he is standing on. Li Wei sat down in the mud. Lin Mingsu did not say anything for 11 minutes. Keep silent about this, I said. Then I told them out loud for the first time what I was actually going to do. They both already knew. Saying it changes it anyway. Shi province was a 2-family town, the Shi family and the Mo family, and both of them made artifacts, and both of them wanted the imperial contracts. So I announced a plum blossom contest with medicinal pills as prizes and let them compete for a week. The Shi family's winner was a young man called Gu Lei, who took his prize and immediately handed the whole thing to a young woman of his own family, at which point I understood exactly how the Shi family worked. She then invited me to a private gathering. Not interested, I said. Gu Lei objected on her behalf at some length about courtesy. Noisy, I said. Lin Yuan's arrow went first. Then Hu Lei came off the roof and Hu Yan went through the front of the hall as a wolf. It took under a minute. Hu Lei crouched down beside the last of them, curious rather than cruel, the way she is about everything. Now, you know the consequences, she said. In the next life, do not treat other people as fools. Then I turned to the head of the Mo family, who had been standing in the corner of the room throughout and who had not moved a muscle. I am Qinzi Hong, I said, of the Jiang Imperial clan of Great Yu. Are you willing to follow me? The Mo family absorbed the Shi family's workshops within a month and paid me 500,000 taels and 100,000 spirit stones for the privilege. That was the founding of the Xuantian Merchant Guild, which 14 years later financed a war. I turned 14 on New Year's Day and spent it explaining business to my own reincarnations. Legitimate fronts first, I said. The Rebirth Tower, respectable, licensed, boring, in every major city. Underneath it, the 6 paths black market. Then we take a monopoly position in 3 commodities, where the 4 dynasties all buy from the same 3 suppliers, and we manipulate the price, and we dump the inferior stock across the border. Zhou Yang wrote back to ask why I was so specific about the dumping. Because in my previous life, I wrote, I was on the receiving end of every one of these techniques repeatedly by professionals, and the lessons are carved into me like inscriptions. Lin Poxiao was waiting for me at a river crossing that spring, which is a very stupid place to wait for me. The spearmaster of Great Qian, Zhang Yuxian's most persistent admirer, who had spent 2 years working himself up to it. He had brought Zhou Li's son along, which told me who had been paying for the waiting. I did not even get off the boat rail. Hu Lei took the son. My aunt took Lin Poxiao and held him for 11 exchanges, and then I put a 5 elements disc through him. It was the first time I had used a domain in public, and the entire crossing saw it. And then, while my people were dealing with the bodies, I noticed the ferryman. He was old, he had a pole and a flatboat, and he had been standing at the stern through the entire fight without changing expression, and he had not looked at any of it. Yan Kong, he said his name was. I took an earth-rank sword off one of the bodies, walked to the rail, and dropped it into the river. Then I took out a knife and cut a notch into the wood of his boat, right over the spot. He watched me do it. I have marked where the sword went in, I said, so that when we reach the far bank, I can find it again. You made your mark, he said. On a moving boat, the river does not run backward for you. I made the mark on your boat, I said. So when I come next time, will you help me look for it? He pulled us across. He did not answer. I sent people back to that crossing later. There was no ferryman on either bank by that name, and no boat with a notch in it, and nobody in either village had ever heard of him. Years afterward, I found out what he had said to himself after I got off. He said that I had been looking for a person, and that he had been looking for an obsession, and that we had both found what we came for. I did not understand that for 11 years. I put 100,000 taels on 10 lives with the Red Thought Pavilion that summer, mostly because I was bored and irritable. The Red Thought Pavilion is the assassin market of the wasteland, and it does not take contracts against great families on principle because it wants to keep existing. So Chen Kang placed the bounties separately in 10 different cities through 10 different fronts under 10 different names. The Red Thought Pavilion accepted all 10 and only discovered afterward that it had simultaneously contracted to kill a secondary heir in the Wei, Zhuge, Lin, Chu, and Xuanyuan families, plus Liu Cheng and Wang Bo of the Liu family, plus Chen Zi. They executed the contracts anyway because a guild that reengas is a guild that ends. Liu Cheng died, Wang Bo died, Chen Zi was stabbed and survived. And 5 great houses across 3 dynasties each lost a young man in the same fortnight. A great accomplishment, I wrote to Chen Kong. Come and find me when you reach the Purple Mansion. I have a saber technique that will suit you very well. I paid that one. I have paid all of them. I moved into my 5th uncle's governor's mansion in Huan province without an invitation. Prince Yan discovered I was in residence when he came home and found his kitchen full of my people boiling an enormous fish. It was a spirit fish, 400 years old, taken from a lake I had emptied on the way, and I had it stewed with 11 medicines into a soup that pushed my cousin Chen Ziqiang straight through a bottleneck she had been stuck in for a year. Prince Yan watched his daughter break through over dinner. "Third uncle," I said, refilling his bowl, "are you interested in becoming the barbarian king?" He put the bowl down. "I am asking you to fully support me," I said. "Not Prince Rui's mansion, not my father, me, Chen Zihang, personally." "You are 14. Then let me put it as arithmetic. There are 3 princes competing. Whichever of them wins, the throne goes to a man whose mother was Great Yu, whose brothers are Great Yu, and whose court is Great Yu. And then there's a half-barbarian prince in the family with barbarian relatives and a barbarian temper, and every single one of those men, on his best day, will spend the next 30 years quietly starving you of resources and keeping you away from the border where you might be useful, because you are a risk. You have always been a risk. You know this. You have known it since you were 9. He did not say anything. "Third uncle," I said, "before today, you had no choice. Now you have exactly one, and it is me." The price was the Xuan province army and the Liu family's regional businesses, and he paid it. And the first thing I asked him for was very small, which is how you do it. Cover my movements for a month, nothing else. This treacherous boat, he said, staring at the ceiling, was extremely difficult to board. Then he asked the question I had been waiting for. "The child, whose is it? Your father's?" "No." "Prince Xiang's?" "Neither. He belongs to third uncle, to Chen Long." "Youngest brothers? How is that possible?" "I have to say," I said, putting my hands up, "you people of the Qing generation are absolutely wild. There is a child every other year turning up somewhere with complete disregard for the lives of us juniors, who then have to manage all of it." "Nonsense," roared Prince Yan. "I have always been clean and self-disciplined." Blood Valley opened in the 7th month, and the barbarians were already there. Huyan Khan was among them, 4 years older and still exactly as fond of me as he had been at the sparring platform. I greeted him at the entrance, loudly, in front of every delegation. "Now that Great Yu and the barbarian people are one family under the truce," I announced, "let it be witnessed by everybody present that if I meet any danger inside this valley, it will definitely have been the barbarians. Everyone here must bear witness for me. I, Chen Zihang, have always loved peace." Then I went inside, where I had already scattered a little of my own essence at the entrance, so that every single person who walked through it picked up a karma thread, and I could follow all of them like lamps in a fog. 2 days later, I ambushed a barbarian squad in the middle of their own fight. "Peace was it?" I said, over the last of them. "I know, and unfortunately, in order to keep this quiet, I am now going to have to silence all of you. It was peace that did this to you. I brought the children along. That was the real purpose of the trip. Chen Ziqiang, Chen Zilin, Hu Lei, and 2 of Prince Yan's guards' sons and I taught them by lying on our stomachs behind a mound watching other people work. "Come here," I said. "Lie down, watch these little fire barbarians fight the ant swarm and learn from their experience. Do not interrupt." Wen Qiong, take notes. Youngest brother, when do we? Not yet, Wen Qiong. If a spiked club is not aimed at the head, it is decorative. And stop trying to fight above your realm. First, bully the weak, then fight the strong. That is a principle, and there is no shame in it. Prince Yan came to collect his daughter at the end of the week and found her efficiently leaving dents in skulls and taking careful notes about ambush angles. He aged perceptibly. Halfway through the valley, I walked into a standoff between the Wei family and the Song family of Great Xia over 14 pieces of blood soul jade. I arrived at a run with my hands out. How could I possibly stand by, I called, when a friend is in difficulty? The friend was Li Xiao, who I had met fishing at Yungqi Lake 2 months earlier and had liked immediately, which is rare enough that I remember the date. Then I threw a cloud of flying needles into a blood marsh demonic toad, the size of a cottage, which annoyed it enormously, which was the point. And while it was destroying the Wei family's formation, I took the Wei family apart. I gave Li Xiao 3 pieces of the jade, The other 11 went into my sleeve in the same motion, and he never noticed, and if he had, he would have laughed. For the Wei family, I left a message, send me Zhao Xuan's body as an apology, and I will consider the matter closed. They could not, of course. I had burned Zhao Xuan in a horse market a year and a half earlier, and scattered him personally. They spent 4 months looking. The real prize in that valley was under everything else, and I found it because the barbarians were being greedy. They had a moon-crying deer in a cage, and they were using it to force ripen a blood marrow flower towards 6,000 years, which is the kind of number that gets written in the histories. I blew their camp apart with the 10,000 soldiers art. Then I spent the small hours doing my favorite kind of work. Provoke a beast in one valley, steer it into somebody else's camp in the next, walk through the aftermath collecting storage rings. I have discovered, I said, going through the 4th camp of the night, the true joy of being an employer. The harder everybody works, the faster I reach core formation. Go on, my leeks. Push. When the flower finally ripened, 4 separate forces arrived for it at once. The barbarians, the heavenly demon sex zither player Feng Yue, the Song family, and Great Yu. I got there first and quietly rewired the barbarians' own ritual formation with the 12-character formula Y had learned in a library when I was 10. Then I dragged a blood-winged bat king into the middle of the room by making it extremely angry with me, and in the chaos I punched the pool. Hundreds of century-old flowers came up out of it and filled the air. A whole harvest scattered across a hall full of desperate people, and every single person in that room grabbed for one. I took the great medicine, sent a decoy of myself out through the ceiling on a construct, and went down through the water. I have never been more pleased with a plan. Under the pool, there was a heart, larger than a man, still beating slowly after however many thousand years, and everything in that valley grew the way it grew because of it. Whatever had owned it had been past the Dharma idol realm, which is a level I had no vocabulary for at 14. The furnace ate it. It pulsed twice at the end in a way I have deliberately not thought about since. 3 days later, I came up out of the water with the imperial immortal body started, killed Huyan Lai on the bank with a new fist I had built in the dark down there, and walked out into daylight. Huyan Wu was waiting on the bank with 200 men and demanded the flower back. That was the demonic woman Feng Yue, I said. Everybody saw her, and watch your tone, Elder Huyan Wu. It is peace. We are one family now. Have you forgotten already? He explained what he thought of that. Only the weak quibble, I said. The barbarian clans have fallen so far that they have lost their backbone entirely. Do your revered barbarian gods know about this? Are they aware that their descendants stand in a valley arguing about a flower? He spat and made a promise instead. My barbarian clan will rise again one day. If you are going to say things like that, I said, then we will meet again tonight. I built the zither on the way, out of green wood and black string, in about 40 minutes. It was a terrible instrument. That was the design brief. The heavenly demon sex, Feng Yue, plays a killing music that is famously beautiful. Every account of it mentions the beauty. I could not play beautifully and had no intention of learning, so I went through the barbarian encampment that night playing the worst music that has ever been made by human hands. Other people use the guqin subtly. I intended to bore them to death. I snapped the strings into Huyan Yuan. I killed Huyan Khan, who had been waiting 4 years for a rematch and got about 9 seconds of one. I killed Huyan Wu. At the end of it, the last 2 Purple Mansion elders tried to surrender. Unfortunately, I said, it is far too early for that. You are simply out of luck, Tsingsaiter. Then I left the broken greenwood zither and a scattering of Huyan Lai's traces and nothing else. 2 barbarian princes died that night. The heavenly demon sect was blamed by the entire wasteland, and Feng Yue, who had genuinely been there and genuinely had wanted the flower, could not clear herself of a single thing without admitting to all of it. I am told she ground her teeth about it for years. The heart finished refining a month later and gave me something I had not expected. A 9-aperture, exquisite heart, 9 channels instead of 3. I could hold 9 trains of thought at once, and none of them slowed the others down. And on top of that, there was a heart eye that read intention about 3 moves ahead of the body making it. Hu Lei formally took the animal path seat that season. Lin Yuan entered the Tianshu Guard as my man inside it. The Black Dragon Cavalry passed 1,000 riders and kept going, and then Prince Wu's chief scribe came sniffing around, Wei Haoran, Chao Xing, my third uncle's man in my province, asking my servants about a 4-year-old boy. So I let it happen. I let Wei Hua's people locate the house. I let her come over the wall herself at night. I had every guard stood down and every corridor clear. And I had the boy awake and calling for his mother out loud in a courtyard until there was no possible way for a woman standing on that roof to keep standing on it. Then I gave them half an hour alone and did not listen. I want that on the record. I have done a great many things and I did not listen to that. Afterward, she came out and I handed her the decision about the captured spy, and she chose to send him home with a message. My own letter to the warrior king was one word, weakness, nothing else, no signature, folded once. I heard afterward that he read it standing up and did not sit down for a long time. This is a counterattack from a junior, he said. Chen Zihong is worth taking seriously, and I caned Zhao Xing personally before he left, which surprised him, since he had expected to be killed. The reason I am hitting you, I explained, is not that you monitored me. Monitoring me is your job, and you did it competently. The reason is that you treated this lord as an idiot. Learn the difference. The 4 dynasties gathered at Demon Suppression City in the spring. It is a city built around a set of bronze gates that are 1,000 years old, meteor iron, taller than any wall in the wasteland, and everybody who arrives spends their first hour staring at them. I spent my first hour measuring them. Shu Gang of Great Qian challenged me publicly on the second day over a fist technique he was proud of called the Overbearing King Fist. Overbearing King Fist, I repeated. What an awful name. May I offer a suggestion? Put the king at the front. It sounds considerably better. If you will shout the improved name loudly in front of everyone, I will be willing to fight you. He shouted it. I have no idea why. Then I broke his fist intent with 1 5 elements punch and put 4 fist imprints into his 4 limbs. You wanted to use me as a stepping stone, I said. So I have broken your legs. Remember the lesson, little hero. Then I bowed to the Great Xia delegation, and to Great Zhou, and to Great Qian, and to my own Great Yu, in that order, and I waited. Nobody came up. Many thanks to my Great Yu peers, I said, straightening, for so generously yielding to Chen Zihong and allowing me to ascend as the #1 prodigy of the wasteland. Xu Shi, who led Great Zhou's delegation, gave her verdict to her own people that evening in a voice that carried further than she intended. He is hypocritical, cruel, cunning, and sanctimonious, and he does all 4 of them at once and enjoys it. That boy is a catastrophe waiting for a date. Zhou Tianming of Demon Suppression. City's 5 great families tried to buy the Demon Suppression pill off me for 10,000 stones, which is 1/3 of its value, and did it as a favor. No, I said. Young master, perhaps you do not understand who the Yan family. I understand perfectly. I want to see exactly how powerful you are and exactly how overbearing the Yan family is. I am looking forward to it enormously. He talked for a while. Then he gave up and turned to leave. Wait, I said. He turned back. You spoke 5 sentences, I said. I'm going to break 4 of your limbs, 1 for each of the first 4, and I will let you keep the 5th sentence as a memento of the Yan family's dignity. I did it with chopsticks laid in a 5 elements pattern from the table. Then I turned on the helpful young man who had brought this problem to my table in the first place. Sun Tao. Do you think I am easy to talk to? Do you think I am an enthusiastic person? We met 4 hours ago, and you have already arranged for me to stand shoulder to shoulder with you against a common enemy, solve your family's problem, and pour out my heart to you. Is that the standard timeline where you come from? Then the demon suppression guards arrived eventually. You are the demon suppression guards, are you not? I said. Why are you so late? Never mind, you are here now. Quickly apprehend this man and suppress him in the demon suppression tower for a few hundred years. The Starfall secret realm opened 3 days later, and I did not go in as myself. I went in wearing the face of Wei Zhuanan of the Wei family of Great Xia, who was standing 60 feet away at the time, being extremely alive, which I've always felt was the elegant part. The old gatekeeper Gushou looked at me too long as I passed. This, he said quietly, is the demon suppression division. Be careful whose face you wear here. I bowed and went in. Inside, it is a maze made of meteorites in a gravity domain that gets heavier as you go, with a heart demon illusion at the center that shows a man his own worst construction. On the second day, I grabbed Chu Yun of the Su family because she had spotted my star concept and I could not let that walk around. I carried her through the maze for a day and a half while I studied what her physique did with star power, and I tuned my own lineage against it, and then I put her back where I had found her. A girl who is no longer useful should, of course, be returned to inventory. Zhou Jun of the Yan family blocked my path in a corridor, hoping to make a name. He went into the wall and stayed there. Then I went down the line of the 5 great families' patriarchs, all of whom were inside, and I killed 4 of them. Blame your sons, I told the last one. It is one thing to make an enemy of me, but they used you as their backing while they did it. And if I do not kill their backing, then who exactly am I supposed to kill? Sun Hao, head of the 5 families, escaped by putting his own companions between himself and me. That, I said, watching him go, is a family skill. No wonder my hard eye kept telling me Sun Tao was a hypocrite. It is inherited. Then I reached the center, and the heart demon showed me mine. It was not a monster. It was a man of great spiritual purity, and he was better than me, and everything I built came apart in his hands over and over for what felt like 11 years, and at the end of it, I was screaming on a floor. And then it stopped, because I had read the diagnosis, overly concerned with gains and losses, too many schemes, afraid of failure, suspicious, trusts nobody, all of it true. I even fear my own grandfather coveting my opportunities, which is precisely why I have spent 2 years finding reasons to be out of the capital. I sat up in the dark. Well, I said, this is who I am. Now that I have looked at it properly, I will change what can be changed, and what cannot be changed I will simply outgrow. Every man who has ever dared to look at his own heart and cut it has changed his fate. Then, because I was already in there, I reached into the illusions of the people around me. My father's heart demon was a dead man, the crown prince. His elder brother, Chen Ming, alive again and smiling, saying, second brother is young and spirited. He will always need his elder brother's protection. And a boy of 11 hearing that, going back to his room and hiding his military books under a floorboard, and never once in the following 40 years letting anybody see his edge. His second heart demon was a sentence he had said himself long ago to a girl of the Bai family. What I want is not a tool for a marriage alliance. What I want is a companion. I stood in my father's own illusion and listened to my father say that. Then I walked out of it and put one punch into his unconscious body, and I put enough into it that he did not wake up for 2 days. What kind of house is Prince Rui's mansion? I said, walking away. It is a nursing home. It would be better to keep a dog on a leash. At least a dog would wag its tail at Lin Ruoxi. The warrior king's heart demon was half a scroll of the demon-breaking art, which told me exactly what he had failed to learn and exactly where. Prince Yan's heart demon was that he wanted, more than anything, to be allowed to be as great as his brothers. I did not touch that one. Shu Sheng found me on the 4th day and demanded I take my face off. He led the entire Great Qian delegation. His name means invincible. He had held that name for 30 years and had never been beaten in his own art. Shu Sheng, I said, how heavy are those 2 words? Are you actually worthy of them? He answered with his fist, which I appreciated, and I answered with mine, and we did it his way, in his own technique, because I had learned it off his student 4 days earlier, and I wanted to see his face. I outpunched him in his own art. It had never happened to him. Not once. In 3 decades, I watched a man's entire understanding of himself come apart between one exchange and the next. The name is grand, I said, but you still could not achieve invincibility. Let me offer you the correction. Unconquered is king, not undefeated, unconquered. He crushed a void-breaking talisman to escape, which is the correct decision. I sealed the space for 3 breaths and took his arms off as he went. Then I went and collected Sun Hao, who had been hiding, and turned him into a Black Heaven slave. Then I resculpted the puppet to look like Wei Xuanan, whose face I had been wearing, and I carved my own signature techniques into its skin as runes so that it would fight exactly the way I fight, and I set a self-destruct condition into the floor of it. And then I took Sun Hao's face for myself, and then wearing the head of the 5 great families of Demon Suppression City, I set the puppet loose. It ran riot through that secret realm for 2 days. It stripped every Purple Mansion cultivator it could catch. It announced Li Zhouquan's fratricide at the top of its voice in a hall full of great Zhou nobles, with details, with dates. And it shouted slogans the entire time. The Wei family will prosper because of me. Long live the demonic path. Han Xiaolong caught up with me on the 3rd day and suggested in his capacity as Heavenly Dao that the puppet's next target should be the warrior king, who was currently sitting on an ancient Dao comprehension stele. I was appalled. What nonsense are you talking? That is my uncle, my own kin. How could I possibly? I stopped. Although he is monopolizing an ancient stone carving for comprehending the Dao, and that is genuinely selfish. Fine. I will also avenge that punch he gave you.
这儿该了，当然少啊。
I drove my father and my uncle off that stele with an abyssal black fist, and I want to be honest about why I was angry, because it was not the stele. It was that both of them, in the space of 4 days, had shown me trump cards I had never seen. My father at Purple Mansion, mid-stage with an ocean spear intent, my uncle with 10 slashes instead of 7, and a domain he had never mentioned. Everybody in my family had been hiding something from me my whole life, and I was 14, and I had somehow assumed I was the only one doing it. Then I looted the legacies, which is the part I had actually come for. With the yin-yang eyes, I could see every legacy imprint in that realm's sky, like lanterns strung across the ceiling, and I took every one. The shattered star sword art, which required an oath I declined to swear, and which I took anyway. The ice soul profound canon, falling star, the reverse star, heart scripture, and last, the 1,000 mechanisms 100 calculations formula, which was guarded by a mechanism array so intricate that the remnant will inside it clearly expected to be admired. I broke it with brute force in about a minute. It carried a trace of the law of time in it, which is the first time I ever touched that. What kind of trash is the current demon suppression division, I said, standing in the wreck of 1,000 years of somebody's craftsmanship. They are guarding this, and they are unworthy of the job. Chu Shi shared a legacy trial with me on the 6th day, which was her last decision. She tried the Su family's charm heart curse, which has ended men considerably more disciplined than me. In my previous life, I said, I saw a very great deal of that sort of thing performed by professionals at all hours for free. Frankly, the choreography was better, and they wore less. If a woman came at me wearing that many layers, I would have gone straight past. She had no idea what any of that meant, which improved it. Then I hit her with an ox head fist, which is a Sioux clan technique taken from a Sioux clan legacy, and I made sure she recognized it while it was arriving. Member of the Sioux family, I said, does this fist look familiar? Afterward, the legacy's remnant will try to close itself. I passed the test, I told it. There is supposed to be a reward. It is only right and proper. Hand it over. It handed it over. That night, 9 Dao patterns formed on my Yuandan, which is 3 more than anybody sane has, and I chose the 9th deliberately. Time. I am invincible, I said, sitting in the dark of a collapsing star maze at 14 years old. If I can get the national fortune behind me, I will not even need to fear the Nirvana realm. The exit was the best piece of theater I have ever staged. The puppet fought Zhou Quan, Grand Elder of the Demon Suppression Division, at the gate in front of 4 dynasties. It burned its own foundation to keep standing. It screamed demonic cult slogans the whole way. The holy cult is eternal. The demonic heart lives forever. Then it went up in black fire, and there was nothing at all left to examine. And I stood in the crowd wearing Sun Hao's face with my hands cupped, urging everybody on. You must capture that fiend. You simply must. Did you see what he did to Elder Lu? Brother Lu's clothes were stripped off in front of everyone. It was truly a miserable sight. Then I had a night to work with and a city full of families who thought I was their patriarch. I emptied the Zhang family treasury first, and then I said goodbye to Sun Tao with tears in my eyes. Your father has provoked a great enemy, I told him, gripping his shoulders. I must disappear, or they will come for the whole family. Here is the clan chief's token. From this day, the Zhang family relies on you. Be strong. He wept. He was still weeping when I left. Then the Mo family, the Shen family, the Yan family, the Lu family. And here, I have to report a genuine disappointment because the 5 great families of Demon Suppression City turned out to be faking it. The public wealth was display. The vaults were thin. I had budgeted 3 hours and needed 1. Blame the 5 great families for being poor, I said, and for failing to meet my expectations. So I took the shops as well, and a yo-race dungeon on the edge of the city, which was more profitable than all 5 families combined. And then, at the 4th watch, standing in the empty avenue looking up at those bronze gates, I had an idea. They were 1,000 years old. They were meteor iron. They were 40 feet high, and nobody had moved them since the city was founded. I took them off their hinges and put them in the furnace. In the morning, the 4 dynasties filed out of Demon Suppression City through an empty gateway past guards who were still asleep under a lintel with nothing hanging from it. Nobody said anything for a very long time. I rode out with the delegation in a cloud of dust, and somewhere behind me, 4 of my own elders, my father and my uncles among them, finally sat down together and worked out who the Dark Knight Bandit was. They never said it out loud, not once, to this day. The tribulation came for me at Tianlei Ridge, alone, in the rain. A normal breakthrough to core formation draws 3 bolts. A great talent draws 7. The records mention a man 400 years ago who drew 11, and they still talk about him. I drew 31. And then it kept going, so I stopped standing there and flew up into the cloud. What lightning tribulation, I said, punching a bolt apart before it had finished forming. It is all just energy. If it is allowed to strike me, why am I not allowed to strike back? I broke every bolt in the sky, and then I broke the sky, and I came down into the core formation realm in both body and wand power at the same moment, which is not how it is supposed to work. Then a flood dragon attacked me, 100 meters of purple, out of the storm, furious, and my very first thought was not fear. Is this the reward that heaven and earth have prepared for me after the tribulation? A mount. I caught it with the star-plucking hand. I offered it 2 contracts, a beast seal, which is a partnership, or a demonic slave seal, which is not. It picked the beast seal and named itself the Storm Cloud Dragon, which I thought showed spirit. Then I put it to work immediately. 10 gourds of dragon essence up front, everything in its hoard, the thunderfruit orchard it had been guarding for 200 years, and a compensation package. Half a day off every 2 months, I said. Performance reviewed annually. As long as you do well, there will be rewards, and I do not mean vague ones. Do you want to be a heaven dragon? Do the work, and heaven dragon is nothing. Ancestral dragon is not out of the question. The dragon agreed. The dragon has, I am told, a private name for me. I learned it years later from Hule, who speaks beast tongues. The name translates approximately as Jiang Bone Marrow. I ran into my mother's family on Lake Q Cliff on the way home. Bai Yunmo, my uncle, the Marquis Linyu, was climbing it with my cousin, Bai Fengchang, on a thunder-breaking token that protects exactly 2 people from the ambient lightning, and the token was failing, and they were about a third of the way up. I opened a yin-yang 5 elements domain over both of them and walked up behind them. Bai Yunmo stopped climbing. A domain prototype, he said, without turning around. Yin and Yang, 5 elements fusion at 15. Bai Fengchang broke into true essence against the ancient thunder patterns on the cliff wall, which he had been trying to do for a year. I condensed a thunder crystal out of the cliff face as a coming-of-age gift. He was genuinely happy, and it cost me nothing. Then I asked my uncle the question. If I were to return to the capital and take the throne, out of 10 parts, how many parts are possible? He thought about it honestly, which is why I asked him and not somebody else. Adding the weight of the Marquis Linyu residence, he said, 3 parts. 4 is enough for me. I had 10. I have always had 10, but you do not tell your allies the true number, because a man who believes he is making the difference works considerably harder than a man who knows he is a formality. Then I told him what I actually wanted, which was that the Bai family should begin hollowing out Prince Rui's mansion from the inside. He did not ask why. Above Lake Q Cliff, there was Black Lightning, which is the Nirvana realm tier, and which kills core formation cultivators as a matter of routine. I climbed up into it and stayed there for 3 months, using it as a sparring partner, and by the end of it, my imperial immortal body reached minor achievement. I also found a gourd up there, black, ordinary, grown in the storm for several centuries until it stopped being a plant and became a natural Dao weapon. Anything put inside that gourd is refined into black lightning. If some old fellow decides not to play fair with me, I said, tying it to my belt, then I apologize in advance and we will have a very good chat inside the gourd. I stopped in Tianchen, the capital of Great Zhou, on the way home because it was raining and I wanted wontons. There was a man at the next table under the awning, a scholar in military dress, and we started talking about the rain and were on the collapse of the 4 dynasties within a quarter of an hour. Yan Shan, of the whole military clan. He read me correctly in the first 4 minutes, which almost nobody does. You looked at the woman who served us, he said, and there was no desire in it and no lewdness, only appraisal. You were working out what she costs and who she reports to. I find that either reassuring or extremely alarming, and I have not decided which. I told him I was of the Song family, Li Xiao. He knew Li Xiao. I did not blink. Li Xiao is my closest friend, I said, so when I travel, I frequently use my friend's name. Is there a problem with that? He laughed for a long time. Then he laid out the next 30 years of the wasteland for me over 2 more bowls, accurately, without knowing who he was talking to. And by the end of it, I had a new suspicion. The young emperor of Great Zhou, Wei Ning, was personally behind the assassination campaign against the juniors of 4 dynasties. I killed his spy master 3 days later on an open street under a paper umbrella. Sima Yi, chief of the secret agency, the man whose name Zhou Li had given me in the Taining Mountains while dying. You moved against me, I told him, so of course I can move against you. I am here for revenge, on the demonic cult, on the secret agency, and on Wei Ning. You are the first of the 3. Do you feel honored? Then I stayed out all night. Every noble house in Tianchen without a core formation guard, every secret agency safe house Songgu's people had located, every suspected demonic cultivator on my own list who happened to be in that city, every one of the young emperor's personal confidants I could reach before dawn. At sunrise, there was a red paper umbrella hanging from the city gate, and Wei Ning, who had woken up poisoned in his own palace, fainted from rage in front of his court. I actually prefer red, I said, riding out at first light, but black makes me look more mature and steady, and at 15 one has to think about these things. Then I swept the demonic branches in Great Show, Bloodfiend Hall, Heavenly Demon Sect, Evil Sword Sect, Myriad Poison Sect. 4 strongholds in 11 days. In the 3rd one, I found Chu Wei, a core formation cultivator of the Su clan, badly wounded, hiding. A core formation expert with severe injuries, I said, genuinely delighted. I have hit the jackpot. He recognized the Imperial Heaven-suppressing fist, which is a Jang clan art, which meant he worked out who I was in one exchange, which did him no good at all. He then began a speech intended to buy time for a finishing move. Ridiculous, I said, using talking time to charge an ultimate technique. Do you think I am a fool? I have used that trick myself. I invented improvements to that trick. Then I went to the Tianji sect, and this is the operation I am proudest of. I arrived at their mountain gate as a poor, honest boy with an inherited legacy he wished to donate, and I swore an oath about it in front of the entire queue. If there is one word of a lie in what I have said, it will be speak 3 hours and eat koi. Some we do for it. Jerfer Bahas, Carl and be sheer bike that came in, Ben Wedo thunder dollar, shit torch it. And if I am telling the truth, then may it strike me 100,000 times. Every single word of that was accurate. I had been struck 31 times and counting, and I was rather looking forward to more. The outer sect, Elder Gao Hong, pulled me aside within the hour, exactly as designed, in order to steal my legacy privately. I put him in the black gourd, then I wore him for a day. I extorted the entire queue at the registration desk. I divined for a merchant called Ocean Xuan, blamed his misfortunes on the demonic sect, and killed him for 150,000 stones and a water blue pearl. I imprisoned a deacon who objected to my methods on grounds of insubordination. I collected the outer sect's monthly stipends in advance. I borrowed spirit stones from every fellow elder on the mountain against written notes at double interest, which several of them were extremely pleased about. I toured the entire sect on an inspection and mapped every defensive array in it. And then, in the scripture pavilion, in front of the sect master himself, I proposed that the Tianji sect plant a dragon-devouring goo in the dragon vein of Great Dao. I did that purely to watch his face. I have no regrets. That night, I stripped Dan Peak, the medicine garden, all 4 libraries, the spirit gathering wall bricks, and in 2 of the halls, the window frames, and I left letters in Gao Hong's handwriting addressed to the disciples, accusing the sect master of silencing those who had discovered his corruption. What I, Gao Hong, take with me, the last one read, is not merely resources, it is the last spark of the Tianji sect. I hope you will not fail the meaning of your own name. In the morning, there were bare peaks, an extinguished soul lamp on the elder's shelf, and a sect master who could not prove a single thing to anybody, including himself. I came home to Tiandu at 16 with a silver dragon curled on my shoulder. I rode in through the main gate at noon in front of the whole city, and I had a story ready. It came to me when I was a child. I explained to the assembled officials, and it begged for years to be allowed to serve me. I refused repeatedly. Eventually, I gave in because I did not want to crush its heart. In the third master's brain stopped working. I have heard of men who fawn on dogs, he said eventually. This is the first time I have seen a dragon do it. My mother had grown younger. That is not a figure of speech. Purple Mansion cultivators at her stage stop aging and start reversing, and she had spent 2 years driving herself, and the woman who came out to meet me at the gate was cooler, harder, faster, and entirely cured of the infatuation that had nearly destroyed her when I was 10. She had also, without telling me, been quietly moving the assets of Prince Rui's mansion into my accounts for 2 years. My father summoned me eventually, and I took my time getting there. When Yuan, he said, "Sit, I have been thinking. Over these years, I have neglected you." "It is all right," I said. "You were biased, but you did not mistreat me." There is a difference, and I have always acknowledged it. And honestly, occasionally, I even feel that you are quite good. Occasionally? Then he said the wrong thing, and I do not think he ever understood which sentence it was. "You should not have worried so much," he said. "The position of heir was never in question. I promised your mother years ago that it would always be yours." The room went very quiet. "You promised her," I said. "Yes." I worked it out in about 1 second, and once I had it, I could not unsee it. He had gone to my mother 8 years ago with a woman and a child outside the walls, and he had traded her a guarantee about the succession in exchange for her silence, her son's birthright used as the price of her swallowing it. "The position of heir is rightfully mine," I said. "Why would I need my father's guarantee for something that is already mine?" He started to answer. "My mother," I said, standing up, "is my inverse scale. I am not afraid to tell you that. She is my only weakness in this world, and I am telling you so plainly, so that you may grasp it if you choose. But remember the ancestral teaching of the Zhang clan. Once a piece is placed, there are no regrets." The chess pieces on the board between us crumbled into dust as I walked out. 2 days later, I put the folder on his desk. It had taken 6 years to assemble. A portrait of Chen Zihai at 15, a portrait of Prince Song at 15, a portrait of Chen Zibai, Prince Song's acknowledged son, and a composite drawing of Prince Xiang and Wang Meifeng overlaid, which produced Chen Zihai's face, feature for feature, and the second half of the folder, which was a list of every servant who could have known anything about those years and the date each of them had died. If father believes this is slander, I said, then pretend you never saw it. I did not stay to watch him open it. He summoned me to play chess a week later, which is a thing men in my family do when they cannot say something out loud. I beat him in half an incense stick. He sat looking at the board for a while. Did your imperial grandfather teach you to play? He did not really teach me, I said. We played a few games. I never won. I picked up a stone and turned it over. Although I remember that once we drew, my father's hand stopped. Nobody draws with that man. I had not drawn with that man. I had lost by a single point in a game where he let me get close enough to feel it, which is a completely different thing. I said it that way on purpose, and my father sat there recalculating everything he thought he knew about where his son had been spending his afternoons. Then we went down to the dungeon because Wang Meifeng had been moved there, paralyzed for questioning. My mother came with us. I made sure of that. Father, I can't tell Maud made the chill or Jerry Chiu incur. I said, while the interrogator worked. You should deal with your own household first. It is not a disaster for a man to be deceived. Every man is deceived at some point. The disaster is being able to sit and endure it once you know. He did not look at me. That was when Prince Xiang came through the door. He had come to rescue her. He had brought men. He was shouting about the dignity of an imperial prince and the illegality of the proceeding, and he crossed that floor at speed with his eyes on the chair she was in. I took a saber off the nearest guard and removed her head before anybody in that room had finished turning around. I want to be extremely clear about what that was. It was not rage. I had 8 years of reasons, and I did not use any of them. It was that my fourth uncle had just declared himself physically in front of the imperial clan court's own witnesses by running toward that chair, and the only way to get his true reaction on the record, unrehearsed, in front of witnesses, was to take away the thing he was running toward while he was still running. His face did what I needed it to do. Everybody saw it. Then he attacked me, and my father, who had been standing there with a folder of portraits in his sleeve for a week, came off the wall at his own younger brother at half a step from core formation and drove both him and Liu Jingchuan back down the corridor. I called the Black Dragon Cavalry in and had them fire into the room, all of it, every man standing, including the warrior king who had arrived to break it up. Third uncle, is that you? I called through the noise. Forgive me. It is very dark in here. I did not notice. The heavenly defect, 6 killings, arrived from the palace to stop it, which is the only reason it stopped. Afterward, in the courtyard, my father asked me what I thought I had been doing. Father wants to lose face, I said. That is his right. I cannot tolerate even a little of it. The court exploded for 11 days. Prince Xiang was finished, not executed, not exiled, simply finished in the way that matters, because every man in Great Yu had seen where he ran. And the Liu family became the scapegoat for the entire scandal, because scandals need one, and the Liu family was the only participant nobody would miss. I directed the killing blow through Su Guang of the Ministry of Revenue, who had been mine since the Dali Temple trial, and I did it while lying on a bench in my own courtyard, in the sun. Then I went to see Liu Jingchun one last time. He was dying. He had been dying for 2 weeks, and he was doing it in a back room of a house that had been sold out from under him. You want to know whether I am satisfied? I said. He looked at me. Even if the Liu family is completely annihilated and every stone of it ground into powder, I still will not be satisfied, because for the last 6 years, every waking hour, I have wanted this. You cannot pay 6 years back. There is no amount. I took his jade token and every trump card off his person because he was still carrying 3 and one of them was genuinely dangerous. Then I gave him 1 courtesy on the way out because he had earned it by being the only competent enemy I ever had. Your son was not killed by my people, I said. I hired the Red Thought Pavilion, 10,000 taels. I wanted you to be a clear-headed ghost about it. Then the old emperor rose in the middle of the morning court and changed my life in 11 words. Observing my imperial sons, he said, "Some are addicted to pleasure, others lack the ability to govern, and none of them can inherit the great lineage." The hall went silent in a way I have never heard a room go silent before or since. Let Qin Zihang enter the East Palace immediately. My father's hand closed on my shoulder to stop me walking forward. I threw it off with yin-yang 5 elements in front of the assembled court of Great Yu, and I went up the steps and I took the seal. The national fortune came down on me when my hand closed on it, and it was like standing under a waterfall made of an entire dynasty. Then I turned around and bowed to the officials of Great Yu, all of them properly, all the way down. I hope, I said, that you will not abandon me. Bai Yunmo spoke first because he was my uncle, then Su Guang, Vice Minister of Revenue, who had knelt on the floor of Dali Temple when I was 11, then Wen Hao, whom Song Gu had found for me, then Gu Jing, unpromotable, untouchable, who had chosen door 2 in a carriage 4 years ago. One after another, all the way down that hall, every man I had planted stood up and said the same word, and my father watched every single one of them do it, and understood, at last, exactly how long this had been going on. He caught me in the corridor afterward. Chen Zihang, did you know all along? I knew, I said. I thought it was just encouraging talk. And then, walking out into the light with the seal in my sleeve, 16 years old, Crown Prince of Great Yu, I said the thing I had been saving. In the past, I read 10,000 scrolls. Today, I look down from a high place. The autumn wind brings joy. The saddle feels light, and in half a day, I have surveyed the whole imperial capital. The osmanthus is fragrant, the purple cap is worn, and I pluck a branch from the moon and walk on the clouds. There is one more thing about that day, and I have never said it out loud. This was always the plan, not the throne after my father, the throne instead of the sequence entirely, because a son cannot legitimately take his father's seat. There is no path. There has never been a path in 900 years of this family, and the 2 men who tried it are remembered by the name of the gate where it happened. But a grandson can be given it directly by the man who owns it, over the heads of all 3 of his sons at once, in open court, in front of everybody. No gate, no knight, no brothers in the courtyard. The East Palace was cold and enormous, and I moved in within the week. My mother did not come with me. As long as I remain in Prince Rui's mansion, she said when I asked her, your royal father cannot do anything to you. The moment I leave, he is free. She stayed in that house on purpose as my leverage for years. The Black Dragon Cavalry became the East Palace Guard, 3,000 riders in black lacquer with faces nobody could count. Su Lan became steward. Li Wei became butler, which he had wanted since he was 20. The Xuantian Merchant Guild paid for all of it and never appeared in a single ledger, and Han Bao came with me, out of a hostage house into the household of the Crown Prince of Great Yu, where nobody in 4 dynasties could reach her. I made one promise in my life to a dying boy on a floor. Save my sister. Let her live somewhere peaceful. That one is paid. I do not break deals. It is the only rule I have never bent, not once, in 6 years, and it is the entire reason 6 men in 3 foreign dynasties still answer when I write to them. My grandfather Lin Guang came to tell me to go quiet. You have it, he said. You are secure. Stop being visible. Every year you spend in the newspapers is a year somebody spends preparing. I thanked him warmly, and I meant it. Then I told him what the last 2 years had actually been. Grandfather, I have been as loud as I could possibly be on purpose since I was 13, and I have been watching who advised me to be careful and who encouraged me to go further and who applauded the things that would have ruined me. There are men in my own household who have spent 2 years cheerfully steering me toward a cliff, and I have written all of their names down. He looked at me for a while. Just wait, I said. Once all the fish are in the net, their lives and deaths will depend entirely on my mood. I felt him go cold across the table, and I was sorry about that, but not sorry enough to stop. Then I asked him the real question. Where is the Blood Fiend Hall? He gave me a lead. Marquis Jing'an, Chen Huaishun, whose father had been Qiu Ming's adopted son. Qiu Ming was still number 1 on my list. He had been number 1 since I was 13, and his head, as I had worked out that same year, was worth exactly 1 throne to a certain old man. Han Chen took a new woman into his house 2 days after I came home. 2 days. He had been married to my second sister for 6 years, and he waited 2 days after the return of the little tyrant of Tiandu, which told me he had been given permission by somebody, so I killed his brother first. Han Qing had shoved my little cousin Chen Zilin in the street the previous month in front of witnesses over a right-of-way. No matter who it is, I said, in the middle of a public avenue with about 300 people watching, if anyone dares to bully my younger cousins, I will kill them. And then I did. Then I went to the Ling residence and burned the new woman to ash in the front courtyard, in daylight, in front of the entire household. I had checked first. I had sent a man to Li Yong the previous evening to ask, formally, whether the Crown Prince of Great Yu was permitted to execute a member of a noble house without a warrant. And Li Yong had sent back a single word, and the word was yes. She was not a concubine from a merchant family. She was a direct line daughter of the Ling clan sent to Han Chen in secret to bring my sister's household under their control from the inside. If you dare to wrong me, I told the ashes, and everybody standing around them, then I swear the Ling family will be exterminated. I said that out loud in front of 100 people, and I want you to remember that I said it. My second sister worked it out from a single line in a report. She came to the East Palace herself on foot without an escort, and I met her at the gate before she reached the steps, and I spoke first because I did not want her to have to. Elder sister, there is no need to mock yourself and no need to belittle yourself. I know everything, all of it, for years. Elder sister is not at fault in any part of this, and it is not too late to pull back from the edge. She stood there in the gateway for a long moment. Then she went home, and she was magnificent, and I did not find out how magnificent until afterward. She played the loving wife for 11 days. She agreed enthusiastically when Han Chen proposed a plum blossom banquet in my honor, a reconciliation between the families at the Ling estate outside the walls. She cooked her husband a last meal with her own hands, and she poisoned the entire Ling family delegation 2 days before I arrived. My new grand tutor advised me to have her confined. Wen Tao had been appointed to the East Palace within a week of my elevation. He sat across from me and explained, with genuine concern, that a princess whose husband's family was in open conflict with the crown prince was a security risk and should be placed under supervision for her own protection. I will consider this suggestion, I said. He was Prince Wu's man. I had known that on the day he arrived, he had just put himself on the list, and he had done it by telling me to distrust my sister, which is the one recommendation that has never once been survivable. I went to the plum blossom banquet with a carriage full of guests. Every man I brought was one of the fish, Advisor Kong, Secretary Wang, Steward Sun, 4 officials who had spent 2 years encouraging my worst instincts and reporting my movements to 3 different uncles. I sat them all together in the same carriage and let them enjoy the honor. I also let the warrior king come after he drank his niece's wine. He drank it knowing. I watched him do it. My third uncle sat down at his niece's table, took a cup from her hand, looked her in the eye, and drank it, and then let himself be helped out of the room looking gray. Han Chen never had a chance to spring anything because my sister sprang first. She executed him herself in the middle of the hall with a blade off the wall, and she asked him one question before she did it. Han Chen, stop pretending. I have one question. You knew my preferences so precisely back then. Did Chenzi tell you? Then the Purple Mansion assassins came out of the walls. There were a great many of them, and they came for me, and that was the entire purpose of the evening, and I had brought exactly the right number of guests. Advisor Kong, I shouted over the noise. Save me, Secretary Wang, Steward's son. My safety, gentlemen, depends entirely upon you. And I called every single one of them by name, and as I called each name, a suction pulled that man forward into the path of the strike that was coming for me. 7 of them, 7 blows. You risked your lives to shield me, I said afterward, looking down at what was left of my own household. You are indeed the most loyal ministers under my command. I will see that it is recorded. Wen Tao tried to curse me while he died and did not get to the end of the sentence. Then I fought openly for the first time in my life, everything I had, in public, in front of 200 people from 6 families. I killed Purple Mansion cultivators as fast as they could reach me, and I did it loudly, and I taunted upward the entire time, because the point of the evening was not the assassins. The point was to make the ones hiding come out. This crown prince, I shouted, kills Purple Mansion realm cultivators the way a butcher deals with dogs. Is this everything the Ling family has? Is this the whole clan? Han Yun came out. Then Han Ren and the warrior king dropped his fake poisoning and took him, and the 2 of them went out through the roof. Han Yun got close enough to be dangerous, so I burned the jade pendant the 3rd master had given me when I was 12. It came apart into a black demonic infant that ate the first Nirvana tear strike of the evening whole. Then I whistled, and the Stormcloud dragon came down through the ceiling of the Ling family's ancestral hall, and I took the fight into the sky over the estate. Piercing the sun through the sky, Han Yun died about 400 feet up, and the last expression on his face was a man doing arithmetic about my realm and getting an answer he did not believe. And then, finally, the last one came out, Han Feng, Nirvana realm. The reason the Ling family had been untouchable for 60 years, hidden so deep that only 4 people in Great Yu knew he existed. He came up out of the estate and reached for me, and a hand the color of a sunset came out of the city of Tiandu 40 li away and took him out of the sky. I did not see who it belonged to. I did not have to. There is exactly one man in that capital who can do that, and he had been sitting on a throne pretending to be tired for 4 decades. He had spent his own remaining years to do it. I found that out later. The Ling family ended that night, root, branch, and a hidden ancestor in about 90 minutes in front of witnesses from 6 of the great houses, and with it, Great Xia lost the counterweight it had been running inside Great Yu for 2 generations. Nobody could read my realm afterward, not one person. The Empress used the martial Dao heavenly eye on me at the next court gathering, openly, which is the rudest thing she has ever done, and got nothing at all. The warrior king watched me ride a core formation dragon over the palace and was heard to say to nobody in particular, "Do I really still need to compete?" and my father came to the estate that night, silently, without announcing himself, and stood at the edge of the field where the Ling family had been, and watched the whole thing, and left without speaking to me. Li Wei told me he had been there. I asked whether he had said anything. No, your highness. He watched, and then he went home. I did not do anything with that either. I am beginning to think I never will. At the New Year, I abolished New Year money for every cousin over 13, which had been done to me at exactly that age, and which I had been waiting 6 years to inflict on somebody else. Then, to be fair, I offered a bottle of fire essence liquid to any of them who could take half a move off me with my realm suppressed to theirs. Chen Zilin won it by looking me in the eye and stating with total conviction that I was the most handsome man in the imperial clan. I awarded her the bottle. Waika. I, Chen Zihang, I said over the shouting, have always been fair and just. The Empress said afterward that she was becoming genuinely concerned about the direction of the clan's character, and that in 20 years, the entire younger generation would be exactly like me, and that Great Yu was not ready for that. I broke up a staged humiliation in the street that spring and gave my cousin a piece of advice I stand by. Do not say you are not at fault. Even if you are at fault, why on earth would you apologize? An apology has never once repaired anything. It simply moves the debt. Then I flattened the boy who had staged it, Song Tianrui, grown up now, still hollow in the chest, still kept alive on great medicine, and the bone in his spine had begun, very quietly, to grow back for the second time. And while I had him on the ground, I said the useful thing, at volume, in front of every noble family in that street. So the Li family is angling to marry into Prince Wu's mansion. Interesting. I stepped back and dusted my sleeves. What is it, Lord Song? Does the Li family wish to follow in the footsteps of the Ling family? Because there is a vacancy. My grandfather handed me the memorials that spring. Not some of them, all of them, permanently. He did it without ceremony, the way a man puts down something he has been carrying for a while, and I understood what I was being told. And your marriage, he said. Your grandson believes that no woman in the capital is worthy of me. He laughed and then coughed and then mentioned, as though it were nothing, that the Yan family had recently announced the discovery of a long-lost daughter. The Yan family had never lost a daughter. I checked. It took Songgu 3 days, the 6 paths reported in that season, and the numbers had stopped being funny. Hein Xiaolong owned what was left of the Ling clan's foreign holdings, and half the court of Great Xia besides. Song Yong commanded the western army of Great Zhou, 30,000 men, and had still not gone near the Li family, which is discipline of a kind I have rarely seen. And Zhou Yang was a prefect in Great Qin on a track that would make him prime minister inside 6 years, and the common people of 2 provinces had started calling him the blue sky official because he had never once taken a bribe and had hanged 4 men who had. He was also quietly and with genuine compassion engineering the collapse of that entire dynasty. Qiyinglu, I wrote back, among the 3 of you, you are the only scholar, and like me, you possess the bearing of a gentleman. I staked out the Li family the night the bone came back because I wanted it. I did not get it. At the 3rd watch, Li Yong came over the wall of the Li residence with the heavenly defect 6 killings. They went into that house, took the regrown dragon bone out of Song Tianrui, and left. I did not hear one sound from 100 paces away. So, I said, lying flat on a roof, it turns out my imperial grandfather is the ruthless one. Twice, on the same boy. I let it go. There are fights you do not pick even when you are winning everything else, but while I was up there, I heard something better. There was a hidden elder in that house, Song Xuan, and he was in a room with Song Tianrui, and he was very carefully explaining to a boy whose lineage had been cut out of him twice that the person responsible was the crown prince. He knew it was not true. He was aiming a weapon. I followed him back to the family treasury, 5 great medicines and a 7 armored blood ginseng, which is a thing I had read about and never expected to touch. Song Xuan died inside the black gourd. This crown prince did not provoke you, I told the gourd. I did not offend you. You decided to point a wounded child at me in the dark. If I do not kill you, am I supposed to wait until it works? On the way out, I left a forged imperial warning on Lord Song's desk, which kept the Li family paralyzed for the next 2 years. And in the treasury records, I found the thing that actually mattered, which was that an ancient battlefield ruin in Jinzhou was about to surface for the first time in 900 years. The warrior king came to complain to me about his officials being purged. 3rd uncle, I said, in future, please stop using false accusations. It is dated. The court now competes on who makes no mistakes and who does things better than the next man. You do not even have that much sensitivity, and I still have to sit here and explain it to you. As a nephew, I am exhausted. He went into seclusion the following week and stayed there for a year. I noticed the girl at a palace gathering because she flinched from me, not politely, not the way people flinch from the crown prince. She went white and put a pillar between us, and she had never met me in her life. So I had Han Bao invite her to the East Palace, and while she was there, a Liu family remnant came over the wall with a knife, and I killed him in front of everybody, and then I had the girl arrested for arranging it. She had not arranged it. I knew she had not arranged it. It was the fastest available legal instrument for keeping her in my house. Her name was Zhou Xingyun, and she was the Yan family's long-lost daughter who had never existed, and her secret took 2 days to come out. She dreamed forward, not often, and not reliably, but she dreamed things that then happened, and she had dreamed me, years from now, on a throne, with her standing in the hall below it, in the robes of an official of a court that does not exist yet. Do you have mind-reading abilities? I asked her. Are you also a person who came back? Because if you are, I would like to compare notes, and I have a great many questions about what happens in the spring of the year after next. She had no idea what I was talking about. I put a guard on her permanently, which is when the dragon negotiated for the first time. Half a day off every 2 months, it said, and no more essence draws. Agreed. Thank you, Master, said the Stormcloud Dragon, and I have never been sure whether that was gratitude or the beginning of a labor movement. It turned out Chen Zi had smuggled the assassin in, not to kill me. That was never the plan. The plan was that a knife would come at me in a room full of the noblewomen of the capital, and I would react the way I always react. The daughters of 11 great houses would watch the crown prince of Great Yu take a man apart at arm's length, and my marriage prospects would quietly evaporate for a decade. It was a good plan. It was a genuinely good plan. I sat with it for a while and admired it. Then I took the evidence to the Imperial Clan Minister myself, formally, and asked for a verdict out of respect for the clan. He gave Chen Zi life imprisonment. I accepted the verdict with tears of gratitude, and then I killed every single retainer my cousin had cultivated over 15 years in one night in public as a notice, and then I gave the rest of it to the 6 paths. I have been told by 3 separate sources that Han Xiaolong and Song Yong and Zhou Yang ran a betting pool on whose people would arrive first. My grandmother came to plead for him, Wu Mingyuo, Empress of Great Yu, who had raised Chen Ziyi after his father died. She came to the East Palace, and she brought my second sister with her as leverage, which I thought was beneath her. This crown prince is soft-hearted, I said, and finds it genuinely difficult to take action against kin. Imperial Grand Matriarch, please advise me. She advised me, and then I asked her the question I had been carrying since I was 11. Imperial Grand Matriarch, the palm is the palm, and the back of the hand is the back of the hand. Whatever is held in the palm receives favor. That is simply how a hand is shaped. I poured her tea. Was my father on the back of your hand all those years ago? And is your grandson in the palm now or on the back? She sat with that for a while. Then she stood up and said, "Take care of yourself," and left, and we were never anything to each other again. I sat the palace examination myself that year as the examiner, and I chose the topic, governing with virtue. I chose it because Zhou Anwen was in the hall as libationer of the Thai Academy, and because I wanted to watch him hear it. I still remember, I said from the platform, when Minister Shu taught me the way of a gentleman's benevolence and righteousness. My heart genuinely yearned for it at the time. My father reprimanded me for it, and it has bothered me ever since. Afterward, I caught him at the gate. "Minister Shu, do you know why you have only ever been a libationer?" He waited. "Your advice is annoying," I said. "That is the entire reason. You see the danger in what I am doing every time, correctly, and you have never once in 6 years brought me a solution. You only ever bring me the objection. A man who can see the whole and cannot build the bridge is not a counselor. He is a weather vane." I stepped back. "If you retain any scholarly integrity at all, you should stop misleading students at the Thai Academy." He resigned within the month. I did not enjoy it as much as I expected to. Meanwhile, the Tianshu Guard, under my direction, arrested every proxy candidate, every purchased answer sheet, and every backdoor appointment in the empire in one sweep on the morning of the exam. The capital was terrified for about 3 days. Then it started applauding and did not stop for a year. The warrior king invited me to dinner to negotiate at a restaurant directly across the street from the Imperial Clan Temple. "Third uncle," I said before he could open, "have you ever asked your subordinates what they have been doing behind your back?" He started to answer. "This second cup is for the talents you sent me," I said, raising it. How did third uncle cultivate them? So passionate, so loyal, genuinely righteous individuals, every one of them. And then, from across the street, the sound of fighting. 3 waves went into the Imperial Clan Temple that night, arriving within a minute of each other, none of them knowing about the others. Foreign dead soldiers from the Eastern Isles, Asura guards, Black Heaven slaves. Every one of them fought until they stopped, and none of them was taken alive. And the Red Thought Pavilion's assassins, who had taken money for the same job and had turned up intending only to observe and collect, found themselves standing in an open courtyard in the middle of it with nowhere to go. The investigation concluded that the Red Thought Pavilion had done all of it. The mastermind, said the report, was vicious beyond compare. Chen Yi, the 6th prince, accused me to my face in front of the clan. Chen Zihong, was it you, 6th imperial uncle? You cannot simply make baseless accusations, I said. Is it that only I am permitted to be assassinated in this family? I have been attacked 4 times. Nobody convened a hearing. I looked around the room. But since we are all here, let me be entirely clear. He tried to kill me. That gives me a reason to kill him. And even if I were the one who did it, what precisely would any of you do about it? Then I turned to my 3rd uncle, who had been sitting silently through all of it, and I smiled at him. 3rd uncle, what a coincidence. Why did you invite me to dine at a restaurant directly opposite the Zongren mansion? Half the clan spent the next year believing the warrior king had tried to frame me. I used the dead man's checkpoint scandal to replace 41 officials in the capital over the following 2 months, and by the end of it, there was no ministry in Tiandu I could not reach into. Zhao Long finally came to beg. Commander Wei, I said, you play dumb with me and then ask me to be frank with you. Do you believe the crown prince is young and easily handled? Your Highness, I simply feel that the Tianshu Guard has become increasingly incompetent, I said, and I intend to support it generously with funding, with appointments, and with personnel. I intend to make the Tianshu Guard once again the shield of Great Yu. He understood exactly what that meant, and he thanked me for it, which is the part I enjoyed. The palace examination results came down to a vote, and I ran it as a trap. 2 candidates. One had written that virtue must come before law. The other had written that law must come before virtue. I let my own officials vote first, and I did not say a word. And every single one of them voted for the man whose position matched what they had heard the crown prince say in public the previous month, except one. Minister Wang Zhe voted the other way and said why. So I named the other candidate top scholar. How could I, the crown prince, arbitrarily decide the ranking of scholars based on my own preferences, I said, into a completely silent hall, when Minister Chen can still uphold a principle. Lord Song's face went the color of paper because he had voted first and loudest. I also marked a farmer's son named Zhao Gaodan, whose entire essay was about the rule of law and who could not have known who was reading it. My grandfather threw me a marriage contract at the end of that year. He could barely lift his arm to do it. Killing Han Feng over the Ling estate had cost him something he could not get back, and everybody in that room knew he had about 2 years left, and nobody said it. Duan Yufei, daughter of General Duan of the Blood Slaughter Army. 80,000 innate cavalry, the finest heavy horse in the 4 dynasties, and a general who had never once been to court and had never once been bought. Take it, he said. I took it without hesitating. And one order, he said, the Zhang clan lineage is thinning. See to it that for every few who die, a few are born. There must be more of us, not fewer. Which was also, in the way that old man said everything, a statement that he knew exactly who had emptied the imperial clan temple, and that he was not going to pursue it. I bowed and went out. Behind me on my way through the door, I heard him say to Li Yang, what a hard-hearted fellow. And then, after a pause, and what next? Continue, said the emperor of Great Yu. Only real tempering can make this family worth anything. I am not much use anymore. There is very little left that I can do. That is where the story of my 16th year ends, more or less. I came into this world at 10 years old in a bronze cauldron full of boiling essence, with a poison in my skull that somebody in my own house had been feeding me since before I could read. And a father who had spent 8 years building a second family across a border, while my mother sat in an empty hall denying rumors she knew were true. 6 years later, I stood in the Wenhua Hall with the seal of the Crown Prince of Great Yu in my sleeve and a marriage contract in my hand that came with 80,000 cavalry. The Lu family was gone. The Ling family was gone. My 4th uncle was finished. My 3rd uncle was in seclusion. My cousin was in the ground, and my mother had grown younger every year for 4 years and could kill any woman who had ever whispered about her without raising her voice. I went home that night and broke into the middle stage of the core formation realm, which I had been holding back for 3 weeks because I wanted to do it in my own house. Then I went and tested my 6th uncle, Chen Yi, the clan's taboo, the man who had armed Chen Ziyi, who had walked the demonic path openly for 40 years and been tolerated for it, and who had thrown a demon-slaying crossbow to a 12-year-old on a whim once and had looked at him a fraction too long. 3 moves. That was all I needed. Because in the third move, he used something to block me that no member of the Jiang clan should have had, and I recognized it because I had been carrying a torn page of it in my sleeve since I was 10 years old, the Chaos God curse, out of the core legacy of the Su clan, not the fragment the third master let fall out of a book, the center of it. I did not say anything. I apologized for the intrusion. I called him Sixth Imperial Uncle on the way in. I did not call him anything at all on the way out. If he has been wronged, I will compensate him generously and publicly, and he will never know how close it came. If he is not, then he is going to reveal himself eventually, because they always do, and I have become extremely patient. So that is where I am. 16 years old, Crown Prince of Great Yu, core formation middle stage, with a dragon on the roof, and 6 roads turning in 3 other dynasties, and a grandfather with 2 years left who has just told me to start having children. There is a ruin about to surface in Jinzhou that has been underground for 900 years. There is a man called Chu Ming still breathing somewhere, whose head is worth a throne, and a hall of demonic cultivators hidden inside my own dynasty that I have not found yet. There is an 80,000 strong army attached to a woman I have never met. And there is one thing I have never had an answer to, and I want to be honest that I stopped looking for it years ago because I worked out at 10 that it was unfindable and that hunting it would cost me the 6 years I have just described. Somebody put a slow poison into the food of a 2-year-old in Prince Rui's mansion. They were in that house. They had access to the kitchens and to the pill stores and to a child's rooms every day for 8 years, and in 6 years of tearing this capital apart, I have never once found their name. They are almost certainly still alive, and they have watched every single thing I have done since.